All right, what's going on, Conscious Crew? Had a little bit of a technical difficulty there, but we are back. Happy Sunday to everybody who's just getting in here. You guys already know what we're here to discuss. This is a follow-up live stream from our previous live stream. We are covering the untimely tragedy of YouTuber, TikToker, mukbanger LLIPS, okay, who was unfortunately and allegedly murdered by his husband of 18 years, Cameron Hefner, better known as Production, who would oftentimes be on camera with him doing some of these mukbang videos. The sister and brother have spoken out since the unaliving of LLIPS. And the police report also has now been published, and there's been a lot of talk about what happened on this tragic day, what's going to happen going forward as it relates to the case. I have yet to drop the link to allow you guys to chime in, so we're going to be doing that in this live stream. This is pretty much a live stream for you guys. You guys are welcome to hit the link to express whatever you want. There's no right or wrong. Right now, this is an open investigation. Therefore, anything can be true. And you guys can allow your thoughts to kind of swing from left to right in terms of what you think is transpiring here. And what do you think is going to happen with the future of this tragedy? Before we do so, go ahead and run those likes up, you guys. Thumbs up the video until it's absolutely stuck. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. So whether you're part of the Replay Gang, you activate in the streets with me in real time, or you are in fact a Bush baby, run those likes up, honey. Thumbing up makes the content work. Also, make sure that you guys are subscribed. If you're new here, we are a all and multi-purpose platform. Politics, spirituality, sociology, gag, roast, read. We do it all right? Shout out to the 53.2K. We are climbing. Also, if you guys enjoy the work of the King, you guys can also donate to the King at the King's Cash App, $Consciouztv. Or paypal.me/Consciouztv, spelled just how it is here below. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you imp at lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, you guys. We are back in the laboratory. We got things to get into in this discussion. This news has been shocking, of course, especially to the fans and friends of LLIPS. Okay. LLIPS and his husband here, as well as a LLIPS biological daughter. They've been together for 18 years. And this is definitely a tragic ass situation. LLIPS had been dealing with a lot of health issues leading up to his untimely death. A police report has been produced. I kind of want to lay the foundation for this live stream before we get into it. I had not read the police report prior to reading it with you guys in real time. So my brain was braining as we were journeying through the commentary. Also, when I was reading certain details from the police report, coupled with a lot of other things, such as things that the sister is saying, which we're going to revisit, as well as the fact that some of the neighbors have spoken out in comment sections, etc., speaking about how volatile things had gotten between the couple leading up to this murder. I started to speculate if maybe things were not what they appear, which of course things are possibly not, because this is an ongoing investigation. So nobody knows what the fuck really has happened. It could have been Dominique in a fit of rage and he lost his temperament and claimed the life of LLIPS. It could have been self-defense. I know a lot of y'all are trying to figure out how the hell could it have been self-defense if the man was in a wheelchair. We'll get into that. Disabled people are able to inflict harm and capable of harm. Being disabled does not prevent you from being harmful. Doesn't prevent you from being tried and convicted. Disabled people are on probation. Disabled people are in prison. So being disabled in some way does not prevent you from being a threat, posing a threat, and or committing a crime or a offense against anyone. But before we unpack all of that, I'm going to first and foremost let you guys hear once again some excerpts from the Big Belly Bob platform, who the sister and the brother TJ interviewed through. I want you guys to just to refresh your memory, listen to some of this, so because it's going to help to kind of set the tone for this panel discussion. And once again, this is his sister Nikishia, who spoke out. She wanted to make it clear that their relationship was mutually toxic and that the family is going to reserve judgment until they get all of the details, because even for them, things may not be what they appear to be at surface glance, as tragic as the situation is. So shout out to the Big Belly Bob platform, and this is once again LLIPS sister speaking out.
Because I didn't want everybody to start with what they thought or add what people say and don't know, because that's not how Brad lived his life. I'm sorry, y'all know him as LLIPS. That's not how he lived. He was upfront and real in everything that he done online. I know y'all love him, and I love y'all for loving him. But I want to clear some of all of the misunderstandings. And I'm not going to talk about the trial or anything, because we haven't gotten that far yet. I do know that the people has it out that he died on the 17th. No, he died on the 16th. And no, not died. He was shot on the 16th. He died on the 22nd. And the reason why a lot of you did not hear from us, or we didn't know. I'm just going to be very respectful. We did not know. My brother laid in that hospital for 6 days before we even knew it. They had to look us up on Facebook and find the first you to contact us. I'm not upset per se at production. I loved him. He loved us. Their relationship was very tough.
Can you guys see and hear me? Because my computer is doing something weird. Can you guys see and hear me? Let me take down this picture and put up another one. Can you guys see and hear me? Give me a 1 in the chat if you guys can see and hear me. Okay, just making sure, because my computer is telling me something very it's being weird, but okay. All right. I will be dropping a link, you guys, so you guys will be coming up.
Very. But they loved each other. And I want y'all to know that. The family is not upset with Dominique. We are not judging him. We wasn't there. It wasn't anybody there but him, because it was this, and Brad was the bully, and Brad was this, and LLIPS was that. No, they were that to each other. My brother, he was a very kind and loving person, but he was also a controlling person. That's with family, friends. If y'all know him like you say you do, that with him. He was the type of person that he was gonna run one way or no way, and that was it. That wasn't being mean to Dominique. That wasn't making him not a man, because, like I said, they were toxic. What one did to one, the other one did back. Now this is very hard because I never would have seen it coming. I have told them that because the relationship was toxic, that it could end this way. But I never thought for a million years that it would. Bradley LLIPS, I'm sorry, because most of y'all don't know him by that name. LLIPS was a very loving person, but he was a very stern person about his life and the way things would go. No, I should not be mad. I should not be mad. And I'm not going to be mad. I love production. I do. Yes, it may be that he may have took him away from us, but I am not mad because, like I just said, what one has done, the other one has done also. And I'm not going to sit up here and make it look like my brother was the saint and that my brother was always good and that he was always loving when it came to Dominique, but neither was for each other that none of us will understand. I won't try to understand. But at this point, my brother is gone, and so is production. My only question to production is why the phone call wasn't made. And why did I have to wait 6 days? And my brother lay there for 6 days with nobody. I'm sorry, y'all. I said I wasn't going to do this. Even at the fact that he laid there for 6 days, we did get there the same day we got contacted, but we didn't make it there on time.
They were together for 18 years, for those of you who just coming in. And once again, the sister is making it clear that both of them were bullies to each other. The relationship was mutually toxic, that her brother was a very stern and assertive person, as I said previously, based upon what how the family is kind of describing him. Despite him being a gay male, etc., he also was an alpha male. He had an alpha mentality. He was kind of the ring leader, and that their relationship was mutually toxic. Because of that, she is reserving her judgment on what took place, because she don't know in that instance who was perpetuating the harm against who that resulted in the unfortunate situation. But she wants to make it clear that this was a mutually toxic relationship. And as I said before, I have to extend, I have to give her props for being able to operate with such fairness under these circumstances. Obviously, Dominique was someone that the family really loved. As another Conscious crew member said in the chat, this young girl who is now without her father because LLIPS had a daughter, she lost two dads because production was her stepfather. And this family lost two relatives. They're losing Dominique to this situation, and they lost their loved one, LLIPS. So very tragic. And then their parents also died, and they died alone. And LLIPS died alone essentially as well. He died in the hospital fighting for his life for almost a week before the family was able to get there. So, but they were able to get there. They just weren't able to be there in the immediate of this situation playing out. The sister has warned them both that they needed to get themselves together, maybe even possibly break up, because of how bad their relationship has been throughout the course of 2 decades. But even as bad as it was, she never saw this coming. She's also going to say that she doesn't believe that that Dominique is going to make it to see trial, because he may try to claim his life, because she knows how much Dominique loved her brother, and she knows how much her brother loved Dominique, aka production, aka Cameron, aka Mr. Helfiner, aka George W. Bush, aka Frederick Douglass.
His heart gave out. They did not take him off of life support. We wasn't having it. But his heart gave out. He had a blood clot that went to his heart, and his heart wasn't strong enough to survive it. So he left. I didn't get to tell him I loved him. And that hurts. Because when our parents died, they both died alone. They both died without anybody. And we as siblings told ourselves that we would not let that happen if it was any way that God could prepare us for it. And we had 6 days to be there with him, and we didn't. Now, if I want to be mad, that's what I'm mad at production about. Because you could have told them people who we were, and they could have contacted us, and we could have been there. But he didn't. Now that I'm mad about. But I have no hate for him. We are a godly family. And whatever God has for him, it will be. So please, all I'm asking y'all is, I know you're going to do what you want to do, but what I'm asking is stop badgering him and stop putting things out that are not true. Nobody was there. Nobody knew what went on when that film went off. Nobody. I do, because my brother called me a lot when they were going through. So I know. And that's why I'm telling you, stop with the lies, stop with the adding libs and adding on for things that you don't know. They were toxic to each other, but they loved each other. I don't want my brother to be remembered as a bully or that he treated him a certain way. He gave that boy a life that he never could have dreamed of. Never could have dreamed of. The production told me this himself. So I will never be mad at production. I will just be mad at how you carried it out. But once again,
which, like I told y'all before, that was pretty shocking to me, because I felt like what she just said is loaded with information. It's loaded. And I'm gonna tell y'all the way that my brain brains. I listen to what people say, what they don't say, how they say what they say. All this is what goes into me trying to understand what people are communicating, even in the most subtle ways, even without saying it, reading in between the lines, etc. The whole tone behind what they're saying, etc. When the sister just said, she's not even per se broken. Hey Trey, hey y'all, she's not really broken. It's not so much as what happened, because she can rationalize it coming to this, even though it coming to this is still surprising. But because considering how toxic it was, she's also not surprised. But at the end of the day, she just wished that her brother would not have had to exist in a sterile hospital for that long without being surrounded by what was familiar to him, and without you know, the family having the opportunity to support LLIPS in this situation. Now, considering what she said, that she doesn't even believe that Dominique is going to be able to hold up till trial, I mean, I'm going to assume the reason why he did not even think to inform the authorities or anything about the situation is because he was probably still in shock. He too was probably devastated behind bars, and police were probably not really asking him any questions. The hospital was probably just trying to do their best to sort through his emergency contacts and to figure out 1+1. They probably never even really thought to ask Dominique, you know, who is LLIPS, existing relatives, etc., all those things. But yeah, we'll get into some more things.
Tell you how to react, but I'm telling you the facts. My brother was shot on the 16th. He died on the 22nd, alone, by himself, with nobody. That hurts me worse than anything. It hurts me because none of us got to say goodbye. Not only y'all didn't get to say the goodbye, but we didn't either. And as far as the funeral, someone you have asked about that. Brad didn't want a funeral. We've all discussed how we want to go to each other. He wants to be cremated. He wants his ashes put in places that my mama had went. We were doing that as her siblings. We were going to different places. I know y'all seen us in Las Vegas, and we're spreading our mama's ashes. So we're going to do the same with Bradley. We're going to have a balloon memorial for him in Atlanta and here in Mississippi. But all I'm saying, I can't tell anybody what to do on their channel, but I'm giving you the facts. The production is innocent until proven guilty, but I will not live my life hating him.
Y'all better stop playing on my head top with these likes. It's 230 of y'all in the building and only 88 likes. Y'all getting back-to-back content. Y'all get lights, camera, action. Y'all get aesthetics. Y'all get thought. Y'all get provocative thought. Y'all get the tea. Y'all get the whole nine, baby. Okay? Run those likes up because the king be serving it to y'all. Serving it to y'all, girl. On a platter for devouring. Okay? Just for the servitude of it all. Let's get these likes up, please. Y'all run those likes up. We need all the likes because I be going live back to back to back to back to back. So YouTube don't be sending out notifications. We need the likes. Take time to give me a free like. It's free $99. Hit the like, please. What's going on, Jonathan? Hey, boo. Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody. What's going on, Mac 4681? Yeah, it's shocking. It's a lot going on.
Will not. Brad lived a wonderful life. Brad loved life, and he done everything he wanted to do. Went everywhere he wanted to go. We cannot choose who we love. We just can't. And he loved him. And that's fine with me. But they both were toxic individuals when it came to themselves. What you got from Brad, I didn't get. And to be honest with you all, LLIPS Legion, sometimes I was kind of jealous of y'all because y'all got a side of him and y'all got to be with him on a daily basis. But we all live in different places. But I just wanted y'all to understand that I want you to know the facts of when it happened, when he died, and we're waiting for the trial. I'm not going to sit here and say he didn't do it. Because God knows that I would be lying. But at the end of the day, I do not hate him. The family don't hate him. We just hate the way he carried out my brother's getting help.
Wow. I mean, she doubled down again on the fact that it's not even so much that he popped her brother, but it was just how his lack of care and negligence afterwards. Look, let me tell you, this is loaded with perspective and loaded with information. Not that the sister is doing anything wrong, but like you got to read all up in between that. She's almost pulling you into the in between of it all. For this sweet woman to be on camera mourning the death, the untimely death of her brother who has been murdered by someone else who was intimate and had close ties to the family, aka his spouse. And for her to not hate this man, for her to not be hijacked emotionally by the situation, which would be easy to do because it would be easy for the sister to just hijack out of her emotions the narrative and double down on sending Dominique to hell. And for her to come on here poised, lovingly honest, and being fair and letting it be known that Dominique wasn't the only toxic one, despite him being charged, despite him being in jail right now for felony murder, that to let it be, she wants it known that her brother was mutually toxic to Dominique as Dominique was to her brother. For her to say all that and divulge all that, which nobody asked her for, she willingly is divulging that side of it, and took it a little bit further and said that her brother is generally protective, controlling, territorial, and he wasn't just like that with Dominique. He was like that with them. I told you guys, TJ, the brother of LLIPS, came forward. He also kind of softly alluded to Dominique being very, his brother was an alpha male. He was, and he was very much so, an alpha male. And he brought up a situation like with their mother and how his brother LLIPS would, hoard the mom. It was kind of all about LLIPS, but, he kind of just always kind of just accommodated LLIPS personality type. The sister also, said that pretty much when it came to LLIPS, it had to be the highway or the byway. So for her to be laying all this out, as I said in the previous live, what this is given to me, and once again, this is all perspective. We're going to be following the information and the facts. So perspective will change as more information is funneled in. As we learn more, I will be bringing that into my perspective and customizing my perspective to what we learn as more things come out. But what is given to me, and why the sister can't bring herself to make any assumptions yet about the circumstances that led to this, is because I think this wasn't the first, even though Dominique is the one who shot, allegedly, LLIPS. It's possible that this could have been a domestic dispute that got out of control, and maybe LLIPS might have drew the GUN first. And maybe this is not the first time that a weapon has been employed. But maybe in this situation, Dominique reacted to the GUN being put on him and took the weapon from LLIPS and popped LLIPS in return. Because I'm trying to think about, if I was LLIPS' sibling, why would I say this? Why would I be so reluctant to assume what, like the obvious, that, like this man killed my brother, that's it, that's period. Why would I be reluctant to draw conclusion? Why would I be slow to make any assumptions about what would have happened? Why would I? The only reason I would be reluctant is if I knew that my brother had been the aggressor at times, and that my brother may have put a GUN in the past on his partner. And if I'm being an honest person, knowing that I would find it reasonable to respond to violence with violence, I may not personally be able to form a judgment about Dominique, because he did what I would have felt I would have had the right to do had someone drew a gun on me. It became a me or you situation, and I came out on top in that situation. Why else would the sister be withholding judgment unless this isn't the first time something like this has happened? But this time, Dominique fought back. This time, Dominique decided that he was in a very dangerous situation, and this wasn't going to be a matter of LLIPS just flaring the gun around or pulling the gun out to be intimidating. And Dominique decided, no more. I don't know what you're going to do. Now we got to couple that with something. Neighbors have also come out and said that in the weeks leading up to LLIPS' murder, that things were very volatile between them. There were constant DB situations playing out leading up to the weeks of LLIPS' death, that it got so bad that they were ramming each other's cars into each other. Got very, very bad. Maybe all this tension and growing tension is what compounded in Dominique believing that when and if this is all hypothetical, that when LLIPS drew the gun for whatever reason, LLIPS might have been not intending to shoot Dominique. He just pulled it out like some people do. Some people like to pull out their Glock to talk their shit, to be intimidating, to shut the person the fuck up, not necessarily to hurt them. But once again, when you put a person in a situation like that, you can't always count on the way you think their brain is going to respond. Sometimes they may take that shit. Other times, maybe because of what's taking place, honey, they may respond a certain way. I had somebody comment in the previous live stream and say, well, if he was wheelchair bound, how the fuck could he have been a threat? Put two and two together. Because he's wheelchair bound. Well, first of all, we don't have no evidence that he was wheelchair bound. The police report doesn't even say they found LLIPS in the bathroom in a wheelchair. They found a blood trail from the bedroom to the bathroom in the bedroom. And that's why I played LLIPS live stream as well after his cardiovascular event, because LLIPS said he utilized different things with his mobility. He utilized sometimes a scooter or a cane or a walker, maybe depending upon the distance between the bed and the bathroom. LLIPS might have, he might have crawled possibly from the bedroom to the bathroom, or he might have limped. We don't know the totality of his functionality. But LLIPS did not say he was fully wheelchair bound. He did have mobility issues, and he utilized all of these mobilizations accordingly. In his home, he probably wasn't in a wheelchair because everything is in reasonable distance. He can cling to the walls as he walked to the kitchen. You know, he can hold on to something as he walked through his home. So I'm pretty sure he wasn't in a wheelchair at home. He probably used a cane or maybe a walker for the most part at home, but not a full-blown wheelchair. A wheelchair and a scooter was probably employed when it came to going out in public and pooching around the city, etc. So he wasn't per se in a wheelchair. Secondly, this actually could be an even stronger defense for the self-defense narrative. Because if LLIPS was already kind of, he was toxic too, according to the sister, He was mutually abusive to Dominique, according to the sister. But now that person who is alpha, that person who can be aggressive as well, is now immobilized to some degree. He doesn't have the full functionality of his body. To me, it would make more sense why LLIPS would have a GUN, especially in a situation that's getting heated, because he can't rely on his body. He can't rely on just fighting somebody and knowing he would win. He would need an extra helper outer if he's in a tense situation because he's disabled. So for all we know, the GUN is LLIPS GUN. For all we know, because LLIPS was and did have some bodily issues, some mobilization issues, for him having a gun helped him, because he still knew, disabled or not, he wasn't going to be putting up with nobody's shit. He still knew, disabled or not, that you know, he knew what kind of relationship he was in. He knew, you know, that he still wasn't going to be no punk ass nigga, and nobody was going to be whipping his ass if it ever came down to that. So he had a weapon, and maybe on this fateful day, girl, when they both are arguing for whatever reason, once again, this is all theory, possibly, maybe, LLIPS could have been the one initially to have the gun. And it was for his personal safety, considered that he was disabled. And maybe LLIPS was in the habit of pulling out his gun when it came to arguing with production. But on this day, production decided that it was a real threat. And that shit was a little bit too tense. And he didn't know which way to call it. And maybe there was a wrestle for the gun. And he popped LLIPS in return to neutralize said threat. The sister refusing to assume that Dominique is totally the bad guy in the situation. Once again, it's what's leading me to this hypothesis that this may not have been the first incident, and that it's very much so possible that Dominique could have been defending himself against a locked and loaded, armed and dangerous LLIPS, who may not have, once again, employed the gun to per se hurt Dominique with. He might have just employed it for optic purposes. He might have pulled it out to just demonstrate his gangsterness. You know, people do that. But things went too far and assumptions were made, and it led to this said outcome. Let's get into this police report, because the police report is even more interesting. I'm going to be dropping a link, you guys. We got to come up to. So I want you guys to sound off. Because you have to think about, why the fuck would the sister, why would she just be, why is she being so ambiguous about who's right and wrong in the situation? Why is she refusing to, as she said, you know, why is she assuming? You know, why is she refusing to assume that it looks like what it looks like? It got to be because this isn't the first time something like this happened. And she knows that because her brother might have pulled out a gun in the past, that Dominique could have, in fact, defended himself from an armed LLIPS who is disabled. He would have had a reason to be armed. Once again, you know, he knows he don't have the mobility, you know, to win in a physical fight. So he would need kind of an extra sword and shield when he get into things. Okay, now check out the police report. On the 16th of last month, approximately 8:30 p.m., I was dispatched to this address here where the caller stated he was shot. Okay, so LLIPS was still coherent and conscious. He called the police himself. Dispatch could then hear another person, which we're going to assume is Dominique, on the line saying he did not know what was happening. And then saying he was shot, he was shot, he was shot. I arrived on the scene approximately 3 minutes later after other officers had met with Cameron Hefner, aka Production, outside of the apartment. Hefner stated that his husband, Bradley Jones, walked inside and was shot, and that he did not know what happened. I let Hefner sit in the back of my patrol car, telling him detectives were on the way and would want to ask him some questions about what had happened. I spoke with Captain Lee, who stated that it was Hefner who answered the door, saying that he did not know what happened. Officers found Jones in the bathroom, and they didn't say in the bathroom in a wheelchair, in the bathroom, with a GUN shot wound to the left abdomen. Captain Lee called the number that dialed 911, and the phone Hefner had in his hand rang. Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, so at this point, Hefner, hold on, said that he was shot. Wait a minute. The caller said that he was shot. Oh, wait. Cameron is the one. Production seems to be the one that called. Okay, wait, so I'm confused based upon the police report who called, because initially I thought that LLIPS called, but it might be that Production is the one that initially called, because now that I'm reading it, it doesn't clarify who called. It says the caller stated that he was shot, but we don't know what that's in reference to. We don't know whether that's Cameron or Production panicking on the phone with the dispatcher saying he was shot in terms of referring to LLIPS, or rather, or if the dispatcher is claiming that LLIPS called and was stating that he was shot. The way this statement is written, it doesn't really clarify that. But based upon the fact that the phone was in Production's hands, I'm now going to assume that the initial call was also made by Production. Okay, because the captain stated that it was Hefner who answered the door, saying that he did not know what happened. Officers found Jones in the bathroom with a gunshot wound to the left abdomen. Captain Lee called that number, dialed 911, and the phone Hefner had, Production had in his hand, rang. So, seemingly, Production might have made the initial call too. Inside of the apartment, it was a mess consistent with some type of altercation taking place. There was food and a bottle of liquor on the floor near the living room table. In the hallway in front of the bedroom, there was a broken bottle of liquor with liquid on the ground. There were also drops of blood leading into the bedroom and the bedroom bathroom. There was a loose round of ammunition by the nightstand and in the bedroom. There was vomit on the floor of the bathroom from Jones. I took the phone that was used to call 911 as evidence. While waiting with Hefner in my patrol vehicle, Hefner made the following statements. Quote, "I don't know anything. Just put the handcuffs on so I can go to jail. I've been through too much." Both me and him were on the phone trying to make the call, but it don't matter now. And I'm sure that I'm going to jail. I transported Hefner to Gwinnett County Police Headquarters and put him in the interview room at Gwinnett County Police. Took over the investigation from there. So when I read the police report, I was also thinking maybe either Production was trying to cop a plea by, acting like, I don't know what happened. Or he genuinely didn't, because for two things. Either he had a psychotic episode, which is not unusual when it comes to a person who has experienced consistent abuse, mentally, verbally, etc. Now, once again, the relationship was mutually abusive. But we don't know in the different ways either one of them processed the tension in their relationship. This might have been the point where for production, all of that tension, all that frustration, all this years of pent up shit, all of this, whatever the internal narrative was, whatever the issues were, culminated in him having a psychotic episode in this contentious moment and popping lips accordingly. Or it's possible that production was high out of his motherfucking mind, since a lot of people are saying that production gives crystal meth vibes. He gives cocaine vibes. He gives crackhead vibes. He definitely has a crackhead aesthetic. Could this be the reason for some memory loss? Could this be the reason why he didn't know nothing? Either he's copping a plea and he's just acting stupid and feeling guilty and is not wanting to go down for unaliving LLIPS, or he genuinely don't know what the fuck happened, and it might have been because he was high out of his mind. Now, could production being high is what led to whatever aroused this argument to begin with? Maybe LLIPS was frustrated with production. I'm sick of your shit. You always high. I'm sick of this shit. You've been cheating. You've been stealing money. I'm just sick of this shit. Now you high as fuck, because obviously LLIPS would be rather dependent upon production, since LLIPS is very disabled. You know, his partner, he would obviously be expecting a lot from his partner in terms of functionality. And maybe LLIPS was frustrated. He started going the fuck off on old boy. Maybe old boy, you know, he started popping his shit back. And once again, you know, things were being said, things got heated, and either LLIPS reached for the GUN and that escalated the situation, or production reached for the GUN. We know that it appears that production, at the very least, pulled the trigger, but who initially even inserted the GUN into the equation to begin with, we don't know. We don't know whether this was a wrestling over a GUN. We don't know if LLIPS was the one who perpetuated the GUN first. And once again, I'm having to really entertain that, because the sister refused to just assume the obvious. And there has to be a reason why she's refusing to assume judgment against production. And it might be because this ain't the first time this has happened, and that this was self-defense on LLIPS' part. You can see here, LLIPS is with a cane, not a wheelchair. So once again, this idea that he was just rolling around in a damn wheelchair all the time is not true, not even according to LLIPS himself, who spoke about the way his disabled shows up. You know, he sometimes uses a scooter, but most of the time he's using a walker or a cane. And once again, he was in his home. So more than likely, he was not in a wheelchair. It really doesn't matter, because even in a wheelchair with a gun, he would pose a threat. If it comes out through this investigation that, because as I said earlier, there have been cases where spouses who experienced a lot of interpersonal violence had a psychotic break. It resulted in a lesser sentencing, maybe sometimes even in acquittals. The courts do recognize emotional distress and interpersonal violence, which can lead maybe to the so-called victim in the situation responding in this irrational way to maybe even what was a common argument, or what was, you know, a common misunderstanding and the regular rigmarole that couples may go through. But if the lawyer, as I stated, if production's lawyers, there's enough here considering that the relationship was mutually abusive. They now can use the sister's own testimony. She could end up being a goddamn defense witness against her will for production's defense. If production's lawyer subpoenas the sister, everything she said on the Big Belly Bob platform, she may also have to say in production's defense on the stand. And without choice. If the Lord, but let me tell you something, baby. See, I'm able to kind of like explore all of this on a criminal level, etc., because I'm not emotionally attached to the story. So, you know, I know that there's a lot of viewers who were fans of production, etc. So some people may be too hijacked right now by their emotions to be able to pull in all the elements going on here, but I don't have a emotional tie to this story. It's unfortunate, and now it's playing out on a criminal level, and I'm able to just exist wherever the information takes us. I don't have a made up mind about anything because, as the sister said, you know, we don't know what has happened, but based upon all the things that's come out from what the family has said so far, what the alleged neighbors have said about the events leading up to LLIPS murder, there's some interesting thought here at work. Let me see if there's anything else I want to tap into. I do have his Facebook. I have Cameron's Facebook up. We can also scorch through that because it was very interesting. His Facebook is still very much so up. So let's kind of scorch through his Facebook. Let me pull up Cameron's Facebook, Productions Facebook. And you guys, please thumbs up the video, all of that good jazz. Shout out to all of the donators. I think that my boo Medusa said that she had hit the old nasty piece of PayPal. Thank you in advance, my love. Thank you so much. Hold on, there's a lot going on. What the fuck? I'm getting intel, y'all. It's a lot going on, child. Oh, thank you so much, baby mother. Thank you, my God. Today, you're blessing the king, my love. Thank you. God bless you, baby mother. Thank you so much. This is why I work, baby. Y'all employ the king, baby, to get into the things. Thank you so much, my love. Well, the Facebook that I have on camera is not actually privated yet. It's still very much so public. And his latest post was from 2022. So we're going to scorch through this one here. This is this page is still publicly available. Let's see what he's posted here. He's got some posts supporting his niece. Let's look at some of these pictures first. It's a 2014, so he's had this particular Facebook here for a long time. Long time. Okay, that's him and LLIPS together. Okay, let's go through some of these posts. All right, so on July 28th of 2022, he wrote this. Sadly, we don't always know the depths of someone's depression until it is too late. May I please have even one friend to copy and repost? I'm trying to demonstrate that someone is listening. Okay. June 7th of 2021, he said, welcome back to me. He's craving Waffle House and hash browns. On July 17th of 2020, he says, I'm done. ... Cryptic message here. Someone comments under that and said, I enjoyed y'all on YouTube. In July 2020, he said, I have to find a way in my mind to respect myself enough to say, okay. That same month, he says, once a liar. That same month, he says, dear God, shelter my home. So there's something obviously going on in June. These posts were made on the same day and were also made June, July, months apart from each other. So there was something going on in the months of June and July of 2020. Something seemingly intimate, something having to do with his home. Okay. We're just looking through. Oh, he was single in 2020. Now, they've been together for 20 years. So, in May 9th of 2020, there had been a breakup. Okay. Seemingly more breakup posts. Things were not supposed to be this way. I miss my family. God bless my family. God, please let me have one good birthday. Okay, some more birthday distress. As we showed earlier, he seemingly feels he never gets to have a good birthday. There's always some fuckery and foolery. As the days go by, I'm really thinking I need to follow my first mind. We're just gorging through, just seeing what's going on. Apparently, there's another Facebook post, another Facebook page by him that's now been privated. By who, I don't know, since Cameron is sitting in jail right now. A lie ain't shit for nobody to tell in March. Okay, in March, he says, I'm done. I'm alive, but I seriously hate my life in February of 2020. Someone comments under that and says, this is sad. Knowing what we know now, I feel bad for you. In December of 2019, I hate this shit. In December, again, I have so many dreams. Please don't let my frustrations hurt those that I love. The same person also wrote this. I truly feel bad for this dude. It's fucked up what happened, but I truly feel empathy for production. Not sure what was happening in December of 2019. Someone says, but you did. Okay. I'm assuming this is maybe family. Someone else said this is heartbreaking. Once again, not sure what the context is. Oh, this is somebody who is who commenting recently. This is somebody who is commenting Even though this person made comments 4 years ago, but this person is also making current comments. Like, this is from a day ago. They ain't got to a bad for production. I know you didn't mean to kill, but probably was fed up with whatever was going on. I liked you, and I still do. Taking the baby on a date. In October of 2019, I'm done worrying about ninjas when my feelings are never in the pic. Do you, bros? Definitely breakup vibes. In September of 2019, I understand how the devil can manipulate people, but I've never seen someone who's totally given in till now. So whoever this was, he's referring to as embodying the full devil. Does anybody know what a mukbang is? Okay. Ebony wrote 2 days ago, so he never wanted to do mukbangs. He really was forced to. He says here he only intended on doing one and not being in the front. He probably preferred just the cooking facet of the venture. Let's see what said. Same commenter says, looking at some of his posts, clearly things weren't all good. I feel bad for production. He didn't have to do what is alleged. This is a sad situation. Once again, nobody knows what happened. I mean, for all we know, it could have been self-defense, which means he definitely had to do what he needed to do if it was self-defense. Dude hated his partner, but his partner truly loved him. Shaking my head. Rest in peace to Lips, says Ali. Lord, I hope my boss don't think I don't care, but I don't do well with stuff. But I've been literally praying every day, get the strength to actually pick up the phone. I couldn't be more pissed off right now if I wanted to be. I need to clear my mind. I'm thinking about hitting the pool to release some stress. Look, people grieve differently, but every holiday you have to be the biggest dick in the world. Dear God, I just want to say thank you for my loving hubby and family and for the chance for me to know you my way. Okay, now this was made before the May 26th post about somebody being the biggest dick. Is he talking about the same loving husband, which we now know they had a very consistently toxic ass relationship? So it could look like this. Doing good for a week or two, and Ike and Tina for the rest of the month. This is the first time I've seen my baby clean greens. My mother would have killed me. I love this ninja. That's why I married him. He can't help but make shit hard. 77 comments underneath this post. Let's check out these comments. Someone said 6 days ago, you always hated Lips. That's why you unalived him. I pray you get life in jail. Someone else said, oh my God, 6 years back, he did not like his husband at all. Oh, wow. Someone says, oh my God, y'all so judgmental. Going all the way back, seems to me he felt mentally abused due to having no income. He seems like yes man, and that makes some men feel less than. This is a sad situation for Black men. Rest peacefully, Lips. Praying for your mental health, Cameron. Someone named Kelly said under that, I saw him here in Memphis a year ago, Cameron, and I could see everything of what you just said. He was looking for pork on the phone, loud but obeying. He was on go through trying his best. Now I notice him because of YouTube, and I know they were in town visiting family, but I could see the yes man in him. Them eyes. This is a terrible situation because I'm currently going through separation, kid abandonment, and verbal threats of life here and there, and was a yes woman to everybody, to be honest. It's 50 replies here. Let's look under here. Oh, it doesn't let me see it. Oh, here it is. You shouldn't be so fast to throw stones in glass houses, someone else says. I was about to say that because they saying Lips was beating on him and controlling him. I think everybody needs to hold their opinions until the truth actually comes out. Somebody gives a whole diatribe here. This person says on some of the episodes when they will eat together, he would use the fork, but eventually use his hands to eat food like spaghetti. And I would look at that some type of way, almost like he might have been starving and would find a way he can get the food in his mouth, the better. But he tried to be respectful on camera. He had genuine nice soul and he was crying out for help. And for people to say, why didn't his family help? First of all, he's an older gay black man. And if people don't know about their lifestyle, his family probably didn't accept his lifestyle, whereas Lips' family supported their lifestyle. Either way, it is a very sad, and I wish he had the strength to just leave him. I really do, because when it get to the point where you want to unalive your mate, I tell people all the time, love does not hurt. I don't know who needs to hear this, but love does not hurt. People confuse the love with manipulation, narcissism, and just especially when he was ill, he took very good care of that man all the way around that board. This makes me sad for them both. And once again, Dominique had just saved Lips' life 2 months prior to this. He had just saved that man's life. He was the one that got Lips to the hospital when Lips was having a heart attack. This person named Lily says, I totally agree with everything you said. I would like to call myself a good judge of character, and I don't get an aggressive person. I don't get a person who will harm someone. Something had to happen. As I was watching YouTube, they're saying he stabbed him. We now know he was shot. All I could think of was maybe they were fighting. It's reports out of DB with them, with Cameron being the victim. So although I wasn't there and don't know what may have happened, in my opinion, may not matter. But it seems as if maybe they were fighting and he stabbed in self-defense. It's clear that he have been unhappy and crying out for help, crying to be loved for years. Lips did have a way more stronger personality as well. On camera, you can see how Cameron would act, that it was a lot going on behind the scenes. Unfortunately, we're in a world that people automatically give sympathy to the person who is no longer here because that's just human nature. But at times we have to look more into it. Did this person do anything to cause what may have occurred? As you said, it's a sad situation on both ends. It's a child involved. And to know that the child had 2 men who loved her to death, and to wake up and now they're both are gone. This reminds me of 15 years ago. Okay, to get into his own life story. Okay. It's a lot going on, y'all. I'm gonna drop the link. We'll continue to scourge. I'm gonna drop the link. But this very well could have been a DV situation. It very well could have been a situation where Lips initially employed the weapon, but Dominique, it got the best of Lips. The police report does say that there was a round of ammunition right by the nightstand. So, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna let you guys come up. You guys can divulge your theories, your observations, your feelings, etc. I just dropped the link, so you guys please hop up, because this live stream is for you guys to pop off. So come do your thing, because we're not going to be here all day. Not going to be here all day, but I just dropped the link, you guys. The devil has been pushing at me left and right, but I'm still putting on my good shirt tomorrow. That's 2019. I don't know what it is. I never had good B-days, 4 days and counting. Can't wait till the shit is over. Okay, let me bring up. Hey, Rumors and Tea.
Hey, Conscious. Hey, crew.
Hey, boo.
Now, y'all, before I get to running my mouth, can y'all please stop playing with the king and thumbs up the video?
Thank you.
Like, this was the live we requested, so please, do your big ones.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
So sound out with, because I know you have a lot of thoughts about what's taking place. I'm curious to hear from you and what you have summarized this far from everything that's going on.
Okay. So before I get into what I think happened and all of that, I first want to send my condolences and love and light to the family.
Yes.
I do feel like from listening to the sister and the brothers talking points in regards to wanting people not to focus on the tragedy. Well, that was the brother's request. The sister want us to wait till the facts come out before we jump to conclusions and things of that nature. I do feel like they're trying to protect his legacy, which I totally support because he was the one that was providing the support for his daughter. In any way that they can continue to maintain a certain lifestyle for this young lady, help her in her future endeavors, I'm all for it. So I do want to encourage people to check it out. It's all over everybody's algorithm, so you can't miss the videos. You know what I mean? Even if you just click on it and look at it for a minute, please do so. Okay, got that out the way. I think after watching Lips last night, because I had never viewed his content before, but he was in my algorithm and it was just playing video after video after video. So the videos that you played today, I saw last night. And I really do believe there's a strong possibility that Lips suffered from CTE. No, I'm not a medical physician, but when he told his story about how he became disabled, and he mentioned along with his brother that they played football. He was a big guy. Um, Football was one of their sports of choice. Then listening to what the sister had said, I said, this sounds very, very similar to a lot of football players that literally have these rage moments. And I began to look more into the CTE diagnosis, and I was reading different articles and things of that nature, even to the walking. Like, when you suffer brain trauma, like traumatic brain injuries, a lot of times, I don't know if it's because of the science is not that advanced in that field. It's like it's one of the things that is not looked at first and foremost when it comes to these athletes or former athletes. But we see in large numbers that anyone that play any type of contact sport that will require them to, maybe get hit in the head or anything like that, we see that there's a commonality of them having these sort of like rage, like sometimes deadly rage episodes. Now you couple that with the loss of his mom, right? His father, because everything he said happened like back to back. Then him going through his own depression and everything. So that it feels like this man may have been experiencing CTE and never got a diagnosis for it. And all of the things that went on, you just couple all of that, and then you have the husband production. Medusa was making some, like, I was observing this last night as well. She was saying some things that was bringing back to my remembrance how production would. I watched some of the videos where he pranked production. Production always seemed very uneasy because some of the videos he looked, no offense, he did look kind of crackish by way of mouth, but otherwise, the other appearance, he was like, clean and well groomed. But something about his energy seemed very uneasy to me.
Like he was scared of him.
And I said,
I also wondered too, with you saying that, Aromas, and welcome to the platform, Queen. Because when I was watching some of the clips too, I also was getting he very much so could have had a fear of Lips, on top of the fact that he just seemed kind of generally maybe not someone who was the most comfortable in himself, like somebody who definitely kind of had low self-esteem, a lot of self-doubt, etc. Go ahead.
What I also picked up, right, was that I can tell, as you were reading one of the comments on production's post, it did appear like Production was an uneasy guy. With like, his self-esteem wasn't as high as Productions. Lips obviously was like, the star out of the two of them, et cetera, et cetera. But I saw, like, my discernment was kicking in, and I saw, and I'm not trying to make Production fully like innocent in their toxic relationship. But what I did notice was, like, he just seemed very timid. Like, even like one of the pranks he was talking, it was a Production was acting like, I'm not Production, sorry, Lips was acting like the food was terrible, right? And he just kept like biting his tongue. He wouldn't say anything. And then even when the cameras, the cameras were still rolling, but when the show was supposed to have been over, he said to he was like, he spoke up a little bit more to Lips, but you could still see that there was like a timid thing there. And what I personally believe, based upon like the theory that people that are in the wheelchair, even though we know that he was not permanently wheelchair bound, there are people that are in the wheelchair. I have an uncle, may he rest in peace, that was he was wheelchair bound, and he used to beat the crap out of his wife. And we never believed this woman being black and blue, that he did that to her. The family just did not believe it until we saw with our own eyes. Don't think that a person's disability can cripple them where they cannot fight and things of that nature. That's not the case. However, what I said that to say, I do believe that there's a strong possibility that Production did not become abusive towards Lips until Lips became disabled. I believe that may have been.
Let me ask you a question. Because so Lips has been kind of reasonably, kind of like partially disabled for a long time. Because I remember when he was talking about like his back injuries and stuff, he was talking about when like his daughter was like very, 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 very young at that point. How does anybody know how old she is now? Isn't she like what, 8 or so, maybe 8, 10? I don't know.
I believe she's 11
No,
and a half, about to turn 12.
Okay.
she's a little older now. When he talked, the video you played, I watched that video in its entirety. When he discussed how he came into becoming disabled, he said they were on their way. They had actually went to Disneyland or Disney World, and they drove straight there and back. He was not disabled then. Him and Production had already been together for some years at that point. So this was not early on in their relationship. If they have been together for 18 to 20 years, this is something that may have possibly happened maybe around, I guess, during the pandemic or so, or because the little girl ain't that old. Maybe a couple of years before the pandemic, probably. But nonetheless, just a theory. And I apologize to the family if anybody sees this and feels like, but just a theory. I believe that he was initially the abuser in the relationship, Lips. And I do believe that once he became disabled, and he probably still had that abusive, maybe he could not fight him per se, but he may have still had the verbal abuse that he was, perpetuating onto Production. And I think Production finally felt empowered, because you need me. You're not able to, I don't want certain words, you're not able to beat me down as much as you used to. And maybe that's when he started fighting back, hence why the sister said they both were, and things of that nature. And why she has, even if it was a day or two, it doesn't really matter. But I can see why she has so much empathy for Production in that way, because he probably more than likely endured more abuse on, longer than he retaliated and gave it back to Lips. It's not excusable, because we know that if you're in a situation like that anyway, you should just walk away and leave. It's not worth it. But choosing to stay, 9 times out of 10, my discernment is always right. That is probably what happened. And I just feel like in this particular case, because there are people that feel like the sister should not have said anything, she should not help his case in any way, But the reality is, she should have spoken up. Because if this is in fact a case of self-defense, this man does not belong behind bars. What he really should get, if it's found out to be self-defense, the court should release him, but make him, require him to get some type of therapy. Needed.
Yeah.
And the fact that, like sister said, she don't think that he will live. She don't think that he could survive even going to trial. How close they were. I think he needs help.
Yeah.
And I'm going on mute so somebody else can talk.
Okay. Interesting thought. Hey, Queen.
Hey, boo. Okay, so look, let me just, I want to really approach this delicately because I understand that it is a sensitive situation, especially with the family and his daughter who may or may not come across these things that we are saying. So I just want people to be mindful of that. We do need to kind of have a sensitivity to it. But this is what I wanted to say. A lot of people are guesstimating or assuming that there could be some sort of drugs or something like that along the lines that were playing a part. I'm going to say what I know to be factual. People in the mukbang community who have been watching LLIPS for a long time know alcohol is a issue for not just LLIPS, for production as well. And I'm going to pull some receipts. I'm going to go back to a little bit of time because it was one time in a mukbang community where they would meet up and they would do their videos or whatever, and they would all get together. And it was an incident that took place and it resulted from alcoholism. The police ended up having to be called. This was viral around maybe like a couple years ago. The police ended up having to be called not because they were fighting, but because they were fearful that LLIPS could harm production. And this is, LLIPS LLIPS came on. He talked about this. And, of course, when things like this happen, they go on videos and they explain what's going on. And he basically took full accountability. He was like, it was on me. I got too intoxicated. I take full responsibility. He apologized to all parties involved. And he also apologized to production because production was trying to calm him down at the time. And he turned up on him. And what I saw on that Facebook page that I was saying is now private, a lot of the family members and friends were begging production to get away from him because, as you've seen, he's very adamant about telling, the trauma he's experienced and all of these things. Yeah. And I saw even people in production's family. I think it was somebody said, I'm his big cousin. I'm telling you, you need to leave him. This is what I saw with my own eyes. So I don't want to paint this picture that because production is sitting behind bars and he's in jail, that he's just this villainous person. He had it out for LLIPS and he was so, jealous of him, which could be a thing. But there is context to that. People around them are speaking to the relationship they're witnessing. And from their experience, when LLIPS is under the consumption of alcohol, he gets very dark. And like I said, LLIPS has also admitted this. This is not me making this up. This is not speculation. This is what has been said. I also want to speak to, the issue regarding this disability. Somebody, as a person who works in healthcare, let me say this. Disability does not mean you are completely disabled. It means you could be limited in some areas of your mobility. And that was exactly the case here. There are vlogs and videos where they were out and about. Yeah. And he was actually up walking with no assistance. So it is a modification thing where he may or may not need help sometimes. Or maybe when he's in too much pain or he's experiencing swelling. Those could be reasons for the assistance of a cane or the assistance of a chair. Now, I will also, talk about parts of production's role, because I keep seeing people say, well, what was his role in the mukbangs? For the people that don't know, production by, career choice is a cook. He's an actually good cook. So these people saying that, oh, he's like a bum and he doesn't have anything. No, he actually has a career in cooking. When people saw the platforms that were beautifully spread out, in these mukbang videos of.
So that was all of his work.
Yes. He was doing all of that. And, LLIPS, I'll give it to him. He definitely would, appreciate him in that regard. He set up all of this beautiful, and he let people know production is the one that's cooking this stuff. Now, here's where the issue with the food came at. And this is why I kind of had to step back, because my discernment and the way that I was viewing their channel, I was like, something's not right here. when you look at these videos, and he would sit down to eat with LLIPS on camera, because it was very few in between where production would appear on camera. It always seemed like he was kind of like unsure, not sure if he should engage, or he had to wait for approval. I saw that a lot. Like, he was scared to pick up a piece of food and eat. You know, it was LLIPS like, okay, you can have some of that, or you can touch this, or you can touch that. And I'm like, wait a minute, he's the one cooking the food. How are you controlling, what he can or can't eat? And it's supposed to be a mukbang. That kind of sat weird to me. And then I started to notice that not just LLIPS, but production would be on camera with full-fledged abuse marks. I mean, they tried to kind of mask it in the beginning. Oh, this is, he fell, he was trying to fix this, and it was always an excuse. But it started to be like where he had to come on camera, LLIPS, and address this. He was like, listen, things have happened. I know people have pulled up old charges. So he's acknowledging that they both had domestic, disputes.
Yeah.
This is not just, sporadic moments. They were going through this cohesively together. And I believe this is why the sister has the sentiment and the attitude she has, because she knows. Yeah. This is not something that they were able to hide. Their family and friends were aware of this. Unfortunately, we're now privy to what we see. And it's sad because there were so many people. I'm not going to say this is a situation where people just sat back and watched. From what I was able to observe, people were willingly telling the both of them, y'all both need to leave. This is not healthy. This is not safe. Yeah. It was a lot of that. And I just feel that, a lot of people are looking at production as he's this villainous person, but I do not get that. And I also want people to consider the size difference. I know a lot of people like to say, oh, size doesn't matter. No, it absolutely does. LLIPS, who was an athletic man, even up in age, he's a big man. This is a guy who played basketball and he played football, and he was very into sports. He was not a little frail, weak man, limited in ability or not. He's a big man. Production is very smaller than him. And if people think that the courts are not going to take that into consideration, you're crazy. That's one of the things they're going to look at. Like, okay, well, why would you need to resort to a gun? Or why would you resort to having to use this to stop whatever was happening? There is a big size difference, and that's going to play a role. But my question to you is, how do you think this will play out? If he is free, how do you think the public is going to receive production?
He may have to move very far away. They may have to actually put production in witness protection, maybe, at least for some time, because I'm not really sure how I'm not really sure, how it's going to be had. I want to believe that the public, is more centered on the facts. And if the facts support self-defense or, a reasonable justification for what took place, then, I want to say the public will be sound-minded. But considering that we are talking about a public figure, a beloved public figure, typically they have the bigger grip on the narrative regardless of the facts, just because people are so emotionally tied into the person that they knew on screen, they're tied into. And, considering that we're living in unhinged times, I'm actually more concerned that if this is a self-defense case and he's acquitted, etc., and he walks free, I'm more concerned about what LLIPS fans would do more so than I am about the family, because to your point, the family seems to be more prepared to deal with whatever the context is that led up to this, because they know it both ways. But in terms of the public, I think obviously he's not going to have any shot at being a public figure. He probably will never really show his face again. He'll probably live in, very much so a recluse. But he might be in some goddamn danger if he wants.
And one of the things that kind of struck me was on the video that's now going viral, where he was accusing production of these things.
Yes.
At one point in the video, he also says, I don't care how people view me, how they look at me. He said, it doesn't matter what people think of me. I know who I am. I know what I do. And that is when people, somebody in the background said, "You've been drinking, just let it go." And he said, "I don't care. Your friends already think what they're going to think about me. Your family already think what they're going to think about me." So it's like he knows the perception people have about him with his issue of drinking. And it just didn't seem to waver or bother him. Or maybe it's because he was too enamored under the influence to even consider that. But I think there is definitely alcoholism and other things that may be at bay here. I don't think that this would just be a situation where he would pick up a weaponry and say, "I'm going to end you." As you pointed out,
Because
this is a man that saved his life
he
a
said it
couple.
just 2 months ago.
Yeah. So it's I don't see him just being villainous and wanting to off this man that he's loving. And this is one more thing I'm going to say. I want people to consider all of the role that production played, not just as a husband, but as a caregiver. This is a man who LLIPS has admitted was bathing him, helping clean him, helping get him in bed. And one of the things that made me so emotional was I ran across a video where he was talking about, it was where one point where he became so debilitated, like he couldn't really move like he wanted to. And he said production was able to get him onto the couch. And even though they had a full-fledged bedroom, even though they had a full-fledged bed, a nice bed at that, he said production held his hand and laid on the floor beside him.
Absolutely.
So this it speaks character to how this man felt about LLIPS. He didn't just have this disdain or jealousy that I'm saying people paint. I don't see that.
I think people are. I'm sorry. I wanted to say I think people are painting that the people that are painting that picture are people that were not really supporters, and avid viewers.
Correct.
And just looking at the pictures that are floating around, the videos that are floating around that people are using, I mean, he looks crackheadish or whatever. But what I thought was interesting, someone in the comments stated that production suffered a stroke back in November. So here you have two sickly people. If LLIPS was overly indulging in alcohol, I'm pretty sure with the injuries that he had, he was receiving some type of pain meds.
Yep.
So you copper the pain meds with the, people are saying drug usage. There's a possibility that it did not have to be crack or meth or things, because those are some of the things people are saying. It could have been prescription drugs that they both were indulging in, and then you add alcohol to that, and then all the other toxic trauma, you have a recipe for disaster. So what I'm seeing is two individuals that had that utilized narcotics as a coping mechanism, trying to, maybe numb their traumas, and neither one of them got the proper help that they needed, and I do think that it is unfair to villainize production in a way that you make LLIPS an angel. And I think that was like when a sister first spoke and said that, it was nothing else for me to really question in regards to who's the bad guy per se, because she laid it out. It was nothing to this, to question in regards to if this man was an abuser and angry and hateful and spiteful and vindictive towards his husband. No, it was just laid out too perfectly, in my opinion, to understand that these are two toxic individuals. They both had problems and issues. They both were, causing and contributing to all of this drama and toxicity. So no one was really the victim in the situation, as a totality. But in the case of the unfortunate death, you know what I mean? Like, we don't, as she stated, wait till the facts come out. And more stuff is coming out, like Conscious said, and it's supporting the self-defense for production. People don't like that, but that is the reality. Listen, it happens. And what I want to know, how are the fans, if we're going to use that term, the supporters, going to feel when the facts do come out, if it does show that LLIPS was the aggressor in the situation and it was self-defense? Are they going to accept that? Because sometimes people, as Conscious been saying repeatedly, sometimes people just don't want to accept someone that they love not being who they idolize them to be. But two things could be true at the same time. He may have been very well, that's what we're seeing. He could have been that type of person that can turn it on and turn it off. Knew when to turn, when the lights, camera, action started, to, you know what I mean, get into lips mode. You know what I mean? It could have been a dual personality. We see this all the time. I don't know why the public won't accept it in regards to there's a strong possibility that this was self-defense.
And I want
I
people
don't
to
know why they don't.
also. Oh, I'm sorry. Rumor, were you? I thought you were kind of in there. Go ahead.
No, I'm muted.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, what I was just going to say was I want people to also know, too, that a lot of this stuff boiled over into public displays. This was not just stuff that was going on in the privacy of their homes. You have the neighbors. You have mukbang community members who had actually met up with them in person and witnessed this in person.
Yeah.
There were also people that they were on vacation with that witnessed these things as well. So this is not just...
Can you talk about some of the things that were bear a witness to?
Yes. Okay. So I didn't want to get into that because I was like, I didn't know if you wanted all that on your channel.
Yeah. I want everything.
Okay. So in the beginning, when I was talking about where there was an issue where the mukbangers had called the police on LLIPS. So okay, so in this case, this is what happened. They met up together. Now, mind you, these were people that only knew of each other on YouTube. Okay. They met up in person and they all decided to do like one big collab. So after they were done collabing, they met back at one of the mukbangers hotels rooms because they were all staying in the same hotel. They all had flew in and everything together. So they went back to this mukbangers YouTube room or whatever, and they decided to have a kickback. Well, in the midst of this, it is by their own admission. These are the mukbangers' words, not mine. When LLIPS came in, he was already saucy. For the people that don't know what I mean, he was already drunk. When he came in, he got even drunker. Now, in the midst of this, he ended up making an inappropriate comment to one of the mukbangers, and her husband was there. Her husband does mukbangs with her. Yes. So he turned up like, hold on, you don't talk to my wife like that. Now, let me give context. The inappropriate remark that was made to the wife was he said she had a fat ass. Now, I want people to understand, a heterosexual man and a gay man, regardless, at the end of the day, they're men. So he did not feel comfortable with him saying that to his wife, and rightfully so. And he addressed it, and LLIPS, kind of turned up, and he ended up making another inappropriate remark to another mukbanger man that was there. He told him that he looked good as F in his outfit while his husband was there, and production was trying to calm him down, was trying to get him to leave. He was like, come on, let's go. You've had too much to drink. This is embarrassing. We don't know these people like that. We just met up. Production is the level-headed one here. Everybody's taking note. Everybody's taking
I'm starting to understand like how he earned his name Production. He was literally producing and the production. Yeah.
Exactly. He was the one in the background keeping the structure of them together as a brand. So he was like, come on, you getting a little too drunk, let's go. He went to, grab, how you grab somebody's hand to kind of like, come on, let's go. And LLIPS got aggressive with him. So they, people got in between them. They called the police and they were like, we don't feel safe letting you leave with him. That's how aggressive LLIPS was. Yes. That's why I said this happened in public. This is not people, in private. He's doing this in front of people he does not know. So imagine what production was experiencing at home. Imagine what he was experiencing with someone like Rumors and T said that is possibly taking medication for pain and overlapping that with alcohol, which we know is a problem for him. So with all of this being said, these are things that have happened publicly. It was another incident where they were on a vlog. This is when they went to Tennessee. See, I've been around for all the mukbang too.
I can see. I see. Yeah. So Thank God you were.
Yes, they went to Tennessee and it was a fan. Now this happened because of a fan. Now this is how prima donna-ish LLIPS was. A fan came up and was so excited to see production And Lips was jealous of that. He did not like that. So it's one of those situations where the fan acknowledges the person behind the scenes, but not the star.
Right.
And Lips the entire time had a whole attitude. They went into the restaurant, they were sitting down to eat, and he ended up snatching a plate from production, and the waitress was like, "Y'all have to go. Y'all have to go." They had been out drinking and stuff all day. And
oh God.
Exactly. And this particular day, Lips was not in the wheelchair, was not using the cane. He was walking just fine. And he was like, "Come on, let's go. This is embarrassing. We don't want to get the cops called. Let's go." The lady was like, "I'm asking you nicely." He told that lady, "You can stop talking to me. I'm leaving." So he Lips grabbed the bag, they got up and left. Again, this is stuff that's happening publicly. So these are not situations where, production is the problem. It's Lips. Lips is publicly embarrassing the both of them. He's drinking, he's causing issues. Now, am I saying
he's got an ego, a major ego,
a very big ego? Am I saying in this case that there's just no possible way that production couldn't have just offed him because he wanted to? No, I'm not saying that, because again, I was not there. I'm simply painting a picture for the people not aware of the context between the both of them. But this is the stuff that he was seemingly doing publicly. Lips, there was a whole mukbang drama situation where they were coming out, like, these videos are still online, by the way, where they were coming out and confronting Lips, talking about how he was at the party. Oh, they were spilling all the tea. They talked about how he was acting, how he couldn't conduct himself. The husband was saying, "I wanted to put my hands on him, but and get this, the husband said if it wasn't for production, he would have had to put his hands on Lips. That's how bad it was." So he was begging me. He said, "Please, I am begging you, please, just, I'm trying to get him to go. Y'all just, please, I apologize." So in that situation, production was the apologetic one. He was just trying to fix it. But it just seems to me that Lips could not conduct himself. And the sister also said that, she said sometimes he just had a dark way of expressing his love. And that's not a good thing when you're going out in public and trying to exist amongst other people. Everybody not gonna take your love like your family gonna take it. Everybody not gonna do that.
Of course not.
So imagine if this man would have put his hands on Lips, or they would have jumped him off in that hotel. What was production supposed to do? These are the situations he's putting production in.
Is there a way that you can send, because you know where those videos are at, can you send Conscious those videos?
I'm gonna have to look them up, because I don't know the all the mukbangers names, but like I know one is Big Mac. He talked about it. Sam's World talked about it. She was there, I believe.
Sam's World and Big Mac. If you guys, if anybody in the chat gets a hold of these videos, email them at consciouztv@gmail.com or DM them to me directly at Consciouztv on Instagram, you guys.
I'm trying to think of what the name of that video was, because Lips did a whole sit down about it, like where he took full accountability. He apologized. You probably can just like type in something like Lips talking about drama on, like, in a mukbang. It was something like that. But this was a few years ago. I'm gonna have to pull it up and really go see. But I know Big Mac and all of them talked about it. They all individually did their videos. Even Be Lovely talked about it because she was dragged into it. It just got really messy, child. It was a lot. A lot.
Wow. I had no idea. So there was like a lot of drama going on around Lips. So then when you look at what's happening now, like, so considering that you saw all this play out when news broke, were you surprised that it came to this?
Well, no, but because look, this is the thing. When I first started watching them, let me explain why I watched the channel. Because I see a lot of people saying, "Well, who watches mukbangs? Like, why are people watching people eating?"
No, like that's a big thing. Like the mukbang situation is a whole big genre and sector. I mean, it's like the beauty community and any other community. There's always like a group for every genre of content.
Yes. So this is where I want to give Lips his flowers, because watching Lips, this is why I started watching him. I came across a video, right? And in the video, he just was having a in-depth conversation about, him coming out and being gay. This is when I first came across his videos. And he talked about, how his grandfather was a minister, and how he was fearful of coming out because he didn't know how his family was going to receive him. But he said to his surprise, they were very loving, like that he didn't have any issues or any stories of where he just felt neglected or anything. He made a joke and he was like, at one time my father even told me, I don't know why you don't come over here with your nails painted in different colors. He was like, it's okay, we love you. And so he started crying on camera, and that went viral, and that's how I first had came across him. But his videos were always inspiring. It sort of had more of a religious background to it a lot, but he talked about his conceptualizations of his everyday life experience and things he was going through. And he was just very warm and welcoming. But what we see is that was the character, that was the image, because there was a complete flip when he wasn't on camera. The family is revealing that. The friends are revealing that. I was not surprised that this is that it got bad. I was shocked to learn, of course, he had been unalived, but no, not by far. When I saw the abuse, the visibility of that, the marks, the abuse, I think at one time production had it looked like handprints on his neck. I was like, nah, I cannot support this. I cannot support this. And when LLIPS came out and did the video where he was talking about the domestic abuse, because like I said, during that time, people in the comments were letting LLIPS have it. They were talking about how he was treating him on camera. Like, people got offended because I had commented that I felt like production was being treated like the help. On camera, that's how it presented. That's how it presented. He would, I remember one time he dropped like a fork or something, and he snapped his fingers, like one of them, like, oh, pick that up for me. And the comments ate him alive for that. And he had to come on camera the next video and explain. He was like, y'all, we go back and forth like that. We talk like that. He was like, production, no, I don't mean no harm. This is who we are, and he just kind of had to mask it. But people began to see through it, like, nah, this is not okay how you're treating him. It was also incidents where people was like, we don't like that he's acting like he's scared to eat on camera. They had to address that. They found themselves more so addressing things because of the behavior than they were actually talking about the content that they wanted to talk about. That's how bad it had gotten. People started digging up the DV charges and posting them online. This is
okay. So can you talk about some of that? So who had been charged for what now?
Okay, so I don't know if people remember, but there was an incident where there was an accident, a car accident, right?
Okay.
People started doing their research and come to find out it was a domestic charge. They got into the accident because they were fighting inside the car because LLIPS grabbed the wheel. Production was driving. LLIPS grabbed the he grabs the wheel, and yes, they ended up hitting another car. I guess they spilled out of the car fighting because he was like, "Are you crazy? You could have, killed us both." And there were witnesses to this. People got online talking about it. We saw them fighting. So this stuff, I'm telling y'all, it's a lot. This stuff was like, when I tell you the mukbang community was a soap opera show, it got real. And they talked about this on a video as well. He was like, I'm embarrassed. I never wanted any public display of this happening on, where people would see us, but we had a bad day. And that's basically the words he used. We had a bad day. So the accident that people were talking about, those charges are now going viral. They were like, production tried to tell y'all, this stuff has been going on for years. The domestic charges were more so on LLIPS than they were on Dominic. In these cases, when they got Dominic, it was because when the police came, he was trying to fight LLIPS to combat him from what he was doing. These are the reports. The reports are public.
What? Okay, street committee, I need y'all to send all of that too.
Yes, I'm telling y'all, if y'all just look on YouTube and start pulling up, you could probably type in LLIPS drama. It's going to pop up. There is a lot. This is not new information. That's why the sister probably has this sentiment. Y'all know what's going on. They were both.
Because if y'all know this just as viewers from what has played out on camera, I can only imagine what the fuck the sister and the family have seen play out when the cameras are off. If
Bingo.
all of this has played out in front of the damn cameras.
Exactly.
Shit.
Exactly. It's a lot. I'm telling you, a lot. And like I said, my heart breaks
Yeah.
because the little girl, you know, and I know the sister has said she doesn't want people to post pictures and stuff of the little girl and to talk about her a lot. But I just wanted to say, you know, one thing that I can say on LLIPS behalf, that man loved his daughter. The connection they had on camera was beautiful. Again, we don't know what she witnessed off camera. I'm just saying what I was able to see and discern. That man loved his daughter. The connection they had when they were going to get their nails done together and the conversations he was having with her, you know, I want you to always love yourself, you know, no matter what. You know, he talked about an instance where she was getting bullied. These were things that he talked about with her and he was able to share, and it was beneficial to other people with their kids. He was like, I'm going to come on here and tell y'all, you know, I had an incident where my daughter was having an issue at school. You know, people was trying to bully her because of me and Production's lifestyle. And he talked about that. And like I said, it just breaks my heart that one day she's going to have to try to understand all of this. That's why, you know, when a sister made the comment, I don't know if he will even make it, you know, I'm like, for the only reason
because
why,
he's now got to sit in that jail and also deal with the guilt of not only what he did to LLIPS and how that impacted his life, but what that did to the family, but what he did to his stepdaughter.
Yes. So, I mean, my heart breaks for her. I'm, you know, wishing her nothing but love and light and positivity and hoping that one day she's able to cope as someone who's lost their father, not to anything like this, but I've lost my father and I know what it's like, especially being a little girl, to lose your father. That's tough.
Absolutely.
It's tough. So I don't know what's going to come of this, what to deduce of this, but I just want, you know, for her to have some sort of closure. That's all.
I think that what we can, is it safe to say that one of the things that we can extract from this is why it's important for people to love themselves, because LLIPS should have loved himself enough to get himself together. Yes. Even if it meant coming to terms with the fact that him and what possibly could have been the love of his life, Production, were not good for one another. And the responsible thing to do is to let their relationship go. Despite the history, despite the attachment, despite the attraction, despite whatever the things are, that the responsible thing to do when we go to do the forensics on me and you and the ratio of good and bad and our inability to work well together would be to let that go. Because I'm gonna be honest and say something very unpopular and uncomfortable. When you brought up the situation that happened in the car with LLIPS taking the driver's wheel from Production, I'm thinking, well, let me ask you this before I say that. What do you think he was trying to accomplish by grabbing the wheel? Grab the wheel to do what? What was he trying to do when he grabbed the wheel?
Well, see, that's what people were finding like so troubling and traumatizing. Like, why would you do something like that? You could have hurt the both of y'all. And that is why, again, when the police got there, he, like, Production was trying to, like, get him together. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, who does that? If I'm driving and you grab the wheel, I'm going to get you together too.
I'm going to whip your ass. You're going to have wished we would have died.
And there you have it.
And
there you have it. So that's why I'm saying, when people look at these things and they're seeing all of these charges, no, people went and dug it up. Because when I say that from the glass and stuff that had broke on the window, Production had like scrapes and scratches all over his neck. So people was like, nah, this can't be just from no, like, it just looks crazy. Yeah. And so people found out, they read the report. You know, of course, he reported what happened to the police. And in the report, it's saying, you know, LLIPS grabbed the wheel. So,
and this is insane. That's what I was about to say. This is because, see, this is kind of where I deviate from kind of the public when it comes to this whole concept of love. I know that we slap love on the top, you know, on top of a lot of shit, and we use love in very raggedy, loose, promiscuous kind of ways. We use it out of context. We, you know, and this kind of why I had to kind of do some segues when it came to even some of the sister sentiments around they loved each other. And once again, I'm not going to too much argue against that there was love there, because I accept that love was personifying itself through two broken people. So it doesn't negate the fact that there was love. But even when you said, like, you know, lips, and it is kind of, I think the brother TJ reiterated it too. Like, you know, he loved his daughter. He loved his daughter. You know, I really be having to question this whole love thing though, because I'm like, but you didn't love her enough to get out of a toxic relationship, and you didn't love her enough to keep your hands off the wheel that could have claimed the life of you and production.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I really think we have to delve deeper into this love shit and really start really coming to terms with what we really believe about love, and even like, because I don't be connecting love to to a lot of this shit that the public will connect love to. I can actually tell how much people actually do love a thing based upon their actions. Mm-hmm. And when their actions are completely incongruent with things that move the needle and move them forward, and things that are not only in the best interest of themselves and their overall community, I can then assess that this is a person or people that actually don't love themselves, and that's represented through their behavior. It's represented through their priorities. It's represented through how they behave when things get really bad. And here is a person. Go ahead.
I was going to say, well, is it fair to say that he didn't love them enough, or he was too selfish?
Well, he didn't actually love himself, because, you know, it all starts with us, because whatever we give to self is whatever we end up evangelizing to everybody else, either intentionally or unintentionally. So it would have had to really start with Lips loving himself in order to even know how to properly love production, how to fully and truly love his daughter, his family, and anybody else in his life. And the same thing goes for production. They both needed to separate from their relationship, because at the very least, what the relationship from both of their perspectives showed them is that, oh my God, bitch, I don't love me, and neither do you love you. And now we need to use that information, due to all the unloving shit that then transpired between us for 18 years, including somebody asking a very good question. If they've been together for 18 years, where the fuck did the daughter come from? Because there had to have been some type of an intermediary or intermission in this relationship for Lips to have hooked up with the mother of his child, and that led to his daughter. So there's been a...
I was going to say, but clock this, T. Remember, now let's go back to when I was talking about the hotel. That is also another reason why the man was mad with what he said to his wife. He was like, right, you got a daughter. So
right, nigga, you ain't gay, you bisexual, nigga. Yeah, you got a genuine proclivity toward women. Sure, absolutely.
Yep. Who's up here with us? Because I never saw who was up here with us. I got a question for you.
Is this what's your screen name in the chat, boo?
It's Queen of Topics, but for some reason, when I try to connect to like the StreamYard, it doesn't let me use that, so I have to go through Google to connect, and it makes me change my name.
Yeah, it still say Queen, but it's the Queen of Topics who be in the chat.
Okay, hey, boo. So I wanted to, this is what I want to ask you. Do you know anything about production's background? Like, because we know they Lips has shared a lot about his. Do we know anything about production's background?
Okay, so the only thing that and that was the thing too, I was like, do we not know enough? Because I was like, when I was doing my research, when all of this first broke, the only thing that I knew infinitively was that he had a career in culinary. You know, he was a great cook. He could, you know, he had obviously a lot of people who love him and like him, because everybody was speaking so positively of him and not Lips in the post that I seen. So on a personal aspect, no. But one thing that I do know people said was that he loved to party. And this could have been where a bit of the jealousy came from when the fan came up and acknowledged production. And, you know, because sometimes when your partner like to go out without you and they having a good time, and it could have been a little bit of jealousy there. You know, I don't know what type of lifestyle he was living, you know, outside of their relationship when he was out and about. But I think that plays a role in it for sure, because the way that Lips acted was like, it was from a jealousy standpoint. It was like, how dare you engage with somebody like, you're the help, I'm the star. It just gave very much, I don't like people coming up to you and talking to you. They should be engaging with me.
For sure.
So the reason why I asked that, because again, not trying to make anyone the angel or anyone necessarily the villain. I see a codependency when it comes. Like, I really feel like both of them had a codependency on each other, right? But I'm curious as to production's background, his life, him coming out and things of that nature, because Lips did not have the typical stereotypical coming out story as everyone else. I'm wondering if it was the opposite for production, and if that was the reason why production did not break away, because here he had not just Lips but a family, a whole group of people that were welcoming to him and loving to him and accepting of him. And was that something that possibly made him stick around for whatever, because sometimes two things can be true at the same time. You can also be a person that perpetuates, and you know what I mean, you just get tired of the back and forth and the toxicity and want to leave. And as we know, no matter what the gender is, a lot of people stay in abusive, toxic relationships because they feel like they can't leave. They have nothing. They have nowhere to go, no support, no da 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 da. So I'm wondering, without making Lips the villain, I'm wondering for production side of things, what was his codependency reasons of staying around, experiencing all this? Because like we said, we don't know though if their daughter was a planned thing. Couples, same gender loving couples, have children all the time, with others. Sometimes they get surrogates, sometimes they just, however, we know how it works. I don't know,
I
we
would
don't
think
know
that
this assuming.
I think that birth certificate would probably say a lot. But
Well, I was gonna say that I can assume that him and this woman had some type of relations directly, because the little girl is living with her mother. So this was not like a surrogacy type of thing.
right.
I don't know if it was an arrangement, because she could, like, 9 times out of 10. But anything, any arrangements and agreement could have been made. I don't know if they wanted to allow her to still have some balance, have the experience of having a actual physical, cisgender mother figure, female figure, things like that. I don't know. But
Yeah.
I'm like, just considering because with this story, there's so much. Take away the fact of him being unalive. Just with them, these two people together, there is so much to unravel. It's so many layers to this, and their toxicity and the good part. It's just so much that you can take away and have a conversation about. To be quite honest, it's like the story that just keeps on giving and giving in the most unfortunate way. But I just think that there's so much there. Like, was this an infidelity type of thing? Had they broken up, got back together, the child was conceived?
Mm-hmm.
It's so much. It's so much there.
It's a friendship where she wanted a child. He and his dude were ready for a child, so they just decided, okay, well, we can just share a kid. We can all go have on a baby then. Or was there infidelity? Because when I was flipping through Cameron's Facebook, obviously there had to be points where they were actually separated, because he's saying, I'm single, fuck niggas, I don't trust niggas, or whatever. So there definitely was all of that on again, off again, on again, off again, on again, off again type of dynamic obviously unfolding. So
from my understanding, the way that Lips explained how his daughter came in, because that was a question, he basically said that he admitted, he said there was a break, and he said he was not aware that the mother was until like later. That's
okay. Hold on. I think your audio was going out some. Can you say that again? He wasn't aware that the mother what?
Okay, so he wasn't aware that while they were on a break, he was basically dealing with a woman. And at the time when she became pregnant, he was not made aware she was pregnant, I think, until the little girl was like 1 or 2 years old. So I think it could be a situation where the mother was not sure who the father was. That's the way I took it. He never confirmed that she wasn't sure or not sure, but that's the only thing I can deduce from that, because why is it a year or two later after? Now that's what he said. If it's a lie, he told it. But that's what he said.
Well, there's many possibilities. It didn't have to be she didn't know who the father was. She could have not necessarily been afraid, with all the hypocrisies of the world. She could have been afraid of how, it would look to have a child by a man that is married to another man. Stuff like that. Who knows?
Well, yeah, that could be a thing
Are
too.
we all mute? Oh,
No, you're right. I was just saying, like, that's the only thing at the time I took from it. Now, the other thing I wanted to
yeah.
go back to your question when you were saying, like, what is his background? Now, this is one thing I do know, because Lips was very much adamant about telling people how much he loved Production's mother. And I think part of that too was because he had lost his own. And he said that when he lost his mother, Production's mother stepped in and made him feel like he had no void. Those were his words. That, you know, she stepped in and was like the mother that
Production said that about Lip's mother.
No, Lips said that about
Lips
Production's
mother.
mother.
Production's mother. Okay.
Yeah, because when Lips lost his mother, it was so difficult for him. You know, him and all his siblings, they were together. They were, you know, out trying to just remain a core, because once they lost their parents, it was so traumatic, which how their parents had passed. You know, they lost their parents and nobody was able to be there for them, with them all living in different states and stuff. So he said that Production's mother stepped up to really fill that void. So one thing that I do know is that his mother treated Lips like her own child. She loved him, and he spoke
Well, there's a
highly of her.
possibility. It's a possibility. I'm not saying that this is the case. Just a possibility that Production's mother eventually evolved and came to a space of acceptance. That does happen a lot of times. I just find it very interesting, because
And it
even
might have
what you're
been
saying, you know.
And it might have been him losing his mother that actually compelled Production's mom to step in maternally. Like, that probably was the crossover moment for her, is when that situation happened. Her empathy pretty much probably had drove her to be a lot more accepting, and it kind of humanized Lips and Production in their relationship. And she probably made that leap.
But also remember when you were reading one of the messages that was like, just because you lost somebody doesn't mean you get to treat people like shit. That could be part of it too. Lips might have been using that as a crutch. Believe it or not, when people lose people, they use that loss as a weaponization to treat people like trash.
And Karen Huger is a prime example of that, where she keeps justifying her DUIs 4 years after the passing of her mother as being due to the passing of her mother. It's like, Karen.
Yep. So that's what I'm saying. It's a very heavy layer with the both of them. It's traumatizing all the way around. But another sad thing is that when you look at all of these messages and all of these things people were saying, I feel like people fail to still see. It's frustrating. People still fail to see that there are character flaws in Lips. They're just, you know, painting him as this angel. And oh my God, he didn't deserve that. Of course, nobody deserves that. But there is context and layers to everything. And we are to assume no one is innocent in this case. I don't think either of them are innocent.
I'm always innocent. I don't care how wrong the law gonna tell y'all I am, or the gonna tell y'all I am, baby. I'm always right. Period. Okay.
But I mean, what
y'all are saying though, as we are exploring this now, like in that question of like, I mean, like, you know, like, we know why people stay in relationships is a lot more nuanced than, you know, what we want it to be. But like, we're now actually kind of uncovering the nuance of why both of them kind of continue to facilitate this relationship, which of course is multifaceted. But I think one of the things was that there was major equity in terms of, you can tell from the sister taking it as easy as she's taking it on Production, that for him, he probably was experiencing a layer of family that was unfamiliar to him, because for Production, he probably came from a more like homophobic family. Then he gets with Lips, and Lips has kind of a more accepting family. So now he gets attached into that, and he starts to receive that sense of community. And then to your point about Lips losing his mom, then, you know, Production's mom steps up, and then they have a kid in between. So it also becomes much bigger than just Lips as an individual or Production as an individual, because now they've kind of like aligned families, and now there's all these people that they love on both sides, and all these people that they benefit from mentally and emotionally on both sides, that they both brought into the picture. So then it makes keeping their relationship going even more of a thing than not, just because there's like all these other amenities and compliments and privileges and all these other assets socially spiritually, etc., in their relationship. And then, as I'm also reading through Cameron's post, it's given very much so like brokey. I've really struggled financially. So I'm sure with Twitch, I want to say Twitch again, Lips, with Lips sitting in the hospital saying, look, I am the breadwinner in my family, and my YouTube check is pretty much what keeps the whole family afloat. Production is also seemingly in this relationship because it's a part of his financial stability as well. Like it's a part of this probably is the longest. Well, I don't know. They've been together for 18 years. Some of these posts, the posts I'm reading go back to 2019. I don't know when Lips popped off on social media, like when he really started taking off. Does anybody know like when Lips like really popped off on social media?
Well, see, he first started on Facebook, and then like people started taking his videos and posting them, so he stopped posting them there. And when he came over to YouTube, that I would say in between like 2018 upward, that's where it really took off at when he came to YouTube, because people were stealing his content on Facebook and getting paid the revenue for it. But I wanted to touch on something you said really quick with the financial part of it. That's a big thing that I think a lot of people are skipping over too. Production still worked a full-time job. So so imagine this. This is also layering. Imagine having to be a full-time caregiver to your spouse who you're obviously having a toxic relationship with, then having to prepare food after you've worked a full day and a setup for him to go and sit and work, and then have to, make it look presentable and do all of these things while still maintaining a full-time job, then having to clean up that set, and then having to get him prepared for bed, and then having to get him into the shower. It is a debilitating wear and tear on the mental that could have been taking place. That's a lot. If you've never had to care for someone, and this is me speaking as a person who works in healthcare. If you've never had to take care of someone that needs help or assistance, it takes a toll on you. So it's no deal or no wonder how much he was dealing with. So production was not like broke. He had I don't know the financial part of it. Let me just say that, but he had a full-time job. So
well, what you call stated that?
Money.
Well, what in the video that you played earlier, Conscious, Lips did say he stated that himself, that production was taking care of him, and was still working full time. He also stated that they had basically depleted the damn savings, and so the only income that they had, because he started receiving his income, was productions.
401k and all of that shit that they were pulling from all that.
So that's why a lot of that stress was on production. This man was still having to work a full-time job while being a full-time caretaker, do all of the chores around the house, the cooking, the cleaning, the yard work, all of those things, maintaining the house, taking care of the daughter.
The daughter, oh yeah, like now that we really getting into it, damn. Like
that man was working.
That's why I keep saying the people that are coming from a biased space aren't really even people that were true supporters, that were like, die hard, watched all the videos, things of that nature. Because if they were, not to say there it still wouldn't be biases, but people would have a middle ground, because they would know, if not all of this information, they would know enough of it to stand and be like, let me just wait and see, because we know that there is a pathology. But I wanted to say that I feel like there's a strong possibility that production was also an enabler of Lips' bad behavior as well. I can see him giving in and giving him, the alcohol. Well, not that he needed to, because again, he was partially disabled. But I can see him enabling a lot of the toxicity that was being perpetuated when it came to Lips' bad behavior. And the unfortunate part about that is, which a lot of, sorry to say it, but it's the truth, a lot of victims do help enable their own abuse. You know what I mean? We know some of that comes from not leaving. One of the ways, by not leaving, but also giving in, because you feel like you don't want to fight, you don't want to argue, you don't want to go through this, so you just let them have their way. If Lips, part of his pathology was to be verbally abusive, to drink all the time and things of that nature, I can see production enabling that behavior. So you have that like, you know, as I'm looking at the post he wrote, I'm done. I can visually see someone feeling like I'm done, ready to walk away, and feeling like, where the hell am I gonna go?
Yeah, he
You
mentally
know,
he could have just checked out of it. But somebody in the comments just asked, how could he have been working a full-time job if he was always in the background of a lot of the videos? Well, that's because if that's why I said to have these conversations, you really have to have watched their platform to understand. Here's the dynamic in the way that it would happen. While production was at work, he was working. When he got home, his job was still working. That's why he got the nickname production, because he was the one doing all of the works. When he got home, that's when Lips would film, because production would set up the set. He would cook the food. It was not very few videos did Lips ever cook. And he's talked about this numerous times. He said he could cook, but he preferred production to cook because that was his actual job. This is what he did professionally as his career choice. So he liked the way that he cooked, and that's the way that they had it. Now, again, it's all sorts of ways for people to skin a cat. Okay, you can walk and chew gum. So that's why it was
like it ain't
possible for
24
him.
hours in a day.
Yeah, that's why he was able to do those things. He would go to work during the day, and when he got off, he would work at, you know, while he was on the set. That's why you will always hear him in the background. You need more salt. You need more this or that. I'll bring you the cup. I'll bring you the plates. Or if Lips dropped the spoon or a fork or something, he was running out there to pick it up. He was literally the producer on set, handling the production. So I hope that provides context.
I'm trying to understand, how in the fuck did he uphold all of this, and also with a stroke? Because I did see a comment earlier that after the stroke, people said it seemed like production like became like even more off after the stroke.
Well,
and now that I'm thinking about heart attacks and strokes, I'm also thinking like it. I mean, yes, there is some dietary contributions, but it's the stress of these people's lives contributed largely to these damn heart attacks and strokes. People were living very, very intense, dramatic, very like high demand lifestyles.
Mm-hmm.
And what kind of stroke though? Because was it it clearly wasn't the type of stroke that I know of. Looking at the videos, everything, it wasn't the type of stroke that made him, you know, what I mean, incapacitated. Like was it mild? You know, what I mean, the level of the stroke.
It was a mild stroke. I believe it was like part of he had a hemifacial paralysis, like just on one side. So it was a mild stroke. But again, as CTV did, you know, indicate, stress is the number one factor of strokes. That is why most people have them. It's the constant toll that is taking over on you. But like I said, none of us were privy to what
My mother
exactly.
had 6, and she died.
Yeah, my dad.
Yeah. I mean, in those cases, like, it could have been anything, you know, regarding their situation. I don't put anything past anyone.
Yeah.
All I say in this circumstance is that it's unfortunate that it happened this way, because like I said, if you've watched their channel, like I would highly encourage, even if you don't watch all of their videos, just go and watch one and and watch one particularly where production is on set. There are things that you can see, like your discernment will read you down, like something's not right here. The interactions, the way that they appear, the body language, it's almost like there is a dominant and there is a non-dominant, and that's very clear. All I'm saying is I just see things a lot differently than everybody else.
It was clear in the print video.
With what Coco just said, he had a hard time processing and would get frustrated. Lips spoke on that. Let me tell you something. That's a terrible recipe when you're dealing with a personality like Lips that is very like controlling and matter of a fact and like shit done a particular way and like shit to be on it, and having a partner that, you know, may now have some coordination and cognitive issues due to that. Baby, I can only imagine how much more that brought out Lips controlling ass ways because of production's mental handicap or his brain handicap.
Mm-hmm. That's
You
true,
know,
because
it's
even
making
when
me
they
think
would cook, he would get upset if things were put in, like the little pot they had on the desk thing. He would get upset about the smallest things, and production would just try to like alleviate, like, well, I could fix it, well, like I could change it, or we could do this. It's okay. It'll still work. It'll still cook the same. You know, he would just always try to rectify it by calming him down, and you could see that it's very clear. Like I said, there is no discrepancy there, that Lips is the more dominant and controlling one in that situation.
all eyes on me. I think a lot of people are misunderstanding. Like, everybody has an opinion and everything. I don't think that Queen nor myself nor even Conscious. I think we're just trying to figure out and provide a neutral balance
Mm-hmm.
to show all the possibilities of what could happen. Nobody's making any excuses. When we're coming from the talking points of the sister and the neighbors and things of that nature, we don't know what happened in the house. We all have agreed that no one should stay in a toxic relationship. That every live that Conscious has done about this topic, that has been established. I think that a lot of people really feel like we're up here trying to paint Lips as the villain, and facts are facts. I know way, because I've, like I said, I was not a supporter, and I'm only going based upon the things I just saw over the last couple of days, the videos. But Queen is speaking from at once supporter,
Mm-hmm.
and what she has witnessed herself. You guys cannot try to like still make this guy to be the bad guy, make production be the bad guy. And it's okay to feel away, but you can't try to paint this man to be a bad guy if in fact he's been a victim in a situation at one point or another. If in the situations that have played out in the past, the pathology has been open to the public, that Lips has been the aggressor. That's just the reality.
And may I say something really quickly to,
Mhm.
like, in backing of that? Let me
Yeah.
just say this: in no shape, form, or fashion, and I said this from the beginning, am I taking a side here? I am simply adding, like Rumors and T just said, context to both characters. And here's why. The reason being is because when you see people online, or you see them in a social setting where they are popular, it is easy to see them as the non-villain. It is
Right.
easy to align with them because you like their content. But there are things about them that you have to step outside of to be able to see fully, to understand that there is other things to them that may or may not appear. Who they are is not always who they are. That is a character. That is who they are using on screen to entertain you. So again, none of us were privy. We don't know. I'm simply giving you context of just how toxic things were. And what I'm saying is no different than what the people online who have visited his channel have said, and by his own admission of his family member, his sister, has said. So
And
I
I just
want
want
to
to
be
add,
very clear.
and I just want to add that into Queen, and I think I'm actually glad that Queen did that, because of the social dynamics here, with Lips being the more visible person who had the fan base. It is necessary to share as much context about production and what production contributed to, etc., because it's easy for production's voice in this to get faded simply because of the dynamics of Lips being the public figure in the situation. And so somebody being able to speak from production side and also speak about Lips in a non-biased way, that's definitely important here, since we do have the dynamic of, while they both are seemingly public figures, it's really just a Lips production that features production.
Correct.
So yeah.
And I
Yeah.
want to also apologize if I offended anybody by saying that. I was just simply talking about the experience of me viewing them and seeing what I saw and what I observed. These are merely my opinions. A lot of people do agree with them, but I'm simply saying these are my opinions of what I saw. In no way am I blaming or taking a side. I want to be very clear about that. I don't know. I was not there.
And in the
I'm
actual
happy
court of
that
law,
you,
and in the court of law, the same thing is going to be done.
Yes.
right.
The lawyers and juries sit and pile through all of this. The nuance, the context, the motive, the dynamics of their relationship, all of that goes into a jury assessment in terms of what the verdict should and should not be. So what we do here is what also get done during trial, through an investigation, and certainly when it comes to a jury. Rumors, I think you was gonna get in
I
here.
wanted to, yeah, I was saying, and I'm glad, and I want to thank Queen for coming up here as someone that was a supporter and watched all of this unfold in real time. It was a lot of people in the chat that wanted Conscious to come back, and me and you the only two that hit the damn link, you know. And considering the fact that most of the content, I have not viewed it, but I see the titles, most of the content that is on YouTube speaking about this is villainizing production. I don't know, because I'm not watching it, and others can say in the chat or yourself, if others are outside of the mukbang world, if others are providing a very neutral perspective versus just villainizing this man. I think it's very easy to villainize production because, again, even though he was at time a part of the content creator on film, or at the end of the day, he was the less visible one out of the two, as Conscious has just stated. So people are going to be biased. You know what I mean? And again, we're not going to deny the appearance. That plays a role in all of that. Aesthetically, that makes people just assume. And I just don't think that is fair. Like, unfortunately, until it's them or someone close and dear that they love, people just tend to just jump to conclusions without having all of the information. And I'm glad that you're up here providing the information. My discernment does not lead me wrong. And what you've been saying has just matched. It's just such confirmation. I never felt, again, I'm going to say it a million times, when that sister went live, and I saw that in real time, the way her emotions were, the way she spoke, it was so matter of fact. It was so loving, caring, and fair that it left no room for me to question if this man's intentions were malicious. Like, it didn't come all that, the rumors of the jealousy and things. I never felt and discerned that at all. So I thank you for really, like, coming up here and giving us the tea.
And one more thing that I want people to also understand is that it may appear as if I am just taking up for production, or I just want to be on the side of him. But I also wanted to have you guys look at one thing. For a person to stand through all of the toxicity that they had, do all of the things that he was doing for the benefit of them and their family, does that really sound like somebody who wants the bad for somebody? Just ask yourselves that question before you even, deduce or try to guesstimate that someone is taking a side. I just want you to consider the character of these two individuals. Though we may not have a personal interaction with them or have known them personally, I want you to use your brain and your discernment of what you think and what you deduce from this. And you tell me if this sounds like somebody who just was so bitter and upset with life that they took somebody else's life. That is not what you should be getting from any of this. If you look at a person who would take their toxicity of their life and be able to be a caregiver, be able to be a cook, be able to be a cleaner, be able to be a bather, be able to do all of these things. He wore all of these hats. Does somebody do that if they don't love you? I don't think so. I don't buy that. Now, some people might say that, it might be because he needed a place to stay and he was using them. Again, this is a man who had a career in
and even the person who was the most closest, even the people that was the most closest up on the relationship, which is LLIPS siblings, even say, like the sister keeps saying, these people loved each other. They loved each other. I know that Dominique loved my brother. My brother loved him. So it even looked that way to them, the people who were the closest up. Yes, it's dysfunctional. It's upside down. It's trauma influenced. It's heavily trauma influenced. But obviously, yes, there was love and care there. And this is why the situation is so devastating. But, this is also why the sister is reserving judgment, because she pretty much, based upon her own anecdotal experiences, feels like whatever took place, more so than it being a good guy for her, it's more so just an unfortunate set of circumstances. She is given to me that for her, it's just that, like, something really bad happened to two really good people. Something bad happened to two people who I know loved each other. It's not that one person is a villain, one person is a victim, but that these are two flawed people and a really bad situation arises between them, and it's unfortunate. That's what the sentiments are given. Mm-hmm.
Also, one more thing, the sister also made mention, because I didn't hear this part on it. I don't know if everybody just didn't play the full live of Billy Bob, but the sister also stated that when she was saying she didn't want people, you know, posting images of their daughter, she also said that she is fine, she's with the mother, and the mother of the daughter also made a comment and said that she still loves production as well. So that speaks volumes. That says a lot. This is the mother of the daughter saying that.
Yeah.
She definitely said that. She definitely said that.
I'm just saying, this man can't be the worst person on the planet if even the mother of the daughter is still saying she has no comment, she doesn't want anything, she just wants him, you know, to rest in peace, and she still loves production, and so did the sister. So these are people that are the closest to them with this analogy. Why are we to believe that this man is any different?
Right.
Well, the sister was receiving backlash for even speaking out in a way that was neutral, you know, but I just want people to use remedial, you know, common sense. Remedial common sense. If jealousy played a role and he wanted to take Lips out, he never had to get this man any medical treatment when this man had a heart attack. That was the very moment that he could have just stepped back and let that man continue to have that heart attack and not seek any type of medical treatment for, like, to help him get medical treatment. Like, y'all, like, I just think that, let me take the word think out. I know.
Okay, so let me challenge y'all a little bit then. Let me challenge y'all up somewhat then. Somebody had said in the chat earlier, what about production allegedly stealing $56,000, cheating, and then whipping Lips' ass?
Well, to that, go ahead, Rumors.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead. You have more experience. Go ahead.
What I was gonna say is, to that, here's my thing. When it comes to fidelity in a relationship, that's still not grounds to off anybody. I want to be very clear about that, because you can always leave from infidelity. But here's something that what a lot of people don't understand: when you're married and you've taken the commitment to being in a relationship, is it really stealing money?
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, or is it taking money without notifying the head person in charge, which was Lips? So let's put this in context, because if he's taking money, now mind you, this is somebody who also has a job, but if he's taking money, the question then becomes, well, why is he taking money? Because if we're looking at this from a logical standpoint, production is just as beneficial to the platform as Lips. He's working hard, if not harder, than Lips. He's preparing the setup, he's preparing the lights, he's preparing the food.
So technically, he's taking his money. He's using his money by law, because they are
married legally. Yeah. So is it stealing money, or is it taking money without notifying the boss?
Okay, so, you know, because I already know people are going to feel like that's a cop out. So let's also move it in, I guess, just a little bit closer to home. For Lips to have been upset and confronted production about it, then it gives that it was an understanding that, you know, damn well you ain't supposed to be moving that level of money.
Yeah.
Or maybe this money, it was allocated to me, or we had this money aside for this reason, and you, without permission, operating outside of that agreement is why I'm pissed off. So could it have been stealing in the context of that? We had an understanding about this money. We had an understanding about, or we had an agreement on how we move economically in the relationship. You, without my permission, moved a large sum of money. That's a problem.
And I love the way that you put that, because that is a good point. So to that, I would say, now I can agree with that. I can see that where somebody is taking a large amount of money without notifying their partner, like, hey, we should have had a conversation before you move that much money. I can most definitely see that. But to the people that are just assuming that production was just so egregious, he was stealing from Lips, those are the people I was making that conversation to. Like, are we just saying that he stole the money, or he moved the money without telling Lips? Granted, again,
I think that they're going off of. I think they're going off of what LLIPS said. Like LLIPS had classified it as stealing. Like you stole whatever.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, during that video, I don't want to take, in respect to LLIPS, I don't want to take LLIPS too literal there, because LLIPS, as we now know, was inebriated in that video as well. So I don't want to take it too matter of factly, but I do agree with you. It could be both. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he was stealing or how they look at it in their relationship. I don't know what their finances were and how they split things and divvy things and put money aside. I don't know that, but that is a good question, because if they're married, common law, he does have access to whatever they share together. Now, what their conversations was about that, like, you ain't touching, we don't touch over this amount or this amount or this amount. That, I mean, that we can debate that for 30 years to come. I don't know. I would have to hear productions, take on that, because he's the only party still here to kind of defend that video. But yeah, that's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you definitely said what I was gonna say about the it's not stealing part. But I was also going to say we don't know the further contents of that, because that was never addressed that I've seen anyone show any receipts of it being further addressed or whatever the case may be. And considering what the sister said about LLIPS being controlling, I could see how he would view that. But again, I'm not, me personally, I'm not saying that production never did anything fucked up and foul in that marriage. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just here to offer the perspective from what I discerned, that this was not a one person is the villain and the other person is the victim. They both, as the sister said, and as Conscious has stated repeatedly, the way she spoke, the verbiage that she used specifically, she was very, in my opinion, her honesty was so, it was just so overwhelming, into the sense that, like, it was left nothing for me personally. There was nothing for me to question after that. She was very clear, very matter of fact, her tone, everything.
Yeah.
They both take away the violence. Just, if we don't even make it about violence, whether it was emotionally or psychologically abusive, they both contributed to the toxicity. That left no rock unturned to try to figure out who did what, who did, when, where, and why. At some point in time, because she could have been referencing the 59,000. She could have been referencing him moving the guy into the house. All of those things without going into exact details. No one is disputing that. However, that does not take away the fact that LLIPS himself, even with those two things being a fact, it doesn't take away the fact that LLIPS himself was abusive.
What I kind of took from that, though, too, is, I'm sorry, remember, were you done?
No, go ahead.
Okay, what I kind of wanted to say in regards to the sister too was, I kind of feel like she's at a mental completion of it, because when she made the statement, she basically had already, I think the realization in her mind was, this is where we are. The only thing I want to know is why you didn't let us know you shot him. That is a weird, I mean, it's just a very weird finality to come to. Like, out of all the things you could ask a question to, why did you do it? Or what made you get that angry? Or why would you do that? She only wanted to know why he didn't tell her he had shot him and he was in the hospital.
And she said it twice. She said it twice.
But remember, y'all, she also said, she told them that if they did not stop, this was going to happen. She said that in that live.
But in the same breath also said she never saw it coming to this.
I think because the death is the finality of it. I think she never saw the finality, but the toxicity and the highness of where it could go, like jail possibly, one of them getting hurt, for sure she saw that. But death, I don't think, I don't think any of us saw that part. That hooked me.
Speaking from a medical physical, like from a spiritual standpoint, it's so crazy, all of the things that you have spoken upon.
Mm-hmm.
The heart attack. I stated this in the last live. The heart attack, him grabbing the wheel, the fighting back and forth. It seemed as if, in conscious, you touched on this earlier in the other live, like it seemed like this was damn near destined. Like this was going to be the outcome. That
Aromas. Oh,
can you hear me? That yeah, that time, like that this was the journey. Unfortunate, like this was the journey that Lips was on. And honestly, even because for me, I don't have a concern or question what are his supporters going to do. I really do. When the sister says she don't think that he's going to be able to make it to trial and things of this nature, I said if he is to live to see himself being set free, vindicated and not found guilty, I'm afraid that he may take his own life. And I'm not talking about traditionally. I mean, it could be an OD if he's not already, and things of that nature. Like,
it could exacerbate all of his issues. Yeah.
and that, and unfortunately, like sometimes this is the journey for some people's lives.
There
If
was
the
a video where
Hold on, Fernando. I just want to insert this real quick. I always say on this platform, like this is Lips and production are the poster child for why I always say on this platform. If you don't do your work, your problems are going to do you. You have to. I think like people really underestimate living alongside their foolishness, living alongside their personal problems, living alongside their demons. Demons are meant to be expelled, not to be roommates. Demons are to be evicted, not your roommates. So many people make a roommate out of their demons and attempt to live alongside their demons. They live alongside that through the practice of denial, addiction, deflection, all the ways in which people try to cope and tuck their demons away, living alongside them. That shit costs your life in every way. Now, it's an extreme when it costs you your life materially, but there's enough people in the grave, enough people in the prisons to show that it leads to that as well. And if it doesn't lead to the corroding and the destruction of your material existence, it does so to your emotional, to your mental, to your spiritual quality of life. You have to actually clean that shit up, or it's going to clean you up. It's going to clean you up. But go ahead, Queen.
No, I was gonna say there's in the now viral video. It's when she said spiritual, that's what made me think of it. I was like, oh, that's heavy, because it's a now viral video where Lips, he's talking to his daughter and production is in the video, and people were complimenting. It was like they were done eating the food and he was just having a conversation with the people in the chat, and someone had made comment of how they loved, production interacts with the daughter, even though it's not his biological daughter. And Lips, he basically responded to that comment, and he was like, I always tell her, I always have her respect him no matter what, because he is so good to my daughter. He is so good to her. And, he does everything for her, and he does everything for the both of us. And, he looked at his daughter and he told her, he said, no matter what, I always want you to respect production, because if I'm not here, this is going to be the man that takes care of you. And here it is. This is the man that took him out. And now he's gone. So he's lost the both of them. That's why I said the whole spiritual and the foreseeing of him even speaking on the fact that when he's no longer here, if something happens to him, it'll be production taking care of her. And now production can't even take care of her. No. It's just, it's a lot.
It's a lot. And just like the brother said, TJ, he's now going to have to step into that role. He's going to have to be the man now. And if I highly, this is another tragic part. I mean, not only is Lips here, which is a total tragedy, but more than likely, production like to Ruma's point, he's not going to make it if he doesn't just explicitly take his life. He's just going to spiral in a way that leads to, you know, either another stroke, a heart attack, overdosing, drinking himself into a alcohol induced coma, or like Wendy, a alcoholic induced dementia. But either way, because if he has not done his work all the way up to this point, I highly doubt he's going to pull the reverse Uno miraculously, given the extremity of these circumstances. I'm sure he's at a point where he will never be able to forgive himself or live with himself, and that is going to chew on him until the bitter end.
Oh yes, and right now, for the people that were saying that, you know, he could possibly be on drugs, well, right now he in prison. Ain't no drugs up in there unless you get them from somebody that been in there for a long time. He's having to deal with all of this with no influence, no substance. This is the real circumstance of his life. This is his life now. He's in prison behind bars for the felony murder of his own husband. So he's going to have to deal with this. I do agree. I think it will be very hard for him to cope going forward. I don't know how he copes after this. I don't know. Because this is a hard pill to swallow. Your life has changed in ways that he probably never even imagined. I don't think he woke up that day and said, you know what, today going to be the day I'm going to unalive him.
He was telling the police officer, according to the police report, he don't even know what happened. And I think that was probably indicative of just like he could even fathom what just happened. Yeah, they're just in total shock. Can I even fathom that whatever this was culminated in this? I mean, and he was the one up. You know, I mean, we don't know yet because, like I said, the way the police report is written, I don't know who called 911. But considering that the phone was in his hand when the police got there, I mean, hell, he the one who called 911 after whatever this event was. So it's definitely given something that was not per se supposed to go this way. It wasn't supposed to culminate and result in anybody actually being shot or hurt, but it did. And LLIPS is right here to speak for what happened, and the fragility of production probably absolutely is not going to be able to withstand up under this. I mean, the boy already looked like a shell of himself, just living a regular life alongside LLIPS. He looked at like what he had been through. I mean, I perceive just a corpse existing, sitting upright. I mean, I see him looking completely turned inside out by all of this. And it's sad because it is family. Yeah.
You know what? I've been sitting here for the last maybe 40 seconds considering production's mom, how she's, you know, considering how LLIPS said, you know, they became so close and things of that nature. Yeah. You know, just imagining how she's feeling, knowing that this is the situation and her son is now, you know, behind bars and her son-in-law is gone. I don't know the relationship with her and the daughter. You know, it's so many people. Yeah. And that's the thing. I want, if the people take nothing away from this, I really want people to consider that as well. A lot of times we don't think and consider others, people that love us, that are close to us, how our life affects them. And in these DV situations, you know, I think that people are very selfish in that way, that they just don't consider the ramification, the domino effect of the aftermath. All victims, because the daughter is a victim. His LLIPS sisters, not his sisters, just his sisters, his siblings, correction, they are victims. All the loved ones, the production's mother, she's a victim now. You know what I mean? Like, all of this because two individuals could not walk away from each other. Okay. And it's not hard. It feels hard, but it's not hard. And I understand, because that codependency, you know, addiction is really, really strong. Addiction does not just apply to food, don't just apply to drugs. Addiction is a real thing. I'm glad that we did touch a little bit slightly on it from the spiritual side, because it is nothing but demons.
Can we touch on it a little bit more? Because I wanted to say to that point that, you know, even walking away from a relationship, you know, like it is bad, But the reality is you have to be grown enough to do it anyway. You have to be mature enough and invested in what's in the best interest of yourself and others to do the hard thing. So yes, it is hard, but you have to do it. And to make the conversation around addiction and relationships even more deeper, and you guys know I've said this in plenty of other conversations and live streams, is that even on a medical level, on a scientific level, a lot of people don't know that the same region of the brain that's aroused when we're in love is the same region of the brain that's aroused when we are addicted to drugs. So the same region of your brain that's stimulated when you're on crack, coke, alcohol, etc., it's the same region that's lit up when you're in love. So literally, you are in a addicted state when you are in love. That's why even when it goes bad, it can be hard to walk away. Just and it's literally equivalent to walking away from coke, going cold turkey, on weed, on cigarettes, on nicotine, on alcohol. So literally, people are operating in a addicted state, and when things go really toxic, this is why it can make it very difficult to walk away. And this is why it's not enough for some people. Like when you're like going down the laundry list logically, like, girl, don't you want to leave? He's whipping your ass. He's cheating on you. He's beating on your kids. He's verbally busy. You be like, yeah, true. And I still can't leave. True. And I still can't find it in me to leave. And it's literally because there are, to Chronicle's point, there are endorphins and serotonin and dopamine, and there's a chemical component to the attachment of the relationship. And so it's not even enough a lot of times for people to be logical. If they rely on their logic, like, oh yeah, well, logically, I definitely should leave. I have a lot of logical reasons to justify filing divorce or getting out of this shit. But because there's also something chemically that's compounding the attachment to the person, then it becomes a matter of like, a lot of times people actually need either to be fully intervened upon to leave a bad relationship, or unfortunately, it takes sometimes something completely and utterly tragic to happen to finally drive a wedge between that person and the addictive, seduced, almost spell-like trance that they're in when they're in relationships. So this love thing is very deep. This attachment thing, I think sometimes we also make attachment and love synonymous when they're not. They're also not. But I know that in the West, we have kind of made attachment and love synonymous. And so love always gets lumped into even the worst of shit. But yeah, it's a lot. And what probably would have helped these two people that already have their own separate personal issues in themselves, and then coming together in a love context, is they probably would have needed an actual formal intervention, and the family probably would have had to make some striking lines, like almost give them ultimatums, like, y'all are going to have to break this thing up, or I'm going to pull out of my fucking support. I'm going to pull out. I'm going to pull out because, once again, like these people are in a addicted state, so they're not even per se being rational anymore. They've transcended rationale, so they're going to need a lot more than just, you know, if you're thinking I'm going to leave it to them to work to figure it out. I mean, there's also nothing wrong, because as adults, we don't per se have to take up other people's shit. We don't have to necessarily inherit and adopt and invest per se in trying to work people out of their own stuff. But given what we're talking about, and it was definitely going to take probably a lot more force, a lot more contrast to break up some of the monotony going on here. It sounded like everybody was kind of having their side conversations with LLIPS and with productions. Like when things would get really bad, they'd be like, y'all need to let that go. It's not working out. But once again, those people probably didn't know all of the other chemical components that go into why people stay together as well. So the situation was just largely underestimated. But somebody really should have sat down with Lips, if nothing else, and said, look, nigga, you have a kid. I'm sorry, Lips. Your life is not just about you, baby. You're a father. And that means that you can't even be selfish. You don't get the luxury of being selfish. You don't get the luxury of just doing whatever you do, because now you've put yourself in a situation to be responsible for someone else who didn't ask to be here. And
Well,
for
in
that person,
regards to
you're
that,
going to have to humble your desires and your pleasures and your attachments, especially if they're not serving you, if they're not making you greater. If being with production isn't making you a greater man, a greater father, you're going to have to let him go. You don't have the luxury of choosing him and it's bringing out the worst in you. And you actually are responsible for someone else who didn't ask to be here. You have now mandated and defaulted to having to give up on your superficiality and to have to give up on your personal desires for the best interest of your child. That's your responsibility as an adult, as a parent. And too many people are bringing kids into this world who don't have an opportunity to turn 18 first and then go on about that way before they done start voting for themselves. No, you don't get to vote for yourself until they're gone. Until they're gone, it is about them. And you are obligated to do and to live your life in a way that makes you a better person and makes you a better parent. And anything that doesn't do that, regardless of how much you love and how much you want it, baby, you got to be strong enough to let that go in the name of showing up for your actual responsibilities. Because production, he can figure it out without you. Your daughter, you got to handle that.
Yep.
You got to handle that. But go ahead.
I was going to say that the sister too, it could be that there was conversations. I think that's telling that there were conversations of giving ultimatums, because she went out of her way to also say that, it was always his way or no way. So it could be that she was like, hey, you're doing this. We need you to stop doing this because you have a child. And he just was like, you know what? It ain't none of your business. Sometimes people in relationships do that. They don't want people telling them how to conduct themselves in their relationships. But I'll say this to the people in the chat: be able to recognize that commonality in relationships is not always a good thing. Because the number one thing people will say is, well, we have so much in common. Oh, we have so much in common. Oh, I like him. I like her. I like them. I like us. Everybody will always say that. But be able to recognize, you know what? We both alcoholics. This ain't gonna work. You know what? We both got a drug problem. This is not healthy. You know what? We both like to put our hands on each other. We need to get help. Commonality and recognizing what's not good about the commonness y'all share is important. It's important. If you can't understand that you two are not good together because there is a problem, this could be the outcome. This could be anybody. It only takes one time. People like to say, oh, well, who's to say that they hadn't been going through domestic violence this longer? It was this longer. It was this long. It doesn't matter. Look at where it is now. Look at the outcome. Look at what it got to. And
Right.
Again, I don't want to just jump out there and say it was because of domestic violence. I'm just giving an example. We don't know what happened, but this is the problem with being in relationships just getly and saying we have commonality. Commonality is not always justification for staying in love. It's not.
I've never seen
Hold
people.
hold on, but I'm hold on for one. I need a moderator because it's hard for me to do this from StreamYard. But cooking with Chef Love, I didn't mix any of my words. So on this fine God-given Sunday, I want you to find a hole and then find one that leads directly to the pits of hell and jump your ass completely in it. Okay. Now, moderators, could y'all go ahead and handle cooking with Chef Red, since they can't seem to figure out how to be okay?
See, this is what I'm saying. That's what I don't like. It's just fans willing to just be fans. Why can y'all not have an open mind and be able to conceptualize that everybody's viewpoint does not have to match yours? Everybody, I think, on this panel today has been very unbiased. I don't see any bias that is taking place. I don't see anybody that has pointed a finger. It's like, where y'all getting this from?
You're talking about the most low grade, low rent of individuals, and we are definitely going to use both production and um LLIPS situation as a cautionary tale, because what we're ultimately also discussing are a bunch of elements and a circumstance that was ultimately preventable. Situations that people find themselves in every single day. So this is also much bigger than them. Yes, they get to be the catalyst for a larger, broader conversation by using the nuance of their situation. But this is a conversation that everybody should be having, especially considering how rampant DV is in all communities, straight, gay, black. How many black women and black men are losing their lives every day? How much intimate personal violence takes place every day? And statistically, we would be goddamn foolish and irresponsible to not be talking about all the elements in which we can talk about that could lead to some understanding, compassion, and self-liberating in scenarios like this.
Exactly. And that's why I said, originally I wanted to approach this with delicacy, because I do understand the heaviness of this topic. But it is fair. And like Conscious said, it is important to have this conversation. Think about how many young people are doctoring and, championing toxicity in relationships. Look at all your female rappers saying that they want this, and they like when men treat them like this. Like, toxicity in a relationship is not cute. It's not. This is the outcome for a lot of these people. This is the stuff that people don't see. The only reason why a lot of people are having so much trouble understanding it is because they're failing to look past the content creator that gave them the content. But this is a very real situation. Let's humanize LLIPS. Let's take out the YouTuber, the mukbanger, the sensation online. Let's look at LLIPS as the human and see that the stuff that's been going on in their relationship was not healthy for either of them. We're not saying production is a saint. We're not saying LLIPS is a saint. We're simply giving you context to the habits and the environment in which they shared that resulted in this travesty. And it, by all means, is a travesty. A lot of people lost. There is no winners here. The families lost. The friends lost. And by godly, the daughter lost. This is a travesty. Nobody's making fun. Nobody's making light of it. We're just having the conversations that need to be had. If you can't understand that, I don't know, how to make it good for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, not sorry.
Binary, you absolutely had to wait 2 hours, okay? You should have been subscribed from day one. You would have had to wait 2 hours to say hi. Shout out to Binary. It's good to see you, bro. Go ahead, Rumors.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, speaking on to Queen's point in regards to commonality and things of that nature. In my 44 years of existence, I've never seen individuals that trauma bond in a relationship, no matter what type of relationship. I've never seen that relationship be productive. I've never seen it go smooth, easy, selling into the sunset. Um, and it's never going to be. The normalization of toxicity being a love thing has always weirded me out. From someone herself that did participate in, domestic violence and things of that nature, I knew it was not normal. I knew it was not normal. I've known it even before I was old enough to get into a romantic relationship, even with day-to-day relatives. I knew that was not normal. And the fact that it has been normalized is what really, it drives me bananas, to be quite
Yes.
honest.
Yes.
I remember being a teenager and having one of my best friend's aunt, actually, she used to tell us, if a man don't hit you, he don't love you.
Oh,
And
wow.
Oh
I was
my.
literally 14, I was literally 14 years old. She was missing teeth and everything from this man loving her so much. And I
Jesus.
knew, I looked at the environment that we were in. I looked at the women, I looked at the men, and I didn't see not one that didn't have battle scars. I knew that was not normal. I went back home, coming from a family of domestic violence, whether it was relatives on relatives or, couples, whatever. I was like completely taken aback because even though the words didn't match the actions of my relatives, none of my relatives ever verbally spoke out loud and said it was okay. Never said things like, if he don't hit you, he don't love you. And I grew to have some empathy for them because I said, well, at least, not that it was okay to still stay, but at least they knew it was wrong. And they never tried to condition my mind to finding this acceptable. So I said all of that to say that, unfortunately, in this world, and basically, really, I'm not going to say in other countries because I've never been to another country. All I do is research. But in this country specifically, it is very normalized that if you're not being abused, you're not loved.
That's also exactly how a lot of women all over the world under a toxic patriarchy are experiencing a love. Like, patriarchy typically have to use abuse. I mean, it's pretty much a justification for the damn abuse of it all. But wow, yeah.
And for me, so I was also wanted to say, going back to the addiction part of it, walking away is okay. I know that, especially when you're so invested into it, feels like a death. Fuck that. Go through your mourning phase because, as the scriptures say, joy cometh in the morning. There is reward. Nothing in life that we've gained so easily can't like felt like a great reward. Anything that you really, really want and you work hard for, you appreciate it. There is sunlight after the rain. There is something greater on the end. Walking away from someone that quote unquote what you deem as love. There is someone waiting to actually give you what you don't experience with the person that you want it from. So you are denying yourself a better and healthier existence because you want to stay attached to someone that don't even love, as Conscious said, because you have to love yourself first. They don't even love their self enough to do better by themselves. You expecting them to give to you what they can't give to themselves? It's time for people like, because I'm saying I do feel like the family, anyone that talked to Lift or production, I feel like they were enablers too. I'm just going to keep it. Let's have the uncomfortable conversation because we trying to be respectful of the family, but I don't want to make it about lifting them. A lot of times, our family, even if they come to you individually and have a conversation, our loved ones in our family don't put their feet down. No, you cannot control and make people do anything, but you can remove yourself. Removing yourself from someone that you know that is toxic as fuck, guess what? It has an impact. It may take 20 years from now, if you guys live to see it, that they will come back and they will let you know by you removing yourself from them made them start looking at themselves. Some people's ego can die sooner than others in order for them to come back and make amends and try to, regain your trust and love so they can be back in your presence. And some people, it could take tomorrow. But absolutely have an intervention with them. Absolutely do not enable them by continuing to deal with them knowing that they are bad behaving people. Because what you're ultimately doing is enabling their behavior.
Can I ask you a question though? Do you think that it was possible that the reason why they might have been, to your point, that they might have been slow to react, or maybe what's the right word, that they may have been too easy going on Lips because they wanted to just keep in connection with him? Because I did hear the sister say several times that we just all live in different places, so it was always hard for us to connect. So what if she was afraid to really fall out with him on the
To push
account of his
back,
behavior? Yeah,
because
due
she was.
to
Well,
And
that's what
I
a lot
also
of
wonder too. I also wonder too, since I also had to wonder about the financial. How much did the financial component maybe play into maybe people taking up a soft accountability approach rather than a hard one? Because when Lip said from the hospital bed that his YouTube check pretty much is the bread of the family. That he takes care of a lot of, I guess, the family's needs, off of what he makes from YouTube. I was like, okay, well, maybe, that might play into people, even though, the sister has admitted that there's definitely been vocalness about the toxicity, but the degree of pushback may have been mitigated based upon people's dependency upon LLIPS financially too.
Well,
specifically to the sister, hold on.
though.
Specifically to the sister, because in that live, she also stated when she spoke about the GoFundMe,
Yes, that's what I'm
she
getting
made
to.
it clear they don't need anything. They are good as the siblings. She stated they are all good and well off. They didn't need anything
She
financially from
sure
their brother,
did.
and they don't want nothing from the GoFundMe. So I don't think finances had anything to do with it. I do, though, speaking to Queen's point, I do, and I can see because a lot of relatives do that. They don't want to lose contact with their relatives when they're bad behavior. That's why, like, they don't speak up, whether it's domestic violence, whether them out there being in the street selling drugs, whether them out there robbing people. They don't speak up because they don't want that person to cut them off, which is why what I'm stating is, if you know at the end of the day that this is in the best interest, you love this person, if you truly love someone, regardless if they cut you off or you the one that's doing the cut off, if you truly love somebody, you want them to do better. So if the sacrifice has to be you cutting them off, send the love in the atmosphere. Cutting them off until they get their shit together, then do so.
Okay, I see
Because
that.
this is the reality of things. It, like I said earlier, it doesn't just affect, it ain't his daughter's not, even though, yes, she's the youngest one in this whole equation. Everybody else is an adult, right? She's going to be the one that's going to have in my opinion, she's going to have the greatest impact of the loss. She's going to feel that greater than the rest of them. However, there are all victims in this situation, people that love their family that love these two individuals that are now going to have to go throughout life, possibly, if production is found guilty, possibly without these two individuals being in their life on a day-to-day basis. So there are victims as well, other victims as well. However,
Yes.
if they would have really spoken up, had a real intervention, I believe, I cannot say 100% sure, but there's a strong possibility that if they did not part ways, they would have tried to seek some type of help.
But you know what I just thought about, Rumors and Tea? One of the things that I thought about too was, again, going back to my point. That's a good point you just made. That if they didn't give them the ultimatum, then they could have just walked away from them. But I advise people to understand this too. People are good at masking things. What if when they got around the family, they acted like they had changed and things was all good, and they're not any longer having issues? All of those things can play a role in it too. Because like I said, this is the people that are having these are in the chat today that don't understand the reality of LLIPS in production. This is only because people were not able to see past the content creator, past the YouTuber, past the mukbanger. What if he was just really good at masking it? And production was
But
too. I mean, a
I don't
lot of
think so
it
when it
was
comes
public.
to I don't think when it comes to the siblings, it was any masking. I don't believe there was any masking. I mean, the sister said they would call her, for God's sake. So what she didn't see with her own eyes, she heard over the phone.
Yes, I do remember that part. But no, I'm not saying that part. What I'm saying is, well, maybe I'm not explaining it right. What I'm trying to say is, like, maybe when they got around them, they were better at hiding all of the situations that they were having before. Like, say, okay, they called, the sister said, yeah, we just got into it, we beat on each other, we da 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 da. And then the next couple of weeks, they in front of the family like everything good. They didn't got better, they didn't
Well,
change
that's
this, and
typical.
they didn't did
That's
that.
that. That's a typical pattern. I don't think that every time they were around the family or whomever they had a domestic violence altercation. I don't think that. And that's why I said like normalizing things, because people feel like just because it happened 2 months ago and this 2 months later everything is fine. But people don't consider the pathology. It may have happened 2 months ago, and now we here we are 2 months later. But what happened 6 months ago? What
The
happened 3
question.
weeks before the 6 months ago?
But see, okay, so in that regard, then are we looking at the family different now? Because we just have to remember, Lips just had a heart attack 2 months ago. So you would think that once somebody experiences such a life altering situation with their body and their health, that the family would typically be more involved. They want to see what's going on, how well you're doing, how healthy you're going. You know, I wonder what the family dynamic was after learning of that. Because I don't think that they didn't know he didn't have a heart attack. They knew about that
What
because
is
the
the
sister
sister?
spoke
I
on
think
it.
it was didn't wasn't that spoken on one of the relatives? I think it was the sister, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken. They did go when he had the heart attack. The family did go to when he had the heart attack, but eventually they went home. You know, I mean, whatever the case may be.
No,
We
no,
don't know
no.
all the
She said
details.
that she learned of the heart attack. She said she learned of the heart attack. She knew that he was dealing with all of that, but she said she didn't go and find out, about the situation with this current thing until they were called and made aware of what happened, after it was too late. So that's why I'm saying, were they not like involved as we believe that they might have been or might not have been? I guess
Well,
because
it
in
could
this
have been like
case,
if it's the distance thing, like giving benefit of the doubt, everybody does not jump and run. He has a husband, right? There could have been
yes,
some relatives. Maybe there are relatives that went to go and see that have not gone public and spoken out. Period about anything. You understand what I'm saying? We
right.
don't know that. But I don't want because I do know there was people in other like posts that I seen on Instagram. There were people that were saying he just had a heart attack. He was weak, he didn't get his strength back. He could have did this, da, 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 whatever, whatever. And I'm like, let's not act like when people get sick, even to extrematories of heart attacks and things of that nature, that during their recovery process, they cannot be abusive. Let's not act
Hmm.
like that. We see we see people with dementia that are abusive. You understand what I'm saying? People that
Oh
have
God.
like let's not act like when
What?
people get sick, have even if it's a terminal illness, let's not act like people don't cannot still be abusive. Because
I
they
Yeah.
told
can.
y'all.
Ask
Hold on, hold
people
on,
that
hold
went
on,
through
hold on, hold
abusive.
on. I told y'all how you could. My grandfather, he had came down with dementia. He was definitely off the chain. He was off the chain in his regular self. He was damn sure off the chain in his dementia induced self. But our neighbor had also they used to live next door to this couple by the name of the Cooks. And the Cooks, the wife came down with dementia as well. She had already like hit her dementia peak way before my grandfather even was diagnosed with dementia, but she actually had accidentally killed herself. I mean, killed her husband, Mr. Cook, while in a like when she was having an active episode. She thought he was an intruder coming into the house. She took the household gun, the family gun, and she blew his fucking brains out thinking he was an intruder. Still to this day, she doesn't even really know that she took her husband's life. She still be asking for her husband, like, where is so and so and so and so and so? Like, she doesn't even really know that he's not here because of her. So, but if y'all were talking about this idea that like people who are handicapped or sick, like, cannot cause harm, oh yes, absolutely. Like people when they're off their meds. I mean, look at the Cockeyed show, how he went and terrorized an entire fucking Walmart and caught the SWAT team on his grandma and his mother and his uncle and pretty much put their lives at risk because sometimes people get their lives claimed when they are swatted. If the SWAT
Hmm.
is not handled with, you know, grace, and he did all of that while he wasn't on his crazy meds. Well, let me not say crazy meds. While he wasn't on his bipolar
Mm.
medication. So Yeah.
I
Go
can,
ahead.
I remember a time I was visiting my dad, who also had strokes as well. I remember he was in ICU, and I went to visit him, and you know how they had them all in a separate room. Well, the room next door to him, because all the doors was glass, right, and you can hear pretty much everything. Why the guy had just had this gentleman had just had, and I don't know how long he was in there, but he was in recovery. He had just had like some type of triple bypass surgery or whatever, and he punched the hell out of his wife and broke her nose. The nurses, the security guards, everybody was shocked because no one could understand how this man who had just had this damn intensive surgery was able to muster up the strength to punch his wife in the nose and break her nose. I remember
Mm,
they locked the floor down because they were just, it was weird how they were just trying to like say somebody else came in there and did it and everything else. And she was just so stunned. But later on, it came out, through the whisperings of the hospital staff that this man had been abusing this woman all of their marriage. And here she was trying to stand by her husband in the bedside, and everything else. And he was still beating on her ass while he
mm,
laid up in the hospital hurt in recovery. So this is what I'm saying. Like, these things are not, it may not be like a lot of stories about them, things, happenings or whatever, but it does happen. Like I
yes.
said, you ask people that work in the hospital and they'll tell you stories for days. You know what I mean? Like, it happens all the time. So to think that, oh, this man, because of whatever disability he had, and to think that, oh, because today he's not inflicting any harm, whether again it's physical, emotionally, or psychologically, does not mean that tomorrow he's not going to do it, or he hadn't did it the very next day. I just feel like there's a strong possibility that at some point, not speaking on the final situation, but I do feel like at some point production felt like, this, I'm going to get my lick back. You're not going to keep abusing me. And
Mm-hmm.
he did start back inflicting the pain onto Lips. But I don't
Someone
think
in the
Lips was an
chat,
innocent
though,
person.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Huh?
No, I was going to say someone in the
No.
chat made a very good question or asked a very good question. They were asking, do is it a possibility that he could have been telling production he could not leave due to him having to work on the channel? Now, I was trying to say that before. I do believe there is something to that because, like I keep telling people, there is a dynamic between the two that works for the benefit of the channel. Production was the one cooking the food. So there is some possibility that he could have been like, well, nah, we started this together. You ain't going nowhere. You know how it is in a relationship. Like there is a heavy possibility that that could have been going on. Am I saying that is the thing that was going on? No, but that is a very good question. And
Or
also,
Queen, what if he was love bombing him? What if he, because when it comes to domestic violence, a lot of times they use the love bombing method after they abuse you. You have an episode and they go back and they love bomb you to keep you there.
but see
That could have
that
been a very strong possibility.
yes, but that goes back to my point that when people see commonality in relationships, sometimes it's hard to see outside of that. But that should be a point that lets you know this is not going to work. Because if love bombing is the thing that you keep having to resort to, even with knowing we're both toxic, we both don't do well with alcohol, we both don't do well with drugs, we both don't do well when we argue, then that means it's time to go. Do I believe there was love bombing? For sure. I mean, these are people that, as Conscious said, have been in a relationship for what, 18 years? So there is. I'm sure that happened quite often. You know, the sweet nothings whispering in your ear, babe. You know I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. You know I love you. You know we argue and fight all the time. Of course those things happen, but I don't, like I said, nobody could have deduced this would be the outcome. Fighting on each other all day, they probably done that 1,010,000 times. Having domestic charges, they did that 1,006,000 times. But did they think that this would happen? Absolutely not. Like I said, I do not believe for 1 minute this man woke up with the intentions to unalive that man due to the trauma, the toxicity, the love bombing, the overstaying due to commonality. All of those things cultivated, and it was like he probably just snapped. That is a high possibility. like I said, I know this is messy, child, but I would love for somebody to go sit up in the courtroom. I would love to be a fly on the wall because I want to know how the prosecutors and the jury are going to view a case that is public like this. You have people on YouTube making videos. This is like spilled over into the news. I even saw a news clip about this.
Oh, so it now has been reported about the local news?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like it's no longer just they were YouTubers. No, this is going to different areas of media where it's being picked up and publicized. So I would love to see how the jury and people look at this. This is a case that I'm definitely.
And that's why I said it's going to largely depend on that lawyer, because there's definitely enough working elements here for them to definitely come up with the sound self-defense.
Yes.
Narrative for sure.
If I'm a jury on this case and I have all the information that I know just from watching it, I can only imagine how this is going to play out in court. But like I said, I would love to see how this pans out because it's just so much heaviness and complexity around.
What y'all think about the gag of what I said about how, based upon what the sister said, the defense from production side, they could subpoena the sister as a defense as a character witness, as a defense witness, because she has said enough and she's witnessed enough to be able to be used to get him off.
I definitely utter your sentiment in that way.
And then I would feel really bad for her because she probably doesn't want to be brought in to that thing like that. Mm-hmm. And then how that's going to look optically as well ain't going to work out probably too well for her socially. So it's going to be very interesting to see what becomes of that.
Well,
Ray said something
fans were mad at her for saying that. They were mad at her.
That's what I'm saying. So they're even going to be even more pissed the fuck off if she has to end up being a witness. And it won't be too many ways for her to fight a subpoena. She pretty much would kind of like have to do it.
I agree.
Ray said something in the comments earlier that also made me think as well. The state of Georgia, even though we know Atlanta is like the mecca for the gay community, right? Being that these are two Black, gay, same gender loving men, and it being the state of Georgia, and we know who's in office currently, will it even get to that point where he can get a fair trial if to prove if the case is self-defense? Would it even get to that? Because we have to look at those contributing factors as well. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, when it comes to the community, we know how that works out. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of contributing factors.
I don't even think that we've entertained the fact that he might actually settle for guilty. I mean, it is a rare phenomenon that people charged will lean into a guilty verdict and just kind of, walk into their sentencing, but he may not even try to fight it. I mean, his guilt and maybe like what's left of any level of integrity may have him just be like, I'm not fighting this shit. I shot him. I'm guilty. And maybe that'll be his Constantine redemption arc is like accepting accountability for his actions. He may do that.
And that's why I was telling people, let's not just jump and say that he's just going to walk out of jail. There could be a possibility that he stands tall and's like, listen, I snapped, I did it. He could walk in there and take full accountability, but I wanted people to also understand this too. The situation as it was, he's had time to sit with it. He's going to have a lot of time to sit with this before this goes before a full-fledged trial. He's going to be able to have fully conceptualized what has taken place, what has occurred, and be able to have a different outlook than we may expect. He may very much well walk in there and be like, you know what, I did it and I'm guilty. He could also walk in there and spill tea that we did not know and that we were not privy to. And that's why I said it's going to depend on his mental state and whatever lawyer he has. Because if he has a good lawyer, listen, if I'm the jury and I'm presented with everything I know now, like I said before, I'm not looking at this like this is just he's a bad person. I'm going to look at this with all of the things that I know and what I can prove. There is enough proof to prove that they were toxic. There was a alcoholic element that was very horrible in their relationship, and that there is a history of domestic abuse between the both of them. Now, when people were saying, well, who has the most? It is LLIPS. It is 100% LLIPS. When they were spilling this tea, LLIPS had a rap sheet of domestic abuse. And like I said, it's strange because, like I said, this is proof. You can grow up with a great background. You can have all of the loving family, all of the great, even religious aspects of it. You can have all of those things, and then you can still be a different person. So that's why I want people in the comments and people that are fans of LLIPS, step outside of that. Let's look at this from a human aspect. Let's look at the person. This is because the character online, we can all clearly see this is not who he was behind closed doors. He just wasn't. The sister has admitted this. The daughter's mother has admitted this. Everybody that is close to him is admitting this. So I just think that this is going to be an
questionable,
interesting
though,
case.
Queen. It's very questionable because what then is the contributing factor for the behavior?
You cut out
Like,
at the
you know what I
beginning.
mean?
What'd
Like,
you say?
because I said, which is questionable about having this great upbringing, because what is the contributing factor to the behavior
That's a good
on LLIPS
question.
behalf? You know, and I think that a lot of times what I'm discerning the more and more we talk about this, because somebody in the comments reminded me about when they made this comment. The sister said she wished she had experienced her brother the way the public experienced him, the way we saw
Bingo.
him.
Bingo. And
So
that's my point. Who
you,
he was
we
on
do know
camera.
these are right. These people are from Mississippi. You know what I mean? We know that it don't matter what part of the region of the states you're from, but we do know that heavily influenced in the South, it is like, you know, you don't discuss what happens in the house. We don't know what type of trauma, if in fact there was, which I do believe, what they experience in their household dynamics that could possibly have conditioned him this way to behave this way. Because you're not going to convince me that you had this wonderful Leave It to Beaver childhood and you just one day decided to just get out here and just start, like, you know, being on people's asses. You're just not going to convince me that. I don't know if it was in home, if it was in the church or whatever, you know, considering all that we know, him saying that his grandfather was a pastor, that third, we know what all comes with that. That's why I don't believe that maybe his immediate household was accepting of his, you know, his choices, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just accepting of him. Let me say that because it ain't a choice, but accepting of him. But I find that kind of hard to believe, considering we know how the church indoctrinates people against same gender loving.
Well,
You know
that's
what
a
I
good
mean? So
point.
there's some things that could be picked apart. Now, you know what I mean? Like, and what he's stated or whatever. And as we're seeing, we have like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde type of dynamics going on here, or whatever the case may be. Maybe he presented himself. Because the sister saying that really did trigger me too. I went back and watched that live again, and I should have made notes. I didn't know we was going to go talk about it again to go live and have the conversation, but I should have made notes because there was things that I discerned and little things I was like, interesting.
That definitely caught me off guard when she was like, I wish I could have experienced him the way y'all did. But see, that's what I'm saying. The character that he was on film is not who he was behind closed doors. She made it very clear that he had a very demanding, a very controlling, you know, aura about him. And I don't know if that's contributing to the fact that he just liked to
And the
be.
brother had softly alluded to it as well.
Yes, I don't know if that's because he just liked to be a prima donna and he liked everything about
I
LLIPS.
think he was an alpha male. I think he probably naturally was oriented toward alphaness. There also could be some underbelly situations. I mean, he's a gay man too, so maybe some of his alpha also was like a product of overcompensating, or like, you know, people thinking he was going to be soft, or him expecting like society to think he weak because he's, you know, a gay man. So, you know, maybe he revved up the masculinity in in that sense, because sometimes that does happen psychologically as an alley-oop. And yeah, there is big questions on in terms of I wonder what the posture of their parents were if he had, because it's given an air that there may be some narcissistic spectrum that Lips might have been on. If that's the case, a lot of the childhood trauma that creates narcissistic complex is emotional abandonment and or a lot of emotional and mental and sometimes physical abuse. So I wonder how his parents were, if they were like more stoic and kind of like ironclad, and if he had the typical father who ruled with an iron fist of growing up and kind of had maybe a submissive mother or a stoic, religious, conservative mother who wasn't really emotionally available.
So to answer that, when I was talking about like his family dynamic, because remember I was saying his father made the comment about his nails. Okay.
Yeah.
So when he was talking about that, that's how that discussion had came up, and that's where I got the background of his parents. He was saying that his parents were he said, I had the best parents anybody could ever ask for. He said, when y'all comment about why I paint my nails, he said, it's actually funny. He said, because when I first came out as gay, he said that I was mortified. So this could give inkling that his father was the iron fist, ruling coming up. He said, I was mortified. He said, whenever I got my nails done, he said, I popped my nails off one time. And he said, the guy he was dealing with at the time was like, you just got your nails done. Why are you taking my? He was like, well, because I'm going home to see my father. And I guess the sister had told him, he's getting his nails done. Like she had made the family aware, but Lips did not know that. And his father, when he came in, I guess he must have looked at his hands and he was like, why you don't have your nails done? I'm surprised they're not painted red, pink, green, and orange and all of the colors. And he said he started crying because it was then that he realized his father accepted him. He said, but before then, he never. He said he could never dream of walking in his father's house with his nails done because it just mortified him to do so. But this is what also got me. He said that it was not his community that he had to hide himself from. He said it was when he went to other places, like out of state. He said, because presenting, I am a big man. I got a beard. I don't wear wigs or anything. He said, but I am a big man. I have a beard and I have nails. And he said to people that come across that, it's his words, it's weird for them.
Yeah. Now, it freaks them out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said it's weird for them. And he said, I don't expect anybody to, look at me and not think any other way. He said, I understand it. He said, so I don't, have an issue when I go places and people stare at me. He said, but when I was coming up and I was coming out as gay, he said, everybody in my community respected me. He said, my friend that was my best friend in college told me, he said, I don't know why you acting different around me, bro. I love you. I don't care if this is who you are. So he never had the atmosphere of people preconceiving him outside of his, inside his community. It was outside, like when he went to other states and different places. But for the most part, everybody.
So that brings me to another interesting point, is that it could have been his sociology that kind of developed also this kind of like resistance or this hard edgedness, because his experience as a same gender loving man under a stark homophobic patriarchy, that can also, like, I've noticed even with myself, like when I first had to find my voice as a queer person and I really had to come into self-acceptance, the first level of self-acceptance and self-liberation typically looks very bombastic. Like it looks very like roar, like hear me roar, like you have like this very kind of harsh, I'm not taking no shit, like it hasn't been softened yet through the rest of the journey of self-love, maybe somewhere between the situation with his parents and his father presenting in a way that didn't make him initially feel accepted. Like the damage was kind of already done by then, even if the dad pulled a reverse Uno, but then coupled by living in a very resistant society that always kind of was crucifying him, something he was always having to kind of like journey through, also led on to a hard edge, and maybe in different ways you wouldn't see this side of him, but you will only see the damage up close. There are people, they aren't in my life anymore, but there are people that used to be in my life where, like, from the outside, they look like palatable people. You won't see the damage if you exist as a associate, if you exist as an acquaintance, if you exist as a fan, you not going to see the damage. It's only the people that have the intimate relationship that see the other side, and you be like, oh, okay, like I see where it all is. But the question has been like, where does that come from? I mean, the reality is he probably isn't also being very honest, because sometimes when we've been raised a certain way, we don't even recognize a lot of the ways we were treated was truly unfair and abusive, and we were still in our ignorance penalized families, the parents that were actually in fact harmful, in fact fucked up toward us, and that's represented through our behavior in all of these ways. But because if it was a part of what was normal to us, we don't even know that the people that we are glorifying actually were our biggest ops in our lives. Our parents actually were our biggest ops. Our grandparents were our biggest ops. My siblings were my biggest ops. So, it does beg the question of, I even though he holds his parents kind of in a highlight, it does not necessarily negate the fact that they may have been more injurious than what even he was able to admit to, because a lot of people do especially Black people, we're so browbeat to honor our parents. You better not question your parents. You better always be grateful, to the point that you can't even see them for the wrong that they in fact are. You can't even hold them accountable for the wrong they've in fact done, because you've been so socialized and indoctrinated to hold them on a fucking pedestal that allows them to get away with being a villain unbeknownst to you. So how clear he was, I don't know, but the fact that his life was rather messy in all actuality, and there was abuse and trauma and all of that shit, it had to come from somewhere, which can only lead us to the fact that maybe he wasn't being as honest, or in his ignorance, like he's kind of still far removed from the situations and the people that actually traumatized him, while he's on the surface holding them up like wonderful people, great people, when in fact, they were pretty injurious, in fact.
You definitely hit what I was going to say. Because there's a strong possibility they may not have directly, it could have just been a situation where they openly spoke, not to him, but openly spoke, gay slurage, bashing and things of that nature. Again, church people, rhetoric. And because clearly he, not just from society, but clearly he felt the need to hide himself from his family, from his parents particularly, right? That did not come from out of nowhere, out of space. That was something that made him feel that way. Something literally caused him to feel like he could not. So I don't believe that there was a such a loving dynamics in the household to where everybody's accepted, yada yada yada. There was definitely, maybe it could have been when he was super young, and it could, you know what I mean? But for him, when he did decide to come out, well, we didn't even say come out, because you said he took his nails off when he went in the house, and just because somebody else basically outed him. But because his father, addressed it and welcomed him with open arms and accepted him, you know what I mean? That just, made everything better, made everything all right. And to a point of him now, speaking on them in this very like unrealistic way.
Well,
And I mean, of course,
at that time too, I think it's fair to acknowledge that when he was saying this stuff took place, this is when he was in college, so he was still a young man presenting one way and obviously wanting to live another different lifestyle. But
even being in college, he's an adult, though, Queen. Like, not to cut you off, sorry, but even in college, he's an adult now. Even though, like, he's still young, yes, but he's an adult. It's different when you are literally a adolescent. You know what I mean? Because you have to consider that as an adult, he was hiding himself from his parents.
I see what you're saying.
And
No,
you know what I
the
mean?
thing is, though, I get exactly what you're saying, and I agree 100%. You're saying, you know, even though he's in college, this is still a grown man, so he's able to make the decisions for himself. But sometimes, you know, when people are trying to live their life as they see fit, as they see best, sometimes they don't want to be disruptive to other people's. They kind of disregard themselves in regards to what, you know,
accommodating and
they
people
want to be
pleasing and
I think
conforming.
yes, I think he just wanted to be more accommodating to his parents and kind of make them happy with the way that he presented. But I'm not going to say, you know, in Lip's defense, I'm not going to say that he was necessarily hiding it, because he said that in college he was very much himself. Now you got to imagine too, he's away from home. He's not at home. He's in college. So all of this is when he.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, hiding it. That's what I'm talking about, hiding it from his family. Like, of course, away from the flock, you're gonna, you know what I mean, you're gonna live your truth. You're gonna be yourself. And I can just imagine because I don't know if anyone, it doesn't matter what it is that you are now accommodating for others. Usually when people accommodate themselves in a major way like that, you're harming yourself, you're hurting yourself. So I can imagine, you know what I mean, like how that made him feel, not being able to, and he may, you know, may glamorize it later on, because again, it may have felt so good and so relieving to have them, you know, his father to speak those words to him and affirm him that way, that he just brushed everything else under, you know what I'm saying, under the rug. It didn't matter. Nothing needed to be addressed. You know what I'm saying? Like, because why would he address and say, well, I felt like I couldn't do this, or I'm just, you know, we don't know what the exact conversation was per se, just a generalization, but he more than likely probably never addressed why he felt the need not to, what harmed him and things of that nature. You understand what I'm saying? All he knows is that now I'm being validated. You understand? Like, and that's all he needed. You know what I'm saying? And he left the rest alone. And so he was able to get on that platform and cry his tears, say, I didn't have the experience of others. But clearly it may not have been to the level of others where people have come out and been thrown away by their family, disregarded and all of that. But you had some type of trauma, whether it was indirectly or directly. There was some trauma that was planted in you.
I can agree with that. And I also wanted to say another thing about, you know, his experience of coming out, because now this is why
hold on. Before you say that, Boo, I also am wondering too, like, I don't know if he ever touched on this, but like, I wonder if they were physically beaten as well, because I know that because like physical discipline is something that's like accepted in the Black community, we also don't consider that to be child abuse, even though that can lead to psychological deficits and emotional deficits as well. But because we in the Black community, you know, we welcome physical discipline when it comes to how we raising kids, I wonder if, you know, that was there, because him saying, like, I don't know what's all informing him saying, you know, oh, like they were the best parents in the world, because the shit that comes to normal us as Black people, it's a lot of shit that, like, you know, it's normalized, that actually is unhealthy, that is psychologically problematic as fuck. But because it's a part of our culture and it's normalized, we, like, once again, we don't even know it. So we be like, yeah, I had a normal childhood, baby. Your normal childhood was abuse, being locked in the closet, being beat with drop cords. I mean, all type of shit in here. Oh, I had wonderful parents. Like,
well, no, he did say that. He did say that. But the thing is, it's not from who y'all expected. It actually came from his grandparents. His grandfather.
That's where the trauma came from.
Yeah, his grandparents were his grandfather was a minister, and he said that they had, you know, they lived by the doctrine, the stern and firm, as for me and my house, we gonna serve the Lord. So that's the tutelage he came up under with his grandparents. That's where he said they were very strict. That's why religion was so heavy with him, because
where was his grandparents from?
Queen, they from Mississippi.
I think
you know what? Oh,
Queen link had drops. I'm gonna have to drop the link for Queen. I know that you was asking. Hey, Moda Coach, I know you was asking some questions too. we kind of had covered the whole wheelchair situation, but if rumors and Queen want to kind of speak to that, I mean, like they can, you know.
It dropped me. Did y'all hear what I was saying? Can y'all hear me?
No. We can hear you now, but we didn't hear you.
My grandparents from Mississippi, so yeah. If his grandparents were from Mississippi, yeah, they were spanked.
Yes, he did say that. He said his grandfather was very strict, but they ruled with the iron fist from the religious part of it. He said he was brought up in a very religious household. That's the way that they were brought up. They went to church every Sunday. I think he said at one point he was what did he say he was in a church? I think he said he was a deacon or something like that.
My grandfather was a deacon.
He said
I was too.
I think he said a youth deacon in the church or something like that. That was his role within the church. But the way that he actually came out, it wasn't. That's why I said it's interesting, and that's why I believe to this day that Lips was bisexual, because he said that he always had girlfriends. He said all the girls, you know, especially when you're good at sports, all the girls be on you like that. He always had girlfriends, but he said the way that his best friend found out that he was gay was because he was using his laptop in college and he saw pictures, and he said he wasn't mad about it. He just was confused, like, what is this on your computer? Because he always saw him with girls. So he said, he asked me, he said, is this you something you looking at? And he said he was so ashamed, he started crying. And his friend was like, bro, I always kind of thought something was a little different, but I'm not mad at you, bro. And he said that ever since then he felt more this might speak to his parental, you know, dynamic. He said he felt more comfortable at his friend's house telling his friend's mother about his experience than he did his own parents. His friends, his best friend's mother would cook for him. She always made the best food. He said it was foods he didn't even like, but he said he ate them because he enjoyed her, you know, instilling love with him.
He was able to be his authentic self.
Yes.
Before these people, something that for whatever reason, whether it showed up in his assumptions, maybe based upon the way that his parents carried, the way they were, the type of beliefs they had, maybe the way they spoke about other queer people, he kind of knew or assumed that they wouldn't have any space for him, or it came from them being a bit more aggressive.
Yes, but it was the sister who revealed to the family that he was getting his nails done, and that's how the family that's how they found out that, you know, he was gay, because they was like, getting his nails done, you know, that's not something that was.
Now I'm also curious to know why the sister did that, because she would have had to know the same thing that he did, unless this was more so a assumption he assumed, while the sister might have been like, girl, our parents wouldn't give a fuck, like, you can be yourself. And he was like, no, I know they wouldn't. I know. And so she kind of like threw him out of the closet, like, let me show you, nobody gives a fuck. Like,
you know why I'm side out of that? You know why I'm side out of that? Because why wouldn't the sister then go to him first before she went to the parents? Why would she not say something?
It was her being just a young and probably petty and not really knowing any better and not understanding the gravity, because people never really kind of do in the in the moment that they're just kind of insisting upon their own way. So she, out of her own arrogance, was like, let me prove to you, like,
well, no, I think it was a case where I think he pinned it like he was running late for like a dinner, or I forget what holiday he said it was, and everybody's waiting on him. You know how it is, everybody ready to eat and they waiting on him. Everybody was probably like, well, where's Lips at? And he said that it was her that kind of brought it out, like, oh, well, he's probably getting his nails done. And
she could have said anything, but she chose to say that knowing what it would mean to them. Knowing what it, but I'm not going to assume that she meant anything, evil by it, because she could have just, like, in her own experience, like, her and him could have been different in terms of how they were interpreting, like, the family. Like, for her, she could have in her heart been like, I don't think they would give a fuck. Like, I don't think mom and dad are them kind of people. Yeah, they Christian or whatever. Hold on.
Well, he made it very.
Hold on. Somebody got some tapping going on. Is somebody tapping on the phone or something?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me. Okay. I forgot to mute. Sorry, baby.
So she may not have meant anything evil by it, or she could have been, being intentionally like controversial and provocative by just
Messy.
like and being like messy as fuck. I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
But the dynamic between him and the sister, he did mention they were very close. So I don't want to say she was being malicious, but
Right.
the dynamic between the relationships was, from my understanding, was him and the brother did not get close until the mother and father passed.
That's the way. Okay.
He was more closer with his sister. So I don't think I see her being malicious. I think she was just being, messy in that situation. But that's when everybody was like getting his nails done, and he said, he walked in and he had already, popped them off because he didn't want to do that. And his father brought up, like, what's going on with your nails? Why are they not orange, green, and red? Like, that it was a full-fledged tea spilling at the table. And he said he cried in front of his family. And that's when he realized that his father loved him and that he had accepted him and he could be himself. But again,
and this is a teachable, hold on. Before you go further, because this is a teachable moment that I want to highlight to everybody else. Even though it turned out good in terms, like, for LLIPS and his family situation, like, from a super emotionally intelligent perspective, like, I probably would have also apologized to my son for the fact that, like, apologize for, like, whatever way I showed up and had no idea that it kept you from believing that my love was conditional. I apologize to you for not showing up in a way that made you feel that way. So for all the other parents out there, while in your heart you may be okay with your children's humanity, you may be okay with your children having a humanity, you may not have any prejudices in terms of what they want to do for a career or who they choose to love. But I, like, in this case, is a perfect example of, like, don't just hold that in your heart. Make sure you, like, affirm that to your children, like, that they know how you feel, that they know that they have your love, that they know that, they could be themselves and that there's space for their authentic self in y'all's relationship. Because it's not enough to just, like, hold those politics in personally, but you don't necessarily show up in a way that makes that clear. And then you have the people that you love masking around you, not knowing that they can actually be free, not even knowing that freedom was accorded to them the whole time. So just go the extra mile and make sure that you verbalize those affirmations to your friends and family. But go ahead.
Yeah. So
motorculture.
Oh, go ahead. I think somebody in the chat too said they wanted to say something on here, but they didn't know.
Yeah, motorculture.
She's up here. Hey, motorculture. I think the motorculture had initially, she was kind of confused about the wheelchair thing. She was just like, I thought he was in a wheelchair. How could he have been a threat? I told her that we had already kind of unpacked that earlier on. But if y'all want to kind of give her the condensed version of the thought around.
Okay, so I want people
to give me the cliff notes.
Okay, so this is what I want people to deduce from this. When you think of the word disabled, there are levels to being disabled. You can still qualify for being disabled, even if it be partially. Okay. So when he says that, I was granted a disability check, that is what he is alluding to. Now, from a health perspective, you can be limited in your disability, meaning you can do some things, but you can't do all things. You might be able to walk for 30 minutes, but you can't go no further than that. You may be able to stand for an hour, but you can't stand no longer than that. In this case, that was similar to how LLIPS was. He would only use moderate assistance of a cane and a wheelchair only when it was needed or when it was necessary. Like if he was in too much pain, he would use a cane to walk, or he would use a wheelchair, but he was very capable of walking. He was very capable of standing.
So he wasn't completely bound to the wheelchair like a paraplegic.
Exactly. Basically. He was not confined to a wheelchair. He was not.
Yes.
I saw somebody saying that he was paralyzed. That is inaccurate.
That's not true.
Yes. So, I saw somebody else saying that he was only able to move his upper body. That is inaccurate. He was fully capable of doing everyday living on his own. He just needed some assistance sometimes.
Oh, okay. Because the reason why I asked that was because I was trying to see, the cause of him, using a firearm on him? Was it to the point that production felt that he had to do that because was he a danger so much so to where he couldn't get away? Was he a threat? Was that the absolute only solution that he could, have? And I just feel that I I haven't really watched Lips. My mother is into him, and so when I'm new to this story, so when I came in, watching his videos and trying to get, up to speed on him and what he's about and their dynamic and how they interact with each other, I'm coming in with a fresh pair of eyes. And what I've noticed, and I saw a video of them interacting where this was like 4 months earlier, 4 months earlier. And the interaction, to me, it was signs that production was going through something. And he obviously looks, now I'm just gonna keep it real, now he looks like he's kind of special needs a little bit, because when someone is, it shows in their face, that he has a problem. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not shaming that. That's all right. I got a little cousin that had special needs. But my thing is, and plus I've heard that he was on a substance, like he has a history of being a substance abuser. And from what I've researched, he has a record stealing, and he's been arrested, or he's an ex-convict. He was in prison before. And so my thing is, I was wondering, why would Lips hook up with an individual like this? Then I seen another video where they said, or someone of the mukbang community said, well, this is probably the only type of person Lips felt that he could get. And I'm thinking, felt that he could get. And then I said, what are you talking about? Lips ain't, he look cool. He's attractive. Why would he feel? And then I saw how they interacted with each other. Now it was made clear, because sometimes people are not going to put up with that. In my personal opinion, you can't push nobody to the limit. He was very bossy, kind of bossy.
I think that because if they got together like 18 years ago, like obviously he was probably like better. Even looking at his Facebook, like he looked a lot better in his younger years than he kind of is, like was given recently. Even though he looks half decent in his mugshot, but I'm also one to think that two things played a role here. Physical attraction, obviously, like all other normal shit that attracts people, physical attraction, whatever it can be. From what I, based upon the give, I think that maybe production was maybe also, for the most part, on the masculine presenting side. Not that he was some macho masculine man, but that he wasn't also like CTV. He wasn't like, outside with his shit like me. So so for Lips, that probably worked perfectly, especially since at some point in his life he was living very dualistically and was like out of the closet in college and in the closet at home, or he kind of, he was journeying through his own shit. So it would have been important for him to have a partner that also could have some passing privilege, a partner that he could blend in society with. But also, when we talk about the personality difference, I always say this, that like narcissistic people and or narcissistic like people just kind of also have like a natural affinity toward people who are controllable. And with production allegedly being more of a people-pleasing person, is going to go out of his way to kind of make you happy with him, and he's kind of don't have the highest self-esteem, and his self-esteem kind of comes from him being able to appease other people. I mean, I can also see how that would be, like how Lips could be perfectly attracted to someone who kind of is willing to kind of bend the knee and kiss the ring and really admit and kind of seek out, being approved of, because, that would make him the perfect supply.
And that perfect supply fooled around and bit him in the ass.
It typically does.
Because like I was saying, in my opinion, you could tell that he was going through something, and the way that Lips was saying, okay, it's all right, just calm down, it's okay, because production would start to forget what he was saying in mid-sentence. He would be stuttering, he would be fidgeting, and I'm thinking, what's going on with him? So basically, that let me know that it was signs that he was going through something. And when you forget what you're saying and you start talking about something else, that's kind of like a little form of psychosis, and that often is a trait of someone who's like a schizophrenic. And I've heard
Well,
that
motorculture, not to cut you off,
And he did
they
suffer
said
a stroke
he
as
had a
well.
stroke.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he had a stroke, and he kind of like that's when his
from the stroke.
I recall it got like a lot worse. Yeah, when he had a stroke. So he had a stroke.
But sometimes too, when people see that they can get over with treating you a certain way, like CTV was saying, they'll latch onto that. And a lot of the times, if you watch those videos, a lot of that frustration came from the masking. Imagine seeing somebody treat you one way off camera, and then they get on camera and they try to present another way. That's mentally, taxing too, because you're having to put up with two different personalities, and then
On top of what his initial problem, whatever that may be.
Exactly. And then you have somebody belittling you on camera,
Right.
reducing you to being solely just the help. Do this, do that. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to do it this way. It is taxing. And that's
even even when Lips was in the hospital and production was in the room, I think he had asked production to come, like, say hello to the people, to come into the camera, and production kind of like had shot away from the camera, and he kind of like Lips kind of got stern and was like, "Sweetheart, come show yourself. Come say." I was like,
see what I'm saying? There is a controlling dynamic there, and I encourage people to look at it from both lenses, not just one. I get it. Everybody loves Lips. You like his content, and that's great. That's fine. It's fair. I'm not telling anybody not to. I'm simply saying just look at it from both perspectives. Neither of these people had a clean past, and they both have long rap sheets. I saw somebody also ask, well, why would he stay in a relationship with somebody who was controlling him? Listen, love will make you do some weird things. It just will.
Trauma make you do fucked up and weird and upside down, self-deprivating things.
Yes.
It'll make you settle for the lowest shit on the totem pole. It'll have you in something for all the wrong reasons, for your safety, for convenience, out of laziness, out of a bunch of shit that should not inform your well-being and the quality of life. When you're talking about rationing between the quality of life, it shouldn't even be a matter of like negotiating. It should be like, I'm not happy here. This isn't serving me. I got to fucking go. Not you trying to compartmentalize. Well, he goes upside my head. He gives me STDs every now and again, but in return, at least I got a roof over my head, and I love his family. Like, fuck that family. Fuck his mother. Fuck everybody. Like, I'm the kind of bitch, I get my shit and I go. Like, there is like, initially, I'm gonna try to talk about it. We can, work, if we can work through it, yes. But if shit don't get better and I keep feeling fucked over mentally and emotionally, etc., I don't give a fuck what the positive qualities were, because they're obviously not positive enough to get rid of my headache. They're not positive enough. Those qualities are not positive enough to keep me consistently well with you. So I now can't use those positive qualities to justify staying when I keep returning back to this deficit that makes me want to hit the front door. So I'm just going to just hit the front door.
Now, was there love there? People keep talking about, love and all that, but I'm just like, okay, but he unalived him.
But we don't know if that
was my question to everybody on the panel. How can someone love someone and they end up unaliving them?
But so let me first say, we don't know the circumstances.
No, not them, just in general, just period.
So I'm going to answer. So I'm going to answer that. Trauma, as Conscious was just speaking to. So our brain is like the hard drive. Our brain and our heart is like the hard drive that runs our body. Trauma is nothing but a broken brain. Like, it's
and trauma is of low vibration, and that's
you cannot make if that trauma is not healed up, you cannot make rational decisions. You're just not going to make rational decisions. But people literally, because people don't know the difference between trauma. They don't. If you ask most people what is love conscious, you have done this experiment a few times on the panels. What is love? And everybody has a different variation of love, but no one can really speak specifically with like a sound, rational statement to define love. But most people, when it comes to that word love, it literally is coupled with everything that is trauma based.
Hmm?
The talking points are literally, and people don't know that if you think about trauma and you think about the characteristics of how you behave in trauma, what is trauma? Not what caused the trauma, but what literally is trauma. That will be the same, like the definition, not the definition completely, but some of the talking points would literally be what people will use when they speak of love. They don't know the difference. They don't know the
Oh,
difference.
how
So
to?
when you like,
Oh,
how
To
do
also,
people
oh, go ahead.
love people? They can't. No one, in my opinion,
hmm.
unless you are, when you're healed, if you really have done the work and healed the trauma, you can then say, without a shadow of a doubt, what love is to you. Love is healthy. Love is not
Yes,
anything toxic.
yes,
To answer the question when she was saying, how can you love someone and kill them? My question to you is, have you seen Snapped? And the reason
yes.
why I'm asking,
That's just my personal. I just
no,
feel
no,
like
no, I'm joking,
sometimes
I'm
people
trolling.
think they love somebody, but that's just my, my from my life
And
experience and my
that's
journey. I
question
just
of
don't.
modern culture.
Yeah.
That is exactly why I spent the time that I did, I think in the last live, breaking down the fact that
Mm.
the human and the phenomenon of love are not mutually exclusive. However, the love
Well, yeah.
phenomenon and being human can link up. They can collaborate, but they're not one and the same, which is why the people that we love or that say they love us can do very evil fucking things.
True. It's a
Because
thin line between love and
human,
hate.
yes, human and love are not synonymous. They are not mutually exclusive. And when you have a broken person experiencing love, if they aren't healed, then they're still being largely influenced and led by their actual trauma and their ego and the broken parts of themselves, despite having love somewhere in their system also trying to get in here and influence some shit. So in my personal worldview,
Oh, okay.
somebody that loves you, somebody that okay, hold on. So there has to be a rationing here. If a person is well and their love for self and for you is more predominant than the broken part of them and their ego, they cannot bring harm to you.
Right.
If somebody who loves you is more broken than they are in self-love and
Mm-hmm.
they are in agape love, then they can still be harmful to you despite loving you. It's just going to largely
Oh, I get it.
be
Oh,
based
thank you.
upon the condition of the person. If the person is very
Oh.
broken, then brokenness is probably going to win the war in the end.
For
If
the
the
people
Okay.
person is
asking,
healthier, healthiness and that love is going to prevail in the end.
Okay.
But it just comes down to the condition of the individual.
Gotcha.
yeah,
Oh, thank you. Because
people are
for a long
asking,
time I didn't understand it. Oh, CT know how to break it down.
I
Okay.
try. I try.
for the people that was asking, and how can you stay in a relationship this long and experience it? Outside of that too, what you have to look at is that there's a saying that says, until you get tired, you'll stay in it. How tired do you have to be to get to this point?
Well, you know what? I want to say, couple, couple the fact of the trauma, right? We have to think about too the religious aspect, that the toxic religious doctrine that we are literally in, like, bathed in to our brain, right? Saturated in. We're taught to love thy enemy. Love, love, forgive and love, forgive and love, forgive and love. And the way we've been taught to forgive and love means it doesn't include you cutting and separating, which is it's an irony there, because when they use the Bible to teach these things, we know with a lot of things, teachers of the Bible, they conveniently forget the scriptures about separating yourself and cutting off your left hand if it offends you, and plucking out your right eye if it offends you, and things of that nature, which will ultimately cause separation from things that are causing you injury, right? They forget that, but we've been
Right.
taught that love is forgiveness and still having attachment and engagement with each other, which I think is sick as hell, because you want me to forgive someone that is hurt. I don't give a damn if it's physical,
Right.
psychological, or emotional. You want me to stay tied to someone that is literally hurting me.
Let me
I don't
ask
give
you
a
this.
damn if it's
If you
intentional or accidentally, because when it's accidental and I bring it to your attention and you do not correct the behavior, that
Mhm.
becomes intentional for me.
Right. Let me ask you this. Why do you think that production didn't contact the family all that time while Lips was in the hospital? And
Well,
then
the
the
day
sister
of, he
said by
was
the time she
arrested.
got there, he was already gone.
Well, he could have gave the police their information when he got locked up. He could have literally said, call his siblings, da da
Nah,
da da da, whatever, right?
when the police
But can
I
I be honest with you? I think production, I believe he was definitely out of it. And I think that there's a part of him, I'm not him, I can't say, but this is my assumption. I'm just discerning that he was so defeated that he just, you know what I'm saying? He couldn't even bring himself to make no phone calls to nobody. He couldn't bring himself to like tell them to call nobody. I just think that this man is literally defeated, and just like Conscious said, he could very well, we don't know, there's a strong possibility that he may just be like, I'm guilty, and not even want to go to trial.
I
If
think
what
he was
he
trying to
considered,
keep at the last minute from contacting the family in hopes of Lips will pull through, because if he called that
I
family,
mean,
they
to
would have
be
known
honest,
exactly what time it
I
was.
mean, to be
I
honest,
feel.
to be honest though, on a criminal level, it's like, I mean, like the criminals, like whoever's deemed the criminal and take it into custody is hardly the person that ever does like the lead work on making the phone call to begin with. Like that kind of
Right.
already defaults to the hospital and investigators and police. Now, to like, we don't know, what the communications were. If it's almost like the sister kind of contradicted herself, because on one hand she's like, he loved my brother so much that I don't think he's going to live to trial. Well, that means that the first 6 days of this, he more than likely was devastated and completely outside of himself. So why would he have been clear enough in his emotionality or in his mental to be kind of like thinking about y'all in this moment where his life has now completely imploded and
But
he's in
all them
jail
days
for
though,
killing
not to
someone?
think, let me contact because
I
he's
mean,
hurt.
I would have more of a question probably before I get to Lips. I mean, to him, I would have a question of like, well, I mean, like, how much lead work did the hospital do? Like, did y'all even think to contact the police
Right.
in order to contact Lips to get information about, etc.? Also, they had his phone, so it's like, why did y'all need to go through Facebook and all this when y'all had the phone? The police said he caught the phone right on deck and took the phone in for evidence. So y'all actually had his phone. Y'all had access to his contact list. Y'all had access to his home because y'all went and looked through the home. That means his wallet would have been there. His computer would have been there. I mean,
Right.
there was all the shit there that had information and data in it. So, I think I know
It's weird.
I know that she's associating the delay to him, but production may not be the per se reason
To
for the
blame.
delay. Yeah,
Right.
in that it could have just been failure on the system based
It's
upon
failure on the
what should
system,
be
because if
in
you're
charge of.
investigating what happened, you would think that it would be second nature for the authority officials to try to contact the family to figure out who
Because
could have
here's the
shot,
other
what
thing,
happened.
right? He had just been hospitalized 2 months prior for a heart attack, and based upon all the other issues with a blood clot, a fall. So he should have had an emergency contact list already in the system. So the fact that,
Right.
like, did y'all not look through the database? I was confused on why the delay was there too. But I'm like, he been in the
Hmm.
hospital for so
Was
long.
something
Why
went
wasn't
down to where they
the
were
family?
purposely derailed from calling?
How come the family wasn't already
I,
like in
I
the
was
database?
I actually was thinking that, like, what if it was, homophobia, because these two same gender loving individuals, I mean, unfortunately, when it comes to things like that, what I'm saying, they don't give a fuck, like,
Yeah.
the
I mean,
politics of it all,
a prime example of that is how the Jeffrey Dahmer killings were, like how that all played out. Police didn't investigate even when they had victims literally right in their custody because it was a same gender loving dynamic. They didn't give a fuck. And then these are black men, they're gay men. So this could have been the result of racism and homophobia in terms of the system. Could have been the reason why they did not go out of their way. I mean, not really. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it
Now,
is. Who knows?
what's weird to me is, okay, what I could see, I have so many questions. Like when he got shot, and obviously he had to get to the hospital. Did the ambulance get there, and then he went to the hospital from there, and then production went with the ambulance to the hospital?
Oh, production
No, he
had
was
went straight to
arrested.
jail. He went. I'm gonna read you.
Okay,
I'm
got
gonna
you.
read you the police report.
So he wasn't at the hospital. Okay.
I'm gonna read you the police report. Let me read the police report again, especially for those who just coming in as well.
Right.
Who may not have hold on for a minute. Let me run this. Where is the fucking police report? Hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay.
So why would the sister say, why didn't production call me? He wasn't able. He was locked up.
It's just her.
Yeah, that's what.
So I'm like, huh?
Her sorrow and her.
So that made
pain
me
right
think,
now.
was production at the hospital?
So
And then you
let me
saying
read-
he went straight to jail. So how could the sister say, well, why didn't production call us? He was locked up, honey.
It was probably just an emotional outburst on her end. Like
Yeah,
I
she's
don't
just
think she.
emotional.
I don't think she. It's clear that she wasn't really like thinking logically under these circumstances. Exactly how this would play out. But this is what the police report said. The officer said at approximately 8:35 p.m. I was dispatched to said address where the caller stated that he was shot. Dispatch could then hear another person on the line saying he did not know what was happening and then saying he was shot. Okay, so I'm going to assume this person was LLIPS and that it was production in the background. He continues to write, I arrived on the scene at approximately 8:38, which is 3 minutes later, after other officers had already met with production outside of the apartment. Production said that his husband, Bradley Jones, walked inside and was shot, and then he did not know what happened. I left production to sit in the back of my patrol car. I let production sit in the back of my patrol car, telling him detectives were on the way and would want to ask him some questions about what was happening. I spoke with Captain Lee, who stated that it was production who answered the door, saying that he did not know what happened. Officers found LLIPS in the bathroom with a gunshot wound to the left abdomen. Captain Lee called the number that dialed 911, and the phone production had in his hand rung. Jones was then transported, aka LLIPS, to the Northside Hospital, Gwinnett. Inside of the apartment was a mess consistent with some type of altercation taking place. There was food, bottle of liquor on the floor near the living room table in the hallway in front of the bedroom. There was broken bottle of liquor with liquid on the ground. There were also drops of blood leading into the bedroom and bathroom. There was loose rounds of ammunitions by the nightstand in the bedroom. There was vomit on the floor of the bathroom from Jones. I took the phone that was used to call 911 as evidence. While waiting with production in my patrol vehicle, Hefner, aka production, made the following statements, quote, I don't know anything, just put the handcuffs on so I can go to jail. I've been through too much. Both me and him were on the phone trying to make the call, but it don't matter now, and I'm sure that I'm going to jail. I transported production to Gwinnett County Police Headquarters and put him in the interview room 3. So that's also what I had said. I wouldn't be surprised if this is an easy trial, because production very well could just like admit, I'm guilty, I did this, I'm wrong, because I mean he pretty much was already telling the goddamn officer, like, put me in handcuffs and just take me to jail already. Like, so This may not even be, you know, he may not even really fight for his life in the way that we're thinking that he might fight. The sister don't even think he's going to even survive this shit. We also have a white guy in the background, which I'm sure is here to troll. So yeah, it's a no for me. So go ahead, y'all.
I think he was done. I think production, that sounds like a man that's done had enough and just gave up and just said, hey, just, I don't know nothing. He don't want to talk about it. He don't want to get into it. Just take me to jail. He's accepted the fact.
And he said on the end,
yeah,
I've been through too much already. So I mean,
right.
like
he don't care.
Yeah. Or that he's throwing in the towel, like this is really it.
And then there was several rounds found on the floor. That sounds like to me he accepted the fact that I know I'm gonna go to jail, and I know when I do this I do, and I don't care. Just go ahead and take me.
Yep.
Yeah, he had enough.
That's going to be even crazier news than
you got to be pushed.
It's going to be even crazier news than if we get news that production took his life in prison or in jail, wherever he's being held. But he might
all hit him.
But he might be in confinement, in solitary confinement in the hole based upon his mental state. So he may not even be able to do that right now because he doesn't have any way of actually accomplishing that in the hole.
You think he could probably try to plead insanity?
It's possible.
He might actually be insane by the time trial comes. I mean, you know,
right.
I don't know. You know, his mental health could be, you know, he was claiming he didn't know what happened. So I don't know whether he had a psychotic episode or he was just trying to cop a plea to the police, or if he was just in like a general state of shock because of the gravity of the situation. But yeah.
Like I said, even up to that, I seen videos of people having problems.
Mo, we was discussing because Queen was in real time, like your mom, she was a subscriber, and she watched some things, so she was giving us a little, you know, history of their dynamics, that the things that were live, you know what I mean? And they definitely had, I'm not sure if you're aware or if your mom was aware, but they definitely had a very volatile relationship. And I know the sister spoke to it or whatever, but we've been up here for the last 3 hours just discussing the dynamics, because a lot of people are demonizing production and making it like he's the villain in the situation. We don't know the circumstances that led to the outcome or whatever, but you know, from just as his sisters, LLIPS sisters talking points, and some of the things that had been made public, some of the lives and things that Queen has shared with us, it would seem that there's a possibility that LLIPS may have been the antagonist, you know what I mean, and the aggressor in the situation, and production could have been defending himself. You know, which has been making a lot of people upset.
Right. I've seen a video where,
not to cut you off, Rumors and Tea, but I also want people to pay attention to the details of the police report. When the police arrived, the house was awry, meaning there was an altercation that took place before a gunshot was even fired. So let's keep that in mind, because again, if this is in fact self-defense, well, we have a police report indicating that this was definitely the scene. You know, their food was everywhere. I think they said liquids was on the floor. Stuff around the house was knocked over. So this was not just he walked in and unaliving took place. No, there was something going on between the both of them. So for the people that don't see any other way except but to look at it from LLIPS,
the police also actually had used the term altercation. It looked like a scene where there was an altercation, which is what also had led to me speculating if LLIPS initially had drew the weapon, and then it was a fight for that weapon. And Dominique, since LLIPS was considered to be, you know, he is taller, he has a bigger advantage, and like I said, he was also partially disabled. So it would make sense to me why LLIPS would actually have a GUN in his possession, because his attitude ain't never changed despite his body changing. So he still carried himself like, I'm that nigga, and I still ain't gonna let nobody, you know, punk fake and fake punk and da 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 da, and maybe, you know, had a gun as a substitute for if he ever needed that, because once again, he knew his attitude wasn't going to change about shit, even though his body was, and maybe that's why he had a gun to begin with. And maybe Lips would pull the gun out in the past just to be intimidating and menacing without any intent to actually use it. But in this case, especially since the neighbors have been alleging that things got very, very bad leading up to the weeks, like they were ramming each other's cars into each other and shit, and there was a lot of yelling and all type of shit going on leading up to this. So maybe that, you know, maybe that's why Dominique really maybe have felt a real sense of danger, and it just ended up with one person coming out better than the other in the situation.
Ain't that a trip though? To be shot with your own firearm kind
If
of
that
puts me
is
in the
Yeah.
mindset of Marvin Gaye, what killed by his own father with the gun he bought him.
Or, you
there,
know, it could have been actually his, it could have been a firearm initially, maybe even on a purchase um by production, but you know, like because
Hmm.
they're a married couple and they live together, of course, you know, like
Mm-hmm.
it's the households, it's both
Yeah.
careers, and maybe, you know, so I mean, I don't know, but yeah, it is nuts to be unalived by hell your own husband. But you
yes.
know,
Yes.
but once again, you know, like a woman said, you know, we don't know, you know, it could be self-defense. And like I said, for the sister have to have been so kind of like lenient when it came to production under these circumstances, it was given to me that this ain't the first time that somebody put a gun on somebody. It ain't the first time that maybe her brother pulled a gun, and maybe that's why she's like, I'm not even mad if Dominique did what he had to do, because nobody should put anything past anybody when people
Right.
are deploying weapons. And if he had to fight my brother for that gun and my brother ended up losing his life, then you know that's fucked up and sad. But she kept saying, you know, I'm not really mad about, you know,
Mm-hmm.
getting
What happened?
yeah, I'm more so, you know, upset that we just didn't get to take care of him afterwards. So that was all that loaded language was given to me. Oh, this ain't the first time that a gun been employed,
Right.
and it's given that your brother has put the gun on Dominique before, and that's why you ain't
Right.
really like being judgmental of how Dominique may have had to handle himself
And
in that
another thing,
situation. Mhm.
another part to give context of just how strong of a temperament that Lips had, there's also a video that's going viral right now. Of course, they're pulling up everything, so all his videos are
Yeah.
going viral. But there's one where he talks about an incident where he almost got into it in a store with a clerk because she made mention of, you know, he thought that she was being racist towards him when she made a statement. Well, unfortunately, if you're paying with EBT, our system is down, so we can't use it. And he thought, you know, she was trying to be funny, and he was like,
Absolutely.
yeah, he was like, EBT, who uses that? And he said production would have been so proud of him because production was off. You know how you forget something, you go to pick it up.
Yeah.
He was off getting something in the store, and when he got back to the line, he was telling him what the lady had said, and production was like, well, she probably was just letting everybody know that. And turns out production was right. It was another lady walking in front of Walmart. He said they were in Walmart, and another lady was telling the customers, hey, our systems is down, so if you are paying with EBT, you won't be able to. So he was like, I'm so glad I didn't go off on that lady, because he was like, let me tell y'all something, my temperament, I can go from 0 to 100 in a
100.
flash. He said people know me. He said people to trust. He said trust people that know me, nails or not, I will beat the F out of you. He's like, he
And
don't mind getting there. So this is
and
who
that's
we're
why the
dealing
sister
with.
had to remind us. You're like, if y'all, those who claim y'all know, if y'all know how my brother is, then y'all know how my brother. Y'all know
Yes.
my brother ain't no angel, and he can be a lot, and everything. You know, so like, if you know him, then you know.
Yeah,
Well,
he
to
was
go
like, I'm so
piggyback
glad
off of
I didn't
that,
go
it
off
was a
on that
video.
lady.
Oh, it was a video where a guy who was from the who is from the mukbang community was talking about Lips and what happened and what he was saying. Now, I don't want to speak ill of the dead. You know, everybody don't, you know, be biased or against Lips, but this is just his opinion. He was saying that the mukbang community. He said a lot of people are asking, why aren't you supporting Lips, or why aren't you covering this story? Why isn't there more support from the mukbang community? And this guy was saying because nobody liked Lips. He was diabolical,
I told you,
and he
Yeah,
was
the
mean and
whole
and
hateful.
mukbang
and
The
and
mukbang
you know
community
all
has
of this,
a
and I'm
huge
thinking
problem.
diabolical. That's a strong word. You know,
Strong,
diabolical
very
means
strong word.
yeah. That's to
But I
describe
mean,
someone's
but did he
character.
explain
Wow.
like what he meant by diabolical, or did he explain like why he felt that way about?
But he was saying because of something happened at a meet and greet
Oh, okay,
in
so this must have been
Atlanta.
of a queen, like someone said the queen was divulging to us. She was
He had like a
giving us.
huge falling out with the mukbang community because of the way he acted when they had that big meetup. I'm telling you, it
What
got
happened
so
with the
bad.
meetup?
Oh, now, girl.
I mean, just a
You
quick
gotta
little
rewind this
summary
action,
Get
so
it,
child.
go,
people
get
don't
a
know.
Okay, so
recap, because
Like,
there's new
you know, and
people
it
real
was
here.
too much
brief.
for me to try to research the event. I was like, oh, child.
Now you good, but real brief. For the people that's just now coming in, so real brief. It was a
And for the people who just
situation.
coming in, you can rewind it back in the playback because she definitely unpacked everything like lick by lick.
Because see,
Yes.
you have to explain it because a lot of people, I'm not, you know, the mukbang, I'm not, you know, I don't even
Yeah.
watch that. My mom does, but you know, I don't know nothing about like what
So
happened at this event.
here's what I'll suggest. For the people that are not into the mukbang community, like if you've never watched one, if you've never understood that community, just type up lips mukbang drama. Put in something like that on YouTube, and I promise
And
you,
it'll come up.
it will come up. There are tons. When I say that the whole community went at him, the whole
But tell us
community.
what happened. What was the deal?
Well, I did explain it, but
Quickly.
here's a brief synopsis. Basically,
Okay.
he had too much to drink at one of their meetups, and he got very violent to where the police had to be called for the protection of his husband. So
Oh, so he was fighting against his husband, not anybody there.
well, there's more to that. So basically, he also was interacting inappropriately with people at the community as well. And that's why it was a huge blow up. A lot of people after that cut him off. A lot of people chose not to deal with him. It got to the point where people were even coming out saying that he was demonic, and they went into the whole name of his channel, Lips Legion, being like seen as demonic. I mean, it was so many breakdowns.
Damn.
Yes. They were
Dang, what
trying to
did he
say,
do?
like,
That's some
because you know,
That's a
strange.
like
lot
in the
more.
Bible,
My
like
Lord.
in the
I'm
Bible,
gonna have to
it
watch
speaks
then
of,
because I mean, my God.
well, in the Bible, it speaks of like how the devil would reference his legion of,
He
of
come
his
in many.
angels. Yes.
Yeah.
So they said that even the name of his channel was demonic. Like when I say they were going in on Lips, they were going in on him. And once again, the support was for his husband. It was not for Lips. They were all saying, we felt bad for production because he was really there conducting himself respectfully. He was trying to calm him down. And as he was trying to calm Lips down from interacting because he was too intoxicated and inebriated, he got physically combative with production. And it got to the point where they were dispersing from the hotel room, and they called the police, not for their protection, but for production's protection.
What?
So that speaks volumes to how volatile and how disruptive their relationship was, because this was a public
In
setting.
public.
Yes, in front of
Just
people.
imagine behind closed doors and it's a firearm in the
That's
house.
what we were saying.
And this is in front. Now, mind you, also this is in front of people that they just met. These
Ooh.
are not people that they know.
Oh,
These are people in the
wow.
community
And their
that they met up
peers. This is people who can go back and like
talk.
give a report. Yeah, right. And
Yeah.
talk. Like, hello.
So
That lets you know the level of off the chainness it was
Right.
behind closed
Exactly.
doors.
It does. Yeah.
Exactly.
It does.
And this is what his family members were saying. So, like I said, for the people who are thinking that we're just up here, trying to disrespect Lips, I would never do that. As you said, I would never speak ill of the dead or anyone for that matter. I go based on facts, evidence, and I like to give context because there is always context. Go back and do your own research. And like I said, there's more than enough. You can pull up public cases, public arrests.
It's gonna be a long Sunday night for me. I see. I got some shit I gotta watch.
Yes,
That's why
back.
the
I'm
sister
telling
was
you,
talking
it's
like
there.
that because she
It's
knew
Yeah.
her brother was very, very off the chain and
She knew
could be. So
that
she didn't blame
he was light.
production
He was both
completely. She
light
understood.
and he was both light and darkness.
Perfect way to put it. Perfect way to put it. There were
She
got a
knew
question
how
for
her
you.
brother could get.
I got a
It was
question for you,
huge
Queen.
characters.
I got a question for you, Queen. Coco wants to know, do you know anything about Lips having a shoulder surgery at any point? Did he
I
ever
had heard about that, but I think that was more so after I had tuned out. Like I said, I I was a heavy supporter of his channel because I love the channel. But like I said, once I begin to have a discernment and see certain things going on, I completely checked out. So if the surgery happened, that had to be after I had checked out. One of the only incidences I knew about was the car crash that they had. I knew that
Car
he had.
crash.
Oh yes, it's a lot. I
It's a
knew
lot.
that there
Yeah.
was the incident where he fell, and I believe they were saying at the
He
time that was
fell
because he was
twice, from my understanding.
intoxicated.
Woo.
And that was down the steps. He fell down the steps because he was too intoxicated. And then he talked about when he was playing basketball, he had an injury there. Of course, the major injury with his spine. He's been through a lot, but a lot of it was due to alcoholism. That's what I'm trying to tell people. When he got
Mm-hmm.
on that liquor, which they say can be very spiritous,
Yes.
he just could not conduct himself like liquor. And some people can handle themselves, some people
Yeah.
can enjoy those things in recreation and be able to be calm, cool, and collective. He was not one of those people.
But when he got drunk, it seemed like he hurt himself so bad to the point to where he needed hospital assistance.
Yes,
That's kind
it
of
was a bit of a turn up on his behalf. So
mm.
like I said, the people around him, they were very aware of this, and he's not alone in this
Lips
sentiment.
kept getting majorly hurt
I mean, but yeah, I mean,
over and over and
for
over.
everything that they were going through, I think a lot of people don't really have the concept that this man was causing a lot of this to himself. Outside of the
Right.
injuries he sustained due to health reasons and things like that, a lot of it was because of his own behavior. The car accident to where they're fighting inside the car and he's grabbing the wheel, endangering both of their lives. These are the types of situations they were having. All of this is public record. This is not me speculating or making it up. Like I said, I watched the then explanations of them talking about these things. So I have a lot of information about this. But like I said, if you go, you can go into the mukbang community. There is a heavy disdain for liquor.
Child,
They
when
do
stuff
not
like
care for
this
him.
keeps happening, them major red flags, those were tower moments over and over and over. The only place to go is the grim reaper energy is going to come next, because
Well,
that when you keep getting tower moments after that, if you don't change or you get taken off the timeline.
it's just really sad and
It happens
unfortunate
over
this
and
is
over
the
again.
case. Because he had a great platform where he was able to communicate and talk to people and
Mm,
be a
mm,
light
mm,
to others, but he couldn't do that for his own life. I think it's something to
mm,
that. That's is very deep. It's deep witted. Like, how do you have this you know perception and reality for others' lives, but you can't conduct this and make it intuitive and inducive into your own life? It's something to that. So, like I
mm,
said, there's a switch that he just simply couldn't turn off. And
mm,
there was
mm,
also a
mm,
switch that production couldn't turn off.
mm. And they had such a blessing
I
with this
also wonder too,
prosperous
it's
mukbang channel.
something that we haven't spoke about at all when trying to assess where this other side to him come from. We haven't even discussed if he might possibly be bipolar and just undiagnosed. Because like Black people are good for not being able to recognize the signs and then get a medical diagnosis. He might be
Mm-hmm.
a undiagnosed bipolar.
Oh yeah, because if you can go from A to Z quick and switch like that, that's usually
Yeah,
bipolar.
like all these highs and
You
lows
know,
emotionally and shit,
I
and
was
then
into,
Mm-hmm.
and then him trying to self medicate through alcoholism. Like,
Mm.
yeah, like he could be.
I was entertaining the CTE because, a lot
CTE.
of the talking point, but it's like I said, it's so many different
Yeah.
options of
Mm-hmm.
what could have played a role. I think it is just so multi-layered. I don't think it is one particular thing, because listening to all that I had listened to, not even just today, but just the sister, going back to some of the footage that I watched of the mukbangs, some of the things that I saw commenters saying that followed him on Instagram. Honestly, it was giving like there's something wrong in the cerebral. It really was giving me that, and I'm like, it's clearly there was a misdiagnosis, which is very typical when it comes to our community. And it's so unfortunate, like because nobody ever thinks to have these things examined. You know what I mean? Ever. We've been taught to, you know, it's just our day-to-day, like anything, all of our traumas, all not even just trauma, all of our bad behavior patterns, we've just been taught to just shrug it off as survival. This is just us in survival mode. You know, this is based upon us just, you know, everything we've been through, yada yada yada. But nobody ever wants to look into medical diagnosis to see if it's something with mental health. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that people think now, because I hear people saying this all the time now. Oh, I'm so tired of everything is mental health. Everything is mental health. Hell fucking yeah, everything is mental health. How could you not think everything is not hit? Like everything, when you're happy, that's a part of your mental health. Like if people just, I don't know what that issue is about when it comes to our own particular people, that we don't want to, because that's what it feels like to me. I don't know about nobody else. It makes me feel like we don't want to get well. We just want to stay in this bubble of lack of information so that we, you know what I mean, can actually get better. I don't understand that. Like
You
people
have
should
to
have
heal.
I think it's out of the cultural and societal grooming of us as Black and brown people to like have a heavily inappropriate reliance upon white Jesus for everything, and then chopping everything else up to like, oh, that's just how, you know, how your daddy is, you know how your mama is, that's just how they are. Like even the sister was kind of classifying, I guess, the negative traits of her brother as like, you know, well, you know, if you know how he is, so, you know, it gets lumps into, oh, these are just a part of people's natural personality traits, and we don't connect them to mental health issues or to any of those diagnoses, and encourage people to go, like, you know, go see somebody. This could be a result of a psychological injury that's playing out through your impatience and through your lack of temperament, or it could be a mental health issue in and of itself. It could be hereditary, etc. It could have been brought on by traumatic events, etc. So yeah, we gotta like get out of that. Like we gotta, and that's why I was talking about, like, we gotta decolonize our minds. We've been taught so fucked up about a lot of shit, and so much shit comes to normal to our community that people don't even know is not normal. So
Right.
even this idea that like we can't recognize unwell because we're taught to always be grateful and to count our blessings, and we don't know that we are actually sick. That's why we don't. That's why we can't call. That's why we can't largely recognize sickness, because we don't even know what that really looks like for us, because our teachings have been completely incongruent with
Right.
things we're supposed to recognize. Like, oh yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's a
But we
problem.
can't recognize the
you know
problem
the irony.
when we
Do
don't
y'all
know what
know
it
the
look like.
irony? Do y'all know what the irony to that is?
Mm-hmm.
And us needing to decolonize, the colonizers do the very opposite of what the hell we do. They go to the damn doctors, and if they don't do nothing else outside of the getting the physical body checked out, they damn sure get their mental health checked. They
You
damn
know what
sure
I
do.
think? You know what I kind of think it is, though? If you really think about it, the reason why I believe, this is just my personal opinion, is Black people don't really make it a normalcy to go and get your mental health checked, and other ethnicities do. They don't feel like it's a problem. Probably because it's embedded in us not to trust profession. You know what I mean? If this makes
No, no, no,
sense.
no, no, no,
Like,
no, 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 no,
like people of higher authority, we're
no, no,
not
no, 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 no. It's mostly due to a religiosity, because Black
right.
people know how to go get a disability check. They know how to go get that broken leg checked
When
by.
it's something to be, yeah.
Yeah, we are very compartmentalized, but it's just that particularly when it comes to mental health, we have a different perspective on it as Black people because of religion. Religion has taught us that there's no such thing as really a mental disorder. You probably wrestling with a demon. You need
True.
Jesus. You just unsaved and ungodly. You just need Jesus. Your mind ain't right. Them spirits, that's the devil on you. I mean, there's room for that argument, but
Yeah.
there's too much of that in place of a balanced conversation about always
Right.
or that you go get your mental health, because the thing about our brains is that like all of this shit is biological, which means that this is a whole science here. Like when we feel good, when we don't feel good, when we feel sad, feel happiness, these are all chemical compounds and releases going on in us as chemical biological beings. So there can be things physiologically wrong, biologically wrong, chemically wrong. Like we can have chemical imbalance, which is where bipolarism comes from. So we need to go get checked by a physician.
Right.
We need to go see what ourselves look like under CAT scans and blood works and brain scans, and making sure that the hardware is all situated. Now, if all of that checks out, that the hardware is great, it's like taking your car to a mechanic and getting a diagnostic test done. Okay, all the hardware is done. All right, well now I can go to the spiritual, because now there may be something wrong with the software. That's what I can encourage. I can go to therapy to see if there's something deeper going on, or maybe there is something more spiritual in nature, more supernatural in nature that may be taking place. But yeah, we gotta like make sure that we check in with the physical, because it could be something chemically just off that just needs some attention, some medication, or some realignment, and then we can be fine. And
but it's black folks that's not really into religion or the church, and they still don't want it. They don't agree with going to the mental. It's like they're afraid to be called crazy.
But that's also why I call it like cultural. But see, even that's birthed out of religion. But because the overall black culture upholds that, then you don't even have to identify religiously, but you're still a byproduct of the culture of blackness, which is still heavily influenced religiously.
Okay, gotcha.
Right. Hey, but you know what? To that avail, I say, I know we don't have enough of our own in those spaces of like the medical field and things of that nature, but it's not as if we don't have any at all. So to me, it's kind of inexcusable and also irresponsible not to seek out those that do provide the representation of our own to make sure that you are getting these things looked at. And I just don't understand myself personally, because a lot of what people don't get, a lot of people really don't get, when it comes to your mental state of mind, that affects other parts of your body.
The physical,
like, and and I just don't get that. But when I look at it in large, I know that is one of the things that our, like you said, black and brown people literally stray away from. But you know what I mean? Like, they stray away from other things when it comes to their health as well. And it's just really, really sad. But back to LLIPS in this situation, I just really feel like this was something that showed up, as you were saying, conscious, and it was just dismissed. I really do. I feel like it showed up in so many different ways. And I'm wondering, nobody has, they haven't said it, but some of the things that was, it kind of alluded like the family themselves had experienced him in an abusive way too.
They knew how he was.
That's a good point. Could he have gotten abusive with the family before?
I'm sure. I mean, family sees it all. I mean, like the family, like we are kind of the guinea pigs, like the family is the guinea pig for everybody's personality, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So, I mean, I'm sure like any other black ass Southern, hold on. Where they from, Memphis or Mississippi?
Mississippi.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure there's been some backyard brawls and some turn-ups. I mean, and some very, very nasty verbal altercations, and, people got liquor and everything else involved. Who knows? But black people, we're pretty much ironclad too about, like, we ain't gonna talk but so much about our family experience as well. We would try to at least optically, try to hold as much of a positive air and keep the inside kind of contained.
Now you said that the grandparents was from Mississippi, and he was very strict and into the church. And my grandfather was the same. And that the dynamic of that is, maybe it's on the flip side, he couldn't get stupid with his family, so therefore it was a buildup, and he got crazy with production, and that's why he got so crazy. Because my grandfather, you can't, no disrespect, you couldn't even do that. If you got to try to get tuned up, you was gonna get checked.
Yeah, I doubt that the family did not experience that. I believe they
Oh
experienced
yeah, they
that, maybe
probably
not
did,
in the
but I don't think to the
not in
level
the
of he
childhood while
got
the
that
grandfather
stupid.
was. Yeah, maybe not
My
when the
grandfather
grandfather
wouldn't
was
have it.
alive, because after all they were children and everything. And even going back to the grandfather and all of that, when Queen, when you were saying, he said that he experienced the physical, he didn't use abuse, but the physical discipline from the
Mm-hmm.
grandfather, things of that nature. I can see if grandfather, I can see them being heavily religious dictators, and and his parents, Lip's parents, fell right in line. And
Mm-hmm.
and honestly, going back to what the sister said, I can see, how there are some people, they're really not affirming. They'll be accepting, like allow you in their presence, but they're not really affirming.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I honestly was gathering. I'm gonna tell the truth. Because I didn't want to, like, really. I know the family's been going around to different lives and in the chats and stuff. I don't want to offend the family and throw them under fire. But this is what I've been discerning, that they have been accepting but not affirming, which
There we
is
Mm.
two different things.
go.
Two different
I can
things.
gather that. I do think that was part of it. But again, I want to be careful in saying that because I don't want to talk about anyone's experience because it could be touchy, bringing up certain things. But I will say this from what Lips has said, his grandparents were the disciplinary, but his family ruled with the iron fist from a religious standpoint. They lived by God, they died by God. That was their way, and that's how they lived. Now, I mean, when he spoke about his parents, it was always like they just accepted him and they loved him. And I don't know if that could be just a coping mechanism because maybe they were stern, but not as stern as his grandparents. That could be the case.
Was he
But
raised by his grandparents?
no,
Oh, okay, okay. I see.
he
Okay.
was raised by both. I mean, this is based on what he said. He grew up in a two-parent household. He loved his grandparents, and he grew up very religious.
So why
But
would he point out that the grandparents were the disciplinarians?
well, because he was sharing his experiences of, how he came
Just growing up,
people
period.
accepting him.
Okay, okay,
Yes.
okay.
So when he talked about these things, he talked about, the cultural acceptance from everybody. He talked about how his family received him, how his friends received him, and then how people he did in other areas received him. And I think that's important for him to have done because oftentimes people look at people in the LGBTQIA plus community and assume that they must have had some sort of hardship because that's often the story we hear. We don't hear a lot of stories where it's so accepting as he put it. He put it
Mm-hmm.
like his parents, they loved him, they just embraced him. But for the most part, when we hear about these stories of people coming out and sharing their experiences, they talk about, how traumatizing it was and how villainous their parents became to them. So when he talked
Mm.
about this, it gave perspective to how he grew up. Now, he never made it clear that his parents beat him. Again, he always said that it was the grandparents who were disciplinary. Now, I also want to say this. I don't know if anybody has seen Sinners, right?
Of course.
Okay. So if you've seen that movie, then you understand how some of our elders and ancestors grew up under the doctrine of religion and how they ruled. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not, anything in regards to his sexuality. I'm just, making a point that religion was held at a extremely high regard.
Yeah.
So that gives context to the way his grandparents lived. They lived in the South. That's very important because the South it's not a will you respect, you will respect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it was in the South. So it could be that his grandparents were just by the book stern. But were they the disciplinaries? Did they give
And
him
did you see
authority?
under the comment on the screen, Queen? Uncle Jay made a good point. His parents could have been very young, and that's why his parents were the disciplinarians.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very good point. Now, that part, like I said, I do not know how young his parents were
Yeah.
when they got together, but I do know that he made it from the way he made it seem. I'm going to say that from the way he made it seem like his upcoming in his household was just a traditional, beautiful story.
Mm-hmm.
They were close. He said, but he became closer. Oh, excuse me. He became closer with his brother when the parents died, but he was always
Mm.
close with the sister, and that could be due to the femininity, that he grew up under and loving. But his relationship with his parents and his siblings, for the most part, it was great. He just talked about, he said, he made it very clear. He said, I never had an issue coming up, with my sexuality until I went other places and started experiencing new areas of life, like when I would travel. But could that also be because of the way he was carrying on in public? That could be because we
But
know that with the way he was acting, people might have been like, man, who is this guy? He is drunk, he is belligerent, he's crazy. It's all sorts of things we can kind of formulate, but we don't know now because he's not here. But that, looking back, that could be why people were encountering him like that. But he understood, being a gay man who is also, again, for the people that don't know, he was a very big man. He's 6'6", very big build. He was actually bigger, but he lost weight. He talked about that as well. I believe he had what do you call it, gastric
bypass.
Yes.
Or a gastric sleeve.
Yes. He did have that surgery at one point, and he was a lot bigger. So just imagine, he was 6'6" and 280 in this video that he's telling the story. So he was huge. And then you have production, who's 5'4", 138.
Oh, he was small.
Tiny. So there is a huge difference in way, people would probably look at him like, oh my God, he's this big, loud, live, and in color guy. But he's also got this darkness and toxicity to him.
That can be scary.
That
could be scary.
And then think about it like this. Who's to say that when he was acting like this in public?
This is weird, y'all.
What's weird?
Ringing.
My phone's ringing, but it's not ringing.
Oh,
what?
It's weird shit like this happening since I've been talking about this case.
All
I see is ringing, and
there's nothing there that's calling.
There, but I can't even answer it.
It's just going.
It's just ringing.
Did you do your software download?
Who the fuck is calling me?
Did you already do your software download?
No, I
on
don't.
your phone? Because sometimes that could be a problem. Why it's acting up.
It don't even need a software download. But let me tell you, this is the weird shit that's been happening, because also I've been slipping up calling LLIPS Twitch. Like, Twitch is the other black guy who took it, he took his life. He was famous on the Ellen DeGeneres show.
What?
And he was married to that white woman, Allison, and shit. And it was like a controversial death. And I kept calling LLIPS Twitch. And then somebody was like, oh, like, they both are from Alabama for one, which I did not fucking know until Medusa in the chat told me that. And then earlier when I got up here, something else weird was happening. I forgot what was happening, but it made Medusa be like, it's the spirit, CTV, the spirits.
Why was I just thinking that?
Like, look, this shit is... It's
you never know. I want to say this. Like when you were talking about bringing up the Sinners movie, has anyone watched or know about Robert Johnson with in relation to the character Sam in the movie Sinners? That is who Sammy is. It's a man called Robert Johnson. He was out of Mississippi, and he was said that he sold his soul to the devil in order to play the guitar. You have to see that story. That's Sam.
Well, yeah, I've seen 1,000 documentaries about Robert Johnson.
It seemed like it's weird because I mean, but actually, he went and he practiced and he but anyway.
He became a legend. They have very few limited music on him, but they found a few. I'm still my stance. Again, I don't know, not 100% sure. There's a lot of inconsistencies that I find in some of his story, which is not uncommon. Listen, the man did not have to get up there and divulge anything. He didn't have to demonize his parents or make them angels or anything or whatever. We know what it gives being, living in the South, but really living anywhere when it comes to, I know specifically, or like we all say, we got deacons in our family and all that. I'm a PK kid or whatever the case may be. We know the rhetoric that comes when it comes to same gender loving. And as someone, even though I don't put myself in I don't add no titles to anything or whatever, labels and all of that. But being a part of the community, I know myself as well. I know how I saw and viewed my family, even though I never cared to hide myself, and I did not hide myself. I know the rhetoric that was spoken You know what I mean? Indirectly to people. It's no way that I feel personally that this man would have ever felt like he had to hide himself, which I believe he did, based upon the story that was said, that you said he spoke, Queen, about snapping off his nails and all of that. It's no way his family did not say or do, even if it was just the religious teachings. He did not feel comfortable to be himself. But it's okay, because at the end of the day, what they did was they accepted him, but I still feel like they did not affirm him. And that is the reason why, we have and one of the reasons why we probably had this person that became unhinged at times. I also believe that there is a strong possibility that Lips may have been jealous of production with people, meaning people that accepted production and things of that nature, and made him feel equal. Because even with some of the talking points that you ladies had spoken about, how he would bring up, oh, it's okay, you don't remember, and things like that. It seemed like he always wanted production to feel inadequate
Yep.
in order, what I mean, so that he would not, what I mean, ever feel equal to him. And it seemed like he did it in a very covert way that was kind of passive, but production knew he had done learned the patterns. He may have been able to get away with that, what I'm saying, previously, but at some point, maybe the fans was bringing this to his attention. Maybe he was trying to make sure that production did not necessarily, anybody that acknowledged they knew him from the mukbang lives. He didn't want those people to develop some type of relationship to production, so that they wouldn't put a bug in production's ear. You know what I
Mm.
mean? It's so many different variables that could possibly be factors. But I feel like this all really, 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 like, this all came from some type of trauma this man experienced in his childhood. And I feel like the same thing could be said for production. This man experienced some type of trauma. His mama may have loved the hell out of Lips at some point, but I do not believe that he was accepted and affirmed in whenever he came out. And even before he came out. Because just imagine, I just want everybody that's listening to really imagine this. Imagine you not coming out and being your full self, and knowing that the people that you love and are supposed to love you, that you have day-to-day interaction with, that who you are, or you at least think who you are, is not going to be accepted. At least you just think that. I mean, we're talking about childhood, not even adulthood, just childhood. You cannot be your total self, and so you have to suppress who you are, parts of who you are, right? And you go on into your life. And at some point, let's say, okay, now you're accepted, not affirmed, which is totally different. And I keep emphasizing that, because I think that a lot of times for people that you may experience this, if you have loved ones that decide to come out to you, there's a difference in accepting and in affirming, a major difference. But imagine they accept you, but you really don't feel affirmed. In the back and deep down in your heart, the back of your mind, because nobody has to agree 100% with nobody's who nobody is, lifestyles or practices. We are all our own individuals. We all have our own preferences. However, but in your mind and in your heart, the people that you love and say that they love you secretly look at you and demonize your way and expressions of love. That's
I feel
traumatic.
like
I'm going to clarify to this a little.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna even clarify that a little bit more. Like what Rumors is saying. Like, this is why it's important to affirm, because acceptance alone by the receiver of acceptance can still interpret that as tolerance, and not per se that I'm actually okay. Like, so you can accept me, like my family, they tolerate my orientation. They don't affirm it. They accept it because I'm grown. I'm my own person. Ain't nothing they can do about it. So it is what it is. But like Rumors is saying, that's very different from I love you despite being gay, and the difference in I love you and you're gay. I love you and the gay. I love you're gay. I love you. I love it all. So even in my own family, I can see the difference in like so-called acceptance versus like affirmation. Like somebody telling you that no, like you are literally okay. You and your being are welcomed here, are loved here. You are beautiful. You are on the right side of self. That is like real, true affirmation. Just kind of making space or getting it out of the way is like one part of that whole affirmational thing. So to Ruma's point, I would say for sure, like always go. I mean, like if you can go beyond just accepting and actually just really like just affirm people, like affirm people and let them know that they are fine in who they are, especially when what we're talking about in terms of the what we are affirming, when we are affirming people's humanity, we are affirming the parts of people that don't got nothing to do with nothing. It don't impact nothing. Who people lay down with don't impact you. It ain't no harm, no foul. How people worship, what religion people worship, who people marry, etc. Like the things that don't have nothing objectively to do with nothing. Yes, you can have your personal opinion, but it won't disrupt a person's ability to have, you know, a very humanized experience and to really be welcomed and made to feel okay. And I feel like parents, especially when they have like kids that are different, not even just when it comes to sexuality, but just like, you know, having kids who kind of march into the beat of their own drum, kids that kind of have their own design for their lives, who have they just operate differently. They ain't per se bad. They ain't doing nothing per se bad. Yes, are they different than you? Yes. Do they believe differently than you? Sure. But even what they believe in is not per se evil or won't cause them harm or cause anybody else harm. We should be more affirming, especially when it comes to our kids, because kids pay attention to every fucking thing. We pay attention, and all of us have been kids. All of us who grown have also been kids. We know what it's like to. We know how we read our families. We hear what they say and what they don't say.
Mm-hmm.
We are measuring it all. Direct communication, indirect communication, body language, the whole nine, baby. We are sponges and we are analytical and we are extracting value and understanding from everything that gets done, including what doesn't get done and what never gets said. Just like a lot of people are like, I know my parents love me, but they never told me that. And not hearing that really impacted them mentally,
Right.
psychologically, and emotionally. So that being affirming, verbalize that shit. Tell people that they're okay. Tell them that you welcome them and you love them, that they are okay, that they're okay. Because sometimes like you gonna be the only person in their sphere to remind them that there's nothing wrong here.
I want to piggyback off of what you said, and I want to share something that I experienced today. And it's a coincidence that you just spoke about on that. I was looking at this this clip of Tina Knowles being on Oprah. You know, she has a little sit down, even though she just still no longer has the Oprah show. And she was talking about Tina was talking about Oprah asked her about her nephew. And Beyonce's concert that she has now is a dedicate. The whole concert and tour is dedicated to her nephew. And Tina was that was like her best friend, and she was very close with the nephew. And the nephew, he happened to be a homosexual. And so Oprah was asking Tina, well, how did you feel about that? You know, was that, she said, oh, it was an issue. We loved him. You know, actually, he was my grandparents' favorite grandchild. And she said, well, was it, was it different? Or she says, no, we didn't treat him. People respected him because the family respected him, and because we respected him, everybody else automatically respected him. And it was two people in the audience, I guess they were picked to, talk to Tina. He said, he's told Tina, I read one of your book, and you were talking about your nephew in the book, and you said the family has known that he was gay since he was 3 years old, from the time he was 3 years old. And he said, I thought that you were going to say something after that, like, oh, the trauma or the hardships that he went through. And he said, you surprised me, you shocked me when you said, and that she knew that that's when his light shined. And he said that changed my life, because when I was got it, I never looked at it like that. I looked at it like, something I had to deal with, or something that was, traumatic or hardships. And he said, for the first time, I looked at it as, that's my light. And he told her, he said, I want to thank you for that. And that was very beautiful that you said that, and that changed me. And Tina said, and my point is that what you said is, it's a difference between accepting versus just because you're gay, I'm just going to accept it, and get from loving the all overall.
Yeah, it is. And thank you for sharing that. Yeah, and this is the nuance. This is the nuance.
That brought me to I looked at Tina different, because I didn't know that they had and I was like, okay, well, y'all cool, they cool. I never knew.
Beyonce's whole Renaissance project was inspired by her gay uncle, which is
I didn't even know that till I saw that clip.
Yep. So, all right, y'all. I gotta close this down, y'all, because I haven't even eaten. I only eat once a day, and I ain't even ate yet at all. And it is 8:30. So I'm starving. I gotta get out of here. My laptop is fucking dying. But this was an amazing, amazing, amazing show. I want to thank all of you guys for coming up, Queen.
Thank you.
Thank you for divulging like all of the context and all of the history, because you've been a long time watcher. Also, thanks to the street committee, because you guys have been emailing me some stuff. I'm going to check out all the stuff that you guys are sending me. Send me everything. Send me any documentation. I've been hearing that both of them got rep sheets like hell. Send me the rep sheets. Send me the live streams. Anything that y'all come across that's informative and that just continues to add pieces to all of this that's taking place, continue to DM it to me or email it to me, please. I will compile it, and then I'll bring it to the live chat audience. Anything that you ladies want to say before we head up out of her?
No,
Nope,
I enjoyed myself. I had fun.
Yes,
Thanks for having me, y'all.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Queen.
I just want to tell you, thank you for having me up.
Of course.
And I really had a great time. And you really helped me see some things too. Open my eyes about the love and how you can love somebody and still be traumatic at the same time. All my life, I've been thinking, that ain't love. That ain't love.
It ain't.
You didn't change. You always bring the clarity. Always help people have an outstanding understanding.
Thank you, baby.
You have a talent with really, explaining things to where it's 8-ball corner pocket.
Thank you,
but anyway, I hope everyone lives as long as you want and never want as long as you live, and stay blessed and prosperous and keep gaining momentum.
That part.
Peace.
Thank you so much, baby. That was more the culture. Thank you. But what a word. Rumors. Anything you want to say before we get up out of her?
I want to know what you're eating for dinner, but no. I just thank you for always I just want to thank you for always just being you. Just being you, and give you your roses, and
thank y'all for being on time.
Yeah, and I want to send an abundance of love and light to his entire family, both families, and the fans and the supporters. And I just want to reiterate what Conscious been saying in every live about the situation. Please, please, please love yourself enough to know, or find the love for yourself, that being in a situation that is bringing you harm is not going to change unless you decide to change. And the only way to make the change is to walk the fuck away. I love y'all, Conscious Crew.
Thank you so much, boo. That was our rumors, y'all. Baby, y'all told us up, baby. Y'all got into it, honey. Okay, this was well worth me creating the separate stream from. If you guys missed the prior live stream, please get into the prior live stream. As rumors said, shout, much love and light to the families. We hope that justice is had in this situation, whatever that means, whatever that really looks like in this situation. I will continue to provide you guys with updates as everything plays out. And yes, let this be a cautionary tale. Please, y'all, do your work. Do not sit in toxic relationships with relatives, friends. Can y'all see me? My computer. I'm telling y'all, something is going on. My computer been acting weird. Everything been zoning out. My phone ringing, but nobody's calling. I think, honestly, y'all, and I'm not even a person who does this or who goes here with it, but either the spirit of Twitch or the spirit of LLIPS is on me. Something is on me. Is interfering technologically. And it's only around this. It's only around this. Nothing else. Whatever this energy is, whatever this interference is, whatever this frequency vibration is, that is so thick that it's also interfering with technology, it's connected to this case, whatever it is. I'm going to do a spirit box session and see what's on it and what this energy is, because it's specific to this that's happening. If you guys enjoyed yourself, you learned something, you appreciate the content, please give me a share, give me a subscribe, give me a like. And if you want to show the King some love, baby, okay, you can definitely hit that Cash App, $Consciouztv, and or paypal.me/Consciouztv, spelled just how it is on the platform. We have to get into Patreon. I'm going to be in Patreon probably 9:30, 10 o'clock a.m. first thing in the morning. We got to get into some things over there. I got some Megan Thee Stallion, Sloppy Radio updates to give as well. We got to get into the Cowboy Carter concert, etc. Of course, I'll be keeping you guys, spoon-fed about everything surrounding this tragedy on social media. Yes, I do spirit box sessions. I do it all. I do it all, baby. Okay, I'm a full-on spiritualist. I don't really bring a lot of that into my social media, brand, but the next part of my brand, I am going into the metaphysics a lot more. You guys know that I have a book, I actually have 2 books that I'll be releasing on the metaphysical side. So that's an area of my life that you guys will be getting a lot more of, for those who, that appeals to. Email me all related content, anything you want me to talk about, anything that's happening, any conversations, all the tea, consciouztv@gmail.com. Sign up to Patreon. It's only $5 a month. That's a way for you to support the platform. And there's also exclusive content over there. And you guys have a wonderful Sunday, and I will see you all later. Bye.